Oh, good morning, and what marvellous scenes we've witnessed there, and that has been triumph and tragedy here at the Australian Open. And of course it is a roller coaster ride of emotions. It's the first Grand Slam of the year, and we're here for qualifying to see which of these young players, and maybe not so young players, can make their way through to qualify for the main draw, Australian Open at 2016. A very good morning to you. My name's Ian Cohen. John Hoovenars is next to me to bring you the first match here on show court number 3. John, welcome. Conditions are terrific today. We did have rain overnight. It was hot and blustery yesterday. We had some weather delays, but today is absolutely ripe for some great tennis.
Good morning, Cozy. Yeah, certainly much more comfortable for players and umpires, lines people, ball kids, everyone coming down here. Spectators as well. Don't forget you can get down here to Melbourne Park. Free entry right across qualifying. So we had some great tennis, as you mentioned yesterday. I reckon we had the pick of the action here on our feature court, show court 3. Some really tight tussles. Not all of them went 3 sets, but still some really good contests to tiebreakers and so forth. The big omission of the day, the big upset, happened in the very first match between Luca Vanni and Daniel Evans. The Italian first seed, Luca Vanni, eliminated 7-6, 6-4 by Evans of Great Britain. We saw Bjorn Fratangelo of USA. He advanced in straight sets over Frank Dancevic of Canada, 7-6, 6-1. And then Tim Smyczek, or Tim Smyczek as we call him, the third seed from America. It was a great day for the Americans actually yesterday. He advanced against Jose Pereira of Brazil, 6-3, 6-3. Later on, we saw Eduardo Roger Vasselon get through against Ligier in 3 sets. He was tested there, one of the few 3-setters we saw. Marinko Matosevic, he was clinical against Gregor Barrere of France in straight sets. It was probably the fastest match we saw unfold here on show court 3. And then Bai Yan of China got the job done over Connor Smith in straight sets as well, our last match, which finished pretty late at night in the end.
You talked about the fact that the USA had a great day. Connor Smith was one of the rare omissions for them as well. But look, the Stars and Stripes have been figuring prominently as well. There's been plenty of Australians, so a lot of local flavour. We can have a look at today's order of play and how things are going to unfold on show court 3 as people take their seats. Nicole Gibbs from the USA is up against one of the rising stars of Australian tennis.
Yeah, Olivia Chandramulia, we've seen a lot of her in recent years, active in the wildcard playoff, actually born in Indonesia, but Australia calls Australia home now. Here's a name we've seen a lot of on the women's tour, a big name. She's played Grand Slam finals, the 6th seed Francesca Schiavone. She's next up, the Italian, against Anne-Sophie Mestach of Belgium.
Well, not as she played finals. She beat our very own Sam Stosur at the French Open in 2010.
The 11th seed of Russia, Elena Vesnina, takes on Zhu Lin of China. Nate the Baines, another rising Australian, is up next against Schiavone Victory of the USA, the 15th seed. And then it's men's second round action later on this afternoon. John Patrick Smith, who got through in 3 sets yesterday, he takes on Vincent Millot of France. So a big day's action here on court 3. We'll also be checking in with 3 of the other courts, courts 6, 7 and 8. There's a number of seeds in action, including the number 1 seed Wang Qiang of China, also Anastasia Sevastova of Latvia, and also the 12th seed Patricia Maria Tig. They are the big seeds in action, plus Pauline Parmentier takes on Risa Ozaki of Japan.
As you can see, a maximum of 19 today, a few showers. We did have some morning showers. They did clear the air a fair bit, currently 18 degrees. So, as we mentioned earlier, conditions are terrific to be able to play tennis. So long as the rain stays away, we expect to see a full day's session here for qualifying day number 2 as the Lions, men and women, and also the ball kids join us here on show court 3.
You can see those pictures there. The clouds look fairly ominous, fairly dark, and probably a lot of rain up there, but most of the rain is passing above the city, about 50 kilometres north of Melbourne. So here is our first match up on court. It's the Americans against the Australians. Nicole Gibbs, the number 2 seed, taking on Olivia Chandramulia.
Yes, Olivia Chandramulia, actually born in Indonesia, but only at the age of 18. So this is a couple of emerging stars, the 22-year-old American Nicole Gibbs, and she's looking to create another opportunity to get into a Grand Slam draw. She has been as far as the second round here in 2015, so last year, French Open first round, and she did get to the third round of the US Open, her home tournament. For Olivia, it's pretty much a brave new world, isn't it, for Olivia to try and step up and start playing with the big girls?
Yeah, no career Grand Slams for Olivia at the moment. What she's been up to lately, though, she played a tournament back in September, made the round of 64. That was over in Canada. She also had main draw appearances last year as well in doubles at that tournament. And then junior championships at Wimbledon, made the round of 32 last year as well. So she's certainly a player who's on the rise, right-hander, Australian girl, as you said, born in Indonesia. Is just a typical teenager, loves shopping, movies, music, Facebook and Instagram as well.
Now, the beauty of this is wherever you are watching around the world, and you might only be 500 metres away in the CBD here in Melbourne, or you could be on the other side of the planet, you can tweet us at any stage using the hashtag OzOpen. There it is at the bottom of your screen, OzOpen. Get involved in the Twitter sphere, and you can have your say on how you think matches are unfolding, who you'd like to support, who you think might go through. We'll ask a couple of questions of you throughout the day. So if you're just waking up, maybe you're watching on the way to bed as well, get involved in the conversation, and the hashtag is OzOpen. That is the one you need. You can see Gibbs sitting there waiting, and for her, born in Cincinnati at, as I said, the age of 22. Not particularly tall, 5'6". If you do the imperial measurement, 1.68 in the metric measurement. So that's Nicole Gibbs from the USA.
Her lead up to this tournament, she was involved in the tournament, a hardcourt tournament in Shenzhen this month, and made it to the last, to the quarterfinals, where she lost to Eugenie Bouchard in straight sets. But it was a good start to the year for her, reaching that far. Also doubles as well, made the quarterfinals there. And then last year she got to the semi-finals of the Carlsbad in the USA.
And Olivia Chandramulia has just walked in wearing the darker colours. You can see her taking the bench to the right-hand side of the umpire's chair. So she has appeared. We'll be getting the coin toss, and play will be getting underway shortly. The women have got an opportunity to warm up. Tennis is that unusual sport where you actually warm up with your opponent. There's not many other sports in the world where you actually not so much give your hand away, but sometimes the opponent might say, oh, okay, that's an interesting shot. I hadn't seen that one before, but you do have to warm up with your opponent. So there's our chair umpire, Dimitar Trivanovsky of New Zealand, and explaining to the young ladies exactly what is going to unfold. Coin toss.
Chandramulia to serve, and Gibbs will elect to receive from the northern end of show court 3. Yesterday, a lot of players were contending with the Australian blowflies around their heads. I don't think they'll have too much of a problem with that today, given the lack of heat.
We like to add just a certain degree of difficulty here as the local flora and fauna get involved, but the flies, the Great Australian Salute, which is the swatting away of the insect from in front of the face. So you're watching on screen Nicole Gibbs, the American, and she has progressed as far as the third round of the US Open. But main draw is the target here, and even to be able to get through to the main draw and lose, that's $30,000 in the pocket with increased prize money again here at the Australian Open. Really, the Australian Open leads very much at the forefront of remunerating players in an appropriate fashion, and the prize money has again increased this year.
Yeah, $35,000 just for making the first round of the main draw. Gibbs has been there before. She had a great 2014 season, got inside the top 100, was ranked 92 in singles, but has slipped to 105, not too far. She's still right within reach. In fact, that was almost close enough for her to be straight into the main draw, but she's got to go through the qualifiers and would be one of the girls to watch in this women's qualifying for this week. Chandramulia, though, nothing to lose for her. You can see there in the crimson visor and wearing the black today.
Yes, you expected that she might be in a more of a colourful arrangement, but she's all about the business here. 96 competitors in the women's singles side of the draw and 88 direct acceptances. 8 wild cards come in, and if you're just joining us, it is the best of 3 sets. The first 2 sets tie-break at 6 games all. The third set is to advantage, and we're looking at 16 people being able to progress into the main draw, and we'll have that main draw for you as well tomorrow morning. John, you and I are involved in doing that and finding out who's going to be playing who, and that is a much anticipated event.
Chris Goldsmith off Twitter is the tennis talker. He's been active right throughout the summer of tennis so far. He says Nicole Gibbs has a career won 5, lost 0 against Australians. She has wins over
Rodionova,
Wolf, Rogovska, all in straight sets.
Well, we are going to see a couple of those ladies that he's mentioned there, because on show court 6, we have got Irina Rodionova, and we've also got Sarah Tomic and Olivia Rogalska. They're all featuring. Australians featuring 4 out of 5 on court 6, including Ben Mitchell, who takes on Renzo Olivo of Argentina, and then Kamiko Dade Krum against Amandine Hess of France. That's the only match not featuring an Australian on court 6. So we're taking you there in some of the sit-downs and change of players on show court 3, and we'll be getting outside to not only court 6 but also 7 and 8 as well.
Another Aussie in the men's draw who was victorious yesterday, Ben Mitchell, also in action today in
2 minutes.
Second round action, taking on Renzo Olivo of Argentina. Just 4 of the 10 Aussie men advancing to the second round yesterday, Koza.
Yes, it wasn't necessarily a great day for a lot of Australians, and there is an amount of expectation if they can get into the main draw here. They're so familiar, obviously, with the conditions, the territory. A lot of them play here at Melbourne Park or train at Melbourne Park as well. So there'll be a level of disappointment for some of them not to be able to progress. But for a couple of Aussies who are going to be there, including JP Smith, who we'll see on show court 3, and Ben Mitchell, as you suggested as well. So there will be a bit of local flavour. So both girls just warming up here. This is Gibbs in the foreground in the orange and white, and then in the darker colours is Chandramulia of Australia, Olivia Chandramulia.
I dare say this is the first time these two have faced each other, but I will check up on that just to see if there's any previous head-to-head record.
1 minute.
So another minute or so to go, and we talked about the way this is going to unfold. 16 spots. It is hotly contested. If you can get your calendar year off to a flyer by getting into the main draw, it certainly gives you a real boost for the 2016 year, and with Grand Slams ahead. And not only that, but also all of the other tournaments, the challenges, the ITFs that these men and women play as well. It does give you a real boost.
Yeah, head-to-head, they've never come across each other before, so a debut meeting on hard court. Nicole Gibbs has won 7 of her last 10 matches.
Women's qualifying match, we played the best of 3 sets. First 2 tiebreak, final set advantage.
Whereas Chandramulia has won just 3 of her past 10. So going into this match,
chair from the United States, Nicole Gibbs.
the favourite, Nicole Gibbs.
To the right of the chair from Australia, Olivia Chandramulia.
Very much the challenger from Australia. Best of 3 sets, like the men's. And the third set will be played to advantage.
So all in readiness now, time being called. The jackets, you would suggest, will be taken off. Conditions cool though, only 18 degrees at the moment, 19 degrees the expected top. So a stark contrast to the 41, 42 degrees that we had yesterday.
Another tweet from Chris saying, hope 45-year-old Kimiko Date Krum can come through qualies. She first played the Aussie Open, this is incredible, 26 years ago in 1990. I was the ripe age of 3. And reached the semis in 1995.
Wasn't quite covering it at that stage. But yeah, look, she's just been terrific. She took time off for 5 or 6 years with family, and is now back playing and back playing at the elite level. Here we go, underway. Day 2 qualifying Australian Open.
Love 15.
Plenty of movement early as the girls are just searching around, feeling out each other's game and making sure that they can work out where the strengths and weaknesses are.
15 all.
Already a number of spectators filtering through the gates here at Melbourne Park to check out the free action of qualifying all week long. If you're watching from Melbourne, why not get down?
And Muricic. Yeah, she took that confidently, didn't she?
Certainly not holding back Olivia Chandramulia, playing some big shots early days.
Sometimes difficult when there's that much time to think about it. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. Muricic, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Come on, Nicole. So the American with a bit of support already.
Just overcooked it a little. Gibbs sensed the opportunity but couldn't execute. And Chandramulia, a chance to hold with their opening service game. And does so.
So Chandramulia is on the board after just 3 minutes, holding her serve there. Coming January 18th, Doc John Blake looking to get down under and be a part of the Australian Open. Hashtag Oz Open, AUS Open, and have your say on day 2 of qualifying. There's the Twitter right there. Wherever you're watching, you might be having a little sneaky watch at work, or maybe you're at home enjoying it, just waking up, potentially heading to sleep. A little wide with the cross court. Watch Chandramulia though for the second serve of Gibbs. She's really stepping right inside the baseline, almost halfway between the baseline and the service box, because Gibbs' second serve was trundling in at about 120 k's an hour. So while she's on the baseline here, watch what happens if there's a second serve. Too long though again with the ground stroke. She's trying to impose herself, but she also needs to just settle into her own game and routine as well.
Already 5 unforced errors from Chandramulia, just the 3 to Gibbs.
Steps well inside the baseline now. Again going for her shots. You feel like much of this match might be on the racket of the young Australian. She seems to be making the play, and she's missed that baseline now by a foot or so each time. No doubt going for it, but she just needs to zero in that radar a little bit more finely.
First double fault of the match for Chandramulia.
Too long from the American. Scores leveled up, 15 all. Gibbs has come through the college system in the USA. Gibbs is having a look at the line there. Did appear to cover just every inch of that line. Wasn't a lot to spare.
Well, a great rally and so well composed from Chandramulia. She was getting down to those shots, hips low to the ground, so that she would avoid hitting it long like she was doing a couple of games ago. And then what a blistering forehand winner cross court out of the reaches of Nicole Gibbs. Second winner of the day, Chandramulia. Gets the job done to hold serve again.
Leads 2 games to 1.
Gives us a chance to touch base around some of the other courts. Let's check in on court 5, where we find Wang Yafan of China. My apologies, we'll check in on court 7, where we find Wang Qiang of China, the #1 seed, taking on Misa Eguchi of Japan. This is the opening set, third game action. Eguchi serving at 1-all. Sorry, Wang serving at 1-all. So Eguchi at top of screen. And brings up game point. Gucci looks like she got the job done there. Hold serve at 2-1. Back here now in court 3. Nicole Gibbs serving to Olivia Chandramulia, who leads 2 games to 1 on serve.
Well, keep an eye on that match out there. The Australian Open is the Grand Slam of Asia Pacific. A lot of Chinese support and some great Chinese players coming through the ranks.
30-15.
A little long again. The unforced error count high for the Australian at this stage. Not so much for the American.
8-5.
(40-15).
Yeah, well, I reckon the large majority of them have just been long on the baseline. Get that top spin working for her. Both players just happy to slug out these points from the baseline. We talked yesterday about the depth of these courts, Koza, how much space there is in the backcourt.
There's no doubt Melbourne Park really puts on its best face, and the courts are outstanding. Roger Federer calls it the happy slam.
Chandramulia coming to the net for the second time. I think she's good from there. Put away the volley.
Well, I think we sensed early that she would be the more aggressive, and a lot of it would rest on her frame and strings. The American, the more fancied of the opponents. Not able to get it up and over the net there, so a break point and an opportunity here to take an early advantage into this opening set.
See Gibbs untroubled when she gets her first point, first serve in.
Not that time.
5 from 5.
Chandramulia steps in.
Deuce.
Too good. That's one of the better strokes we've seen. Some power hitting down the line, because she was on the back foot for a period there, Gibbs, and then slammed that one home.
Advantage Gibbs.
Well, it was a nice rally. Chandramulia just missing the line on the tram tracks, so it gives Gibbs the advantage. Nicely done from Chandramulia. Set that up from a great backhand return. Push Gibbs wide. She never really looked like she was in the point after that. Brings up the third deuce.
Crowd continuing to come in here at Melbourne Park. Show court 3. A few more patrons.
Fault.
That one going wide. Again, the second serve. You expect Chandramulia to be monstering this. Well, in the end, she hit it straight back to her opponent, who wished to backhand back past her. Needs to do more if she's going to be that aggressive. Get the American running early. good shot making early, John.
Deuce.
Yeah, she's certainly not holding back Chandramulia. That was one of her best backhand winners down the line, her 4th of the day.
Advantage, Gibbs.
First serve vital here for Gibbs.
Game, Gibbs.
And does it so, hold serve at 2-all. And there's been a little bit of toing and froing. And still, these girls stay on serve 2-all. Let's check in around the other courts. On court 5, where Wang Yafan of China is taking on another American, Katarina Stewart. And it is Wang who's out to a 4-1 lead. On court 6, Sarah Tomic and Jana Fett, 2-all on that one. And on court 7, the #1 seed, Wang Qiang, 2-all against Iguchi of Japan.
She's been confident with those drive volleys.
15 love.
And she's made the most of them each time. Have a look at this. Plenty of poise, gets into position nice and early, and to the open side of the court. Couldn't quite swat back the second one.
15 all.
Little foray forward from the American towards the net there. We've certainly seen the Australian charge the net a lot more. The American's been happy to sit back on the baseline.
And net approaches 3-1.
Wait, please.
Wide from Chandramulia.
15-30.
Gibbs appears to be stepping right into the shots now. I think she can sense the potential at 2-all at the moment. Big point, this one.
Just coming unstuck on the court.
30 all.
It's probably a little bit tacky still. We had rain falling in Melbourne. These courts were only resurfaced just before the new year.
Yeah, I was up and going early. 10K run this morning.
Let's just have a look at the replay of the previous point. Perhaps Nicole Gibbs was on the verge of it. Ankle complaint. I know she's all good.
A little ginger, but okay. Longest rally and put away by the Australian Chandramulia.
Deuce.
They were both in and out of that point then, John.
Yeah, it was a big chance for the American to draw first blood, and she almost had her, but just caught wrong-footed. It's a good shot selection from Chandramulia to save break, gets it to deuce.
Advantage Gibbs.
Hands it back though. The backhand finding the top of the tape. Gibbs with another chance.
Gets it done on the second occasion, so Gibbs draws first blood here in this first set. Women's first round action of qualifying. It's Gibbs leading 3-2. Well, let's head across now to court 7 to catch up on the #1 seed, who's taking on Misa Iguchi of Japan. And game still on serve. It's Wang serving at 2-3 bottom of screen.
Now, Iguchi hasn't been through to the main draw. She's been second round of qualifying here last year for the Australian Open. First round at the French, second round at Wimbledon, and third round at the US Open. So yet to get a main draw appearance. The lady who is serving has been to the first round at the Australian Open, the French and Wimbledon, and the second round twice at the US Open. Wang from China.
There's another Wang in action from China over in court 5. Wang Yafan taking on Katerina Stewart of the USA. And tell you in that game, it's a real blowout. Wang out to a 5-1 lead and serving for this first set after just 22 minutes. And on court 12, Yang is taking on Johansson. And this is, of course, Yang Zhaoxuan of China taking on Mathilde Johansson of France. And in that match, it is 4-1 in favour of the French girl.
We'll keep an eye on court 12. Virginie Rosano is the next one up against Christy Ahn of the USA. So there's some prominent names on the women's side that will be featuring for their opening rounds. Back live now to show court 3. And the American in the white and orange with the advantage. Lucky shot there from the Australian. Gibbs will be looking to consolidate this break. Gibbs into the net there. Haven't seen a lot of that, but she managed to play a couple of lovely shots, and then the overhead was unreturnable. Long again. It's a deliberate strategy to try and take the ball early from Olivia Chandramulia. Sometimes it pays off, other times it doesn't. And that would have been caught behind. Fly ball in baseball.
I reckon 4 runs.
Might have gone over the keeper's head.
Another dry volley opportunity. She's 4 from 4 for her net approaches, Chandramulia.
They're all playing on the one side of the court then. Must be your helicopter arriving, John.
Looking forward to morning tea. Gibbs picking the right way.
40-30.
Or Chandramulia picking the wrong way, whichever way you look at it. Gibbs a chance to consolidate her break.
Well, Chandramulia flirted with the net, got the tape a couple of times, and up it went. See the ball cannoning into the net. The American couldn't quite make the most of it. Back to deuce.
Just got to watch the unforced error count. Doesn't creep up. We'll look at that stat shortly.
Advantage, Chandramulia.
And it meant something to her too. Little fist pump as she turned towards our commentary position, just quietly.
So 7th unforced error for Gibbs. Pushed it well wide. I think the excitement of the moment got to it. Chance to break back goes to waste.
There were some high looping balls in that rally, and then the drive volley, which has been a reliable weapon for her, deserting her at that moment, Chandramulia. And it was a big moment for it to go missing. Gibbs making the most of it. So forcing Chandramulia a long way back, and that cross court just too sharp. Jenny Boomans, time for Oz Open qualifying from Germany. It certainly is. But for Chandramulia, a disappointing result after having the opportunity to break back. She is now trailing in this opening set after half an hour of play. Gibbs up 4-2, holding through 4 deuces there and managing to emerge triumphant.
Number of matches already first set over in just 25 minutes. Hogan Camp over Irigoyen, 6-2. It's Soilu over Dushavina, 6-2. Johansson over Yang of China, 6-1. And Sevastova over Aeva, 6-3.
Too long from the American. The Australian needs to just settle for this service game, get it on the board, and get another opportunity to break again. For the American, though, if she can break again, she'll come out to serve for the opening set. Maybe the more benign conditions have brought out a bit more crowd, John.
Oh, I think without doubt. Well, I just thought Chandramulia had a couple of opportunities to put it away there in the deuce court with a forehand volley and just chose not to, and then found herself in a twist and had to sort of backhand volley this ball, and unforced error ensued. I guess that just shows lack of maturity.
It was almost predetermined, wasn't it? She thought, I'm going to this side, going to this side, going to this side, and needed to be more flexible.
Sean Murphy tweeting in, Nicole Gibbs' cross-court backhand is fantastic. Hashtag Oz Open.
Lovely right in the back corner there. Taylor quick, kicks some butt, Gibbsy. Oz open. So nice to have you on board, Taylor. And Yoran Chenet watching the qualifications from Belgium on the live stream. Great to have you along as well.
I like that Nicole Gibbs's Twitter handle is Gibbsy with 4 Ys.
Yes.
That's classic. The Aussies will love that.
Gibbsy.
So another breakpoint opportunity for Gibbs. If she wins this point, on the verge of taking the first set. We'll be checking in on court 7 from the #1 seed Wang Qiang, taking on Misa Uguchi of Japan at this sit down.
Game, Gibbs.
And the deal is done. So Gibbs with a double break in this opening set. Day 2 qualifying for the Australian Open. Gibbs leading Chandramulia of Australia 5-2 after 33 minutes. Let's get out to court number 7 and have a look at Uguchi and Wang.
Hard to split at this point. Koza games on serve in the 9th game at 4-all. Wang at top of screen in the lighter pink.
So Wang has won 10 singles and 1 doubles title on the ITF Tour in her career. Reached her best singles ranking, world number 82. Gucci is serving. And at 4-all, fairly square here. Wang is the #1 seed in the women's part of the qualifying draw.
Time.
Over on court 5, her compatriot Wang Yafan has taken the first set against Katarina Stewart of the USA 6-3. And on court 12, unfortunately for the Chinese contingent, Yang Zhaozhuan has lost the first set to Matilda Johansson 6-1. But, and is also down a break of serve in the second set.
Juice on court 7. We'll get back to show court 3. Gibbs serving to take the opening set.
Oh, almost did the impossible, but what about the return from Chandramulia? I'll have to see that on the replay.
Just took everything off it, didn't she, the Australian? Almost didn't make the distance back, but quite a deliberate little bunting type shot.
Ah, lovely.
15 all.
Really smoking at these two girls. Gibbs putting away another backhand winner. And if we have a look at the count, that's a 7th for the match.
Long from Gibbs. Second serve doesn't have a lot of venom. And she tried a little bit too much on it, Dan. Maybe she was aware that Chandramulia had been stepping in to take that second serve early.
First double fault for Gibbs.
(15:40).
A little conversation with herself, the American.
Matthew Harris, watching on the live stream, tweeted in, he says, watching the great free streaming. Cold, cold UK, so feeling the warmth from Oz. Well, it's not too warm here today, but I guess anything's a contrast to the wintry conditions of the UK.
Yeah, the ball from the service return just lobbing up, and really the American had plenty of opportunity to put it where she wanted to. Break point saved.
Deuce.
And back now to Juice. So Chandramulia had done the early work to try and break back. 2 points away now, Gibbs, from the opening set. Lovely swinging forehand.
Advantage.
Really loosened the
Chandramulia.
shoulders there, Chandramulia.
An 11th winner.
Maybe feeling nothing to lose.
Certainly has some power.
Long again from Gibbs. Frustration. Ball girl cops it. She's a little swat with the opposite hand.
Deuce.
Gibbs with plenty of court coverage brings it back to deuce. So it now becomes a little bit about mental strength, mental edge, consistency. Chandramulia has had opportunities. Gibbs has had opportunities. Strong cross court, straight back.
Advantage. Chandramulia.
The fist pump's now becoming a little bit more obvious. She's not doing it just as she turns her back. She's now doing it for her opponent to see as well, Chandramulia. She picked the right way once, but couldn't do it the second time. So Gibbs unflustered. Bringing it back to deuce number 3. That was when she picked it the right way, did Chandramulia. This time Gibbs said, well, you're not doing it twice.
Just a look of exasperation on the face of Nicole Gibbs. Goes to break point for the 5th time. Chandramulia a little fortuitous again, catching the tape with her return.
Deuce.
Well, again, Chandramulia picked the right way, managed to keep the ball back in play.
Advantage.
Gibbs was
Chandramulia.
caught scrambling. Seems to be the favoured side that Gibbs goes to. Maybe Chandramulia reading or anticipating. Second serve again. Break point number 6 for the Australian. Oh, and the drive volley, she took it lower than what she's taken the others and dumped it into the net. It was more of an underhand. Watch it in replay. She really let the ball drop, and then it wasn't a genuine drive volley at shoulder level. It was much more at hip height. Floundered into the net. Back to deuce. Bounce of the racket from the Australian. Can't relive those moments though, you have to keep moving forward. Set point again for Gibbs.
Yeah, for all the work that Chandramulia has put in, sort of come up fruitless. No, never say die. Took it early again, crept inside the baseline on the first serve.
This is a taxing service game too,
Yeah.
for Gibbs. She'll be looking forward to sit down if she can achieve the set. She's closer again.
Gibbs.
Ball long from Chandramulia.
The points of her first serve, she's won 63%.
Well-crafted point from the Australian, Chandramulia.
Use.
And the first exaltation of the morning, I think. The first come on we've heard. Wide
Advantage Gibbs.
whipping forehand that was just too high, sailed out. Another set point opportunity for Gibbs. Tomorrow you and I are involved, John, in the early part of the draw. And that will be tomorrow morning Australian time, around about 10:30.
Game. First set. Gibbs.
So there you go. The American eventually
6 games
takes
to 2.
the first set, 6-2 after 44 minutes. Nicole Gibbs over the top of Olivia Chandramulia of Australia with the double break and consolidating that 6-2 to the American.
Pretty evenly matched, these two early stages of the set before Gibbs pulled away. Let's take a look at first set highlights.
Gibbs just reaching for the water. Chandramulia was certainly the aggressor early.
Yep.
And it probably needed to be. Gibbs the more likely of the two. A couple of years older through the US college system. So Chandramulia was swinging. In the end, though, the experience of Gibbs, just in terms of shot placement.
Game. Gibbs.
And Chandramulia, we'll have a look at some of the stats, but the unforced errors from the Australian were telling, I would think, in the end.
Chandramulia had a better first serve percentage of 76, but her points winning on first serve, just 53% of those. Also the unforced error count at 20, which is very high for one set. 13 winners though, so it does show, as you mentioned earlier, Koza, the aggressor, trying to dictate play. On this occasion though, the more conservative Gibbs, and I guess more consistent Gibbs, with 2 of 3 break points won, making the most of her opportunities.
And I think that a lot of that comes with maturity and composure and the ability to read the pivotal moments in a tennis match. None from 8 from Chandramulia. Of course, a lot of them were just in the last service game that we saw there. So first set to the American, start of the second set, Australian serving. Ball going wide after the scramble from Gibbs. Chair umpire today is Dimitar Trivanovsky of New Zealand for this opening match.
Koza, there's already been a result for today on court 8. The first of the women's matches over. The 5th seed, Anastasia Sevastova of Latvia, taking care of Destiny Aeva, 6-3, 6-2. In well under an hour.
Little shuffle along the baseline there from the American, just as the service action was happening. Decided she was going to move more forehand side. Launched long and deep from that second serve, and Chandramulia had to scramble quickly to the right-hand side, couldn't get it done, couldn't get enough purchase on the ball. Well, I think she's still aware, John, she's very much got to go for her shots and try and make them count. But again, just that consistency, just missing a few of them, either long or slightly wide.
Some exciting shot play. Gibbs gets the job done with an overhead well out of the clutches of Chandramulia, and break point opportunity in the opening service game.
Yeah, the key points are coming a bit quicker for Chandramulia now. Already a break point against her. And she won't want to be playing catch up in this second set.
Let second serve. Game. Gibbs.
Disappointing way to lose it, John.
First game, second set.
Certainly is, and a third of 4 breakpoint opportunities. Gibbs really capitalising, especially when they're unforced errors like that. A second double fault, Chandramulia. She'll go to the change of ends with her tail between her legs, but still plenty of work to do.
Now, I did speak about Gibbs just altering her position momentarily, and there's that little shuffle, obviously being ready for it, and she slides sometimes using that little bit of footwork to slide along the baseline, just change her position momentarily.
Love.
It's going to be interesting to see the way Gibbs now, whether she can go forward and really impose herself on this game, or whether Chandramulia continues to try and swing and enforce her will.
There's your evidence there, Koza. Aggressive shot play from Gibbs. And I think she's
30,
probably
15.
the more competent at doing it.
Yeah, and Chandramulia is trying to play a little bit more defensive tennis, trying to keep herself in the points a little bit longer.
Katie Brown off Twitter saying we need our Rocky girl to make an Australian Open comeback. Backing Chandramulia.
Ball wide from the American.
30 all.
So this point here is one Chandramulia would love to be able to put in her side of the score sheet and potentially a break back opportunity. Now, is she going to step right in? She does. Foot to a foot and a half inside the baseline. And there it is. So a
30,
break point
40.
opportunity.
Hasn't converted any of them so far, Chandramulia.
None from 8 so far.
Deuce.
Great serve, wasn't it?
None from 9. She had been going down the tee a little bit, Gibbs. That one going wider to the backhand side.
It's one way to get out of trouble.
It was pretty handy.
There's the stat we talked about.
Advantage Gibbs.
Blink of an eye. All of a sudden, Chandramulia now looking at a different horizon. She's got to get herself back into this game.
Let for serve.
Second serve opportunity again. Doesn't need to bother. Double
Deuce.
fault from the American. Back to deuce.
Goes another result from court 10, where Stéphanie Frouets of France has dispatched of Ivana Jaksic 6-1, 6-1.
Advantage Gibbs.
There might be a feeling Chandramulia, if she can get over the top of this hurdle, anything's possible, but
Let for serve.
a bit of a long way home if she's chasing 0-2 in the second set.
Game Gibbs.
And that is exactly what she's doing. Gibbs, the American, holds on. More
Gibbs leads
experience,
by
another
2
4 or
to
5 years older, and maybe that's beginning to tell.
Some quick live scores from court 5. It's Wang leading 1 set to love and up a break against Stewart in the second set. On court 7, another Wang, the number 1 seed, has taken the first set 7-5. And on court 12, Yang is down a set, but up a break in this second set 5-2 against Johansson.
Love 15.
Got to keep her composure here, Chandramulia. This is the sort of training ground where you want to practice being in these situations and getting yourself out of trouble. Plenty of them ahead in her career.
Love 30.
An unusual shot from Chandramulia there. Flat-footed, just swung from the shoulder. No real hip movement. Certainly a better serve, staying in the point longer, forcing the error. The American wanting to finish it there and then. 15-30. Again, Gibbs searching for the line.
Join us on Twitter, #OzOpen, just like Francois has done, one of our regular viewers. Says, I'm watching from Montreal in Quebec. Thanks for the live streaming. And go Gibbsy. Getting behind the American.
So Chandramulia now 3 points in a row. She's gone from a love 30 position now to being just one serve away from getting herself on the board in this second set. So well done to the 18-year-old. Now she has to finish it off. Not with that shot.
Deuce.
The serve certainly found the back of the service box, but the hit long down the line just with too much pepper on it. Third time this service game for the Australian that Gibbs has searched for the line. Little change in strategy.
There's a severe look in the eye of Gibbs, but trying to maintain composure. Looked good.
Great defensive lob, but just went a little bit too long. Backhand at the net was good.
Gibbs not happy with the previous call.
No, I'm sitting down that line, John, and I don't think she's got too much to complain about, to be fair. Chandramulia holding serve and showing a bit of maturity there, being able to come back from love 30 down. A couple of other break points went against her, and she managed to win through. Still trails 1-2.
Let's check in on some of the other courts. Women's first round action of qualifying happening. This is court 7, where we see Iguchi serving at 1-love in the second set against the #1 seed Wang Qiang, who is down a break of serve in the second set, but holds a 1-set-to-love lead. Apologies. This is Wang serving in the pink. So games on serve in the second at 1-love. Can report that Jana Fett of Croatia has upstaged Sarah Tomic, the Australian, 6-3, 6-2. That match just finished on court 6. Back to deuce here on court 7. On court 5, another Chinese girl, Wang Yafan of China, taking on Katarina Stewart. It was Wang who took the first set 6-3, games on serve at 4-all in the second.
Sarah Tomic will be hoping her brother Bernard can go deeper into the Australian Open than what she has in qualifying.
Love 15.
And on into a deciding set on court 12 between Yang and Johansson. Just beginning now.
She managed to cover the ground, the Australian, but the American shot was too strong, and you see the Australian reading it, predicting it, getting the racket there, but without any carry on it. Ball ricocheting high and wide. Delightful little touch. She's covering plenty of terrain, the American.
30-15.
Gibbs has certainly got the wheels in motion. Came in, I reckon this just grabbed a little bit of the tape on the way through.
Just a brush. Good evening to our American viewers, including Dan, who says, my niece Ellery says the streaming is awesome and hoping for a Gibbsy win.
Well done, Ellery. Lovely to have you along. Long. Not good contact at all.
30-all.
You two can join the conversation on Twitter. Hashtag Oz Open, the place to do it. TJ having a little fun on Twitter saying Tomic is out of the Oz Open already.
True. One part of the family is. And that is Sarah, not Bernard.
Bernard, his highest seeding of 16 this year.
Frustration, Chandramulia yelling out 40-30 to the American. You watch Gibbs occasionally, if she's out of position, she's got this high sort of looping forehand. It's just enough to get her out of jail occasionally. She used it there.
Game, Gibbs.
So Gibbs goes to a 3-1 advantage in this second set.
3 games to 1.
And this is the game now that Olivia Chandramulia needs to get busy on.
Games on serve between Wang and Stewart at 5-4 in the second. Wang leading a set to love. Likewise on court 7 between Wang and Iguchi. Wang leading a set to love, and on court 12 into a third set decider between Johansson and Yang.
There's that little shuffle we highlighted earlier. You can actually hear it in the effects mic when Gibbs just gets those tangerine sneakers in motion.
Is that the colour, Koza?
That's it. Tangerine.
I certainly know your citrus.
Nicely crafted from Chandramulia.
30 love.
Up and down the middle for a while. And then bang, big cross court. And those tangerine sneakers weren't in motion quickly enough. Ace down the middle. Might be our first for the morning, I would suggest, John. Don't think we've seen a lot.
Certainly is.
Just grabbing the line. Chandramulia has a second glance at it, but the return was good. Chandramulia thought it was going out, but just caught some of the chalk. The American thought, and it does happen, but occasionally the concession of a game, we'll let this one slide by, I've got a break, we'll come out and serve again. But I think now Gibbs has actually said, you know what, I might be able to do what I did in the opening set and get a double break.
Let's first serve.
Plenty of activity on Twitter. Keep them coming. Hashtag OzOpen. We'll get to them soon.
And the American has got it back to deuce.
Lockie France says, come on Gibbsy. Hashtag Stanford represent. Reference to her university there. Warren Reed's watching at work. An amazing quality stream. Says Chandramulia is good, but Gibbs has been hosed on a few of those line calls.
Ooh. Well, again, Chandramulia, that's the second time she's put it into the net and the second time she's taken it low at sort of hip level. When she started doing the drive volleys, they are much more at shoulder level. She's letting it drop down towards her hip now, and on both occasions it's come up short. Sometimes a lot of players prefer to let it bounce and then address the situation.
Overcooked it again. Well, that's just summing up her day so far. I think that's the fourth time we've seen her do that on a prime opportunity to win the point. And an unforced error like that is not going to get you anywhere. So Nicole Gibbs seizes the double break here in this second set and looks to be steaming towards first round victory. We'll get to court 7 to check in on the live scores from there. The #1 seed from China, Wang Qiang against Misa Iguchi. You can see Wang here serving at top of screen in the pink. She currently has a 1-set-to-love lead, and game's on serve 1-2 in the second.
They are slugging it heavy, these ladies.
Smoking it. Over on court 5, her compatriot Wang, her namesake as well, is serving for the match against Katarina Stewart of the USA. And on court 12, it's 1-1 in the deciding set between Johansson and Yang.
Plenty of great Chinese players coming through. the Grand Slam of Asia Pacific, the Australian Open. And we'll monitor Wang, who started playing tennis at the age of 9. She did take out the Championship of Malaysia. That's been one of her biggest wins. Back live, show court 3.
Jeremy Bradbury on Twitter says, Gibbsy much better, hashtag down the line and hashtag backhand. Says, you got this. Seriously, thanks for sharing the live stream.
30 love.
It was Warren Reid complaining that Gibbs had been hosed on a few of those calls.
Yeah. Tom Short saying Gibbsy is taking this one, upsetting the home country representative.
Let for serve.
Well, there has been quite a few Australians that have been, we love the term, bundled out qualifying. A couple have got through though. A few of the men to feature in the second round of the men's side this afternoon. And a few of the women will be keeping an eye on court number 6.
40 love.
This is going to be a really quick service game for the American if she can sail through, and it will go back onto the racket of the Australian. The cards all stacked against the local hope at the moment.
Game, Gibbs.
That's one of the quickest service games we've seen.
Gibbs leads by 5 games to 1.
So Gibbs just taking it up a notch or two. And if she can break here, she will get through to the second round of qualifying for the Australian Open.
Another result on court 11, Koza. Kristina Kucheva of Slovakia upsetting Alexandra Wozniak of Canada, 6-3, 6-3.
Love 15.
Too wide. This is going to be an enormous learning curve for an 18-year-old girl who is wanting to make her way in the tennis world. Just about consistency, about timing, maturity. She has shown glimpses of all of that. I'm not saying she's done yet, but she's chasing the American at this stage.
Love 30.
Too much power, easy to read. The ball didn't have a lot on it, 113 Ks, and lobbed right in the middle. Easily, the American ran around and monstered that big forehand.
On Twitter, Pavel Guskiewicz is watching, waiting for Francesca Schiavone to fight for her 62nd Grand Slam main draw appearance. And he sends Koza his greetings from his bed in cold Poland. Good to have your company, Pavel.
Absolutely. Only a couple of points away from seeing Francesca Schiavone against Anne-Sophie Mestach of Belgium. Wow. What a rally from these ladies. Deep into the second set. Chandramulia just hanging tough there and managing to get the job completed.
The crowd getting behind her as well, Koza.
Yeah, they certainly are. Well, I think they're respecting the fact that she is not just conceding the whole lot to the American, but making her win every point. Good crowd in today. It's tough, isn't it?
Deuce.
We go from a rally with 30, 35 shots in it to a rally with only a handful, and again, it's that youth and level of inconsistency that just forces her to hit the ball long. Chandramulia back to deuce.
Advantage, Chandramulia.
Okay, Gibbs with the double break here. So if she is unable to win this game over Chandramulia, she'll come out and serve for the second set and for the match. Chandramulia with the advantage. And Chandramulia ices that game.
Gibbs leads by 5 games to 2.
Well constructed point. Got her opponent right out wide with the serve. Players head towards their respective benches. We might be able to check in with the action on court number 7.
Yeah. It's the women's number 1 seed, Wang Qiang of China and Misa Iguchi. Wang took the first set 7-5, and she's up a break of serve in this second set, serving at 3 games to 2. Currently also at the sit-down. Other matches taking place around the courts. Well, court 6 is into its second game there. Olivia Rogovska of Australia taking on Ivana Djorovic of Serbia. After Jana Fett disposed of Sarah Tomic. There was a question off Twitter before in relation to Sarah Tomic from Alice Zinn. Is Sarah Tomic Bernie's sister? Absolutely she is.
Certainly is. Younger sister of Bernard.
This is court 6 now, so this is Rogovska at, looks like bottom of screen in the pink, taking on Djorovic. Back now, court 3. Gibbs serving for the match at 5-2 in the second. Almost got the job done in that previous game, but Chandramulia holding on.
The ball was called out. The correction was from the chair. And so Gibbs, the resultant point, 30 love. Yeah, nice. She had the time to be able to wait, see what the American did.
30,
and
15.
then Chandramulia just putting it back into the open side court behind her opponent.
Result from court 5, where Wang Yafan has won her match against Katarina Stewart, 6-3, 7-5 to advance to the second round.
A good day early for China. something for everyone there, because there was drop shots and slices and high forehands.
Smorgasbord of shots.
And in the end, it's brought up match point.
Taylor Quick saying Gibbsy brought the hammer to this match. On Twitter, hashtag OzOpen.
Hammer.
Josh Newcomb saying no fibs for Gibbs, her game doesn't lie.
Oh, there you go. Hope she brought a racket as well. Long from Gibbs. One match point saved by the Australian.
Well, Gibbs asking the question, how many times has the ball taken the tape from the Chandramulia racket? I reckon we're up around 5 or 6.
Yes.
And, well, it's not much, but it's a little opening for Chandramulia, and it might be enough to ignite the flame for a comeback. Break point on the Gibbs serve at 5-2.
Deuce.
Bit of work on that ball. Chandramulia unable to effect a return. Back to deuce. Nice. Very nice from the American. Low on the ball. Made the most of just a small opportunity to whiz that one across court.
Brings up a second match point for the American. This time makes the most of it. The unforced error from Chandramulia hands Gibbs the match on a silver platter. 6-2, 6-2. She goes through and lives to tell another date as the #2 seed. Olivia Chandramulia eliminated from the competition. Well, Koza, in the end, we predicted the experience might be just too much, and we certainly saw the maturity of the 23-year-old shine through.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we go back through the highlights, you'll see Chandramulia tried to take it early up to the American, and I think that was really what she needed to do. This is the second set now where the American stepped up a notch or two, found some more delicate shots, some drop shots, and was a little bit cleverer in the placement of the ball. Found the power when she needed to, and in the end, it was none of the wins are easy, but it was certainly comprehensive. So Chandramulia was just caught a little bit short. She showed glimpses of real potential, but again, having a look at that unforced error count, 39, and the winners, which originally were with the Australian, tipped over to the American, 18-16, less unforced errors. And you have a look at the break points won. Chandramulia unable to convert any of her 10.
That's a telling stat.
It really is. And net points won 6 out of 8 as against 5 out of 9. So just more consistency, more getting it done when it mattered most. And as we said, some highlights there for Chandramulia. She and her coaching staff will go back through that videotape. They'll work out what they've done, how it worked out, what hasn't gone the way it might have. And we'll be back in a moment as the crowd continues to come in here on show court number 3. Mums, dads, men, women, lots of interesting participants. And up next, Francesca Schiavone, the 2010 champion from Roland Garros, will be on court for qualifiers day 2 at Melbourne Park. More in a moment.
With the following players, please report to the practice.
rejoin the action from Court 7 here at Melbourne Park. It's women's qualifying first round action. And we're watching this match between Wang Qiang of China, the #1 seed, who won the first set against Misa Iguchi of Japan, and will be serving for the match at 5-2 in the second after this sit-down. Other matches taking place at the moment. There's another Chinese girl still out on court. Court 12 it is. Yang Zhao taking on Mathilde Johansson of France. But it is the French girl who has a double break. In fact, a single break of serve, 4-2 in this third set. Let's head to court 6, where Olivia Rogovska is in action. She's taking on Ivana Jorovic of Serbia. Currently in the third game of the first set. Games on serve, Jorovic serving here at 15:30.
And Rogovska has been to the second round here at the Australian Open twice, 2012 and also 2014. Second round of the French in 2009. At Wimbledon, only been able to reach third round of the qualifiers, and first round of the US Open. She has done that 3 times. So Rogovska has certainly been a credentialed player without making penetration deep in any of the Grand Slams.
Lovely cross-court backhand by Jorovic. We'll come back to that match shortly, but this is court 7, another key match of interest because it features the #1 seed, Wang and Iguchi, and it is Wang serving for the match and a spot in the second round of qualifying.
Wang is the reigning Asian Games gold medalist in singles. I think Iguchi's saying that ball was outside of the perimeter. They generally don't overturn them. Let's have a look and just see. Oh, I think that caught plenty of the tape. But maybe at 30 love and only a couple of points away from bowing out, you're trying everything. Match point now for Wang. Not with that fault. Couple of match points up her sleeve. One conceded there though, 40-15. Iguchi, the Japanese player, closest to screen. Wang serving in the pink. Second serve. First one must have been a let. Now it's second serve. Still a couple of match points. Well, in the end, Wang certainly the aggressor, and 7-5, 6-2 to the #1 seed, Wang of China, over Iguchi of Japan. So 7-5 and 6-2, the progress being made. That's the first game on court 7. And having a look at the match summary, an hour and a half on court, 93 minutes. Only a couple of aces, both to the Japanese lady. Double faults, 4 to Wang. But when you have a look at the unforced errors, 43-34. Break points won, she had more opportunity and more of them. Points won at the net, and total points won in total 81-270. So Wang, the #1 seed, is through. Let's
head back to court 3 for the toss of the coin ahead of this second match on our feature court between Francesca Schiavone, left of screen there in the magenta, and Anne-Sophie Mestach of Belgium. The chair umpire Richard Haig of Great Britain. As these players prepare to warm up. You mentioned before, Francesca Schiavone is a Grand Slam champion.
I remember it well. French Open. She managed to claim in 2010. There she is, Francesca Schiavone, on screen now.
Her best performance at the Australian Open was a quarter-final berth in
2011. Yeah, Wimbledon 2009, also quarter-finalist, and two-time quarter-finalist at the US Open in 2003, and also 2010 quarter-finalist at the Olympic Games. But in doubles, she's also claimed the French Open as well and been to the semi-final of the other 3 Grand Slams. 09 here at the Australian Open, 2012 at Wimbledon, and 2006 at the US Open. And Fed Cup winner for her native Italy, winning in 2006, 09 and also 2010.
Gearing up for her 16th consecutive Australian Open appearance is Schiavone, the 35-year-old. So plenty of experience for the Italian. Severe contrast to her opponent at the other end of the court, and Sophie Mestach of Belgium, who's only featured once in a Grand Slam. It was last year here at Melbourne Park in the Australian Open, where she was knocked out in the opening round. She's a 21-year-old right-hander. She's already played a tournament this year in New Zealand, in Auckland. Reached the final in the doubles, partnering Elise Mertens, compatriot. And they won the final against Danka Kovinic and Barbara Stritzova.
1.7 metres tall. It's not overly tall for a female player. When you have a look at the height, Maria Sharapova and Serena Williams and Venus Williams. There's some really tall timber amongst it. And Francesca Schiavone warming up at the far end of the court, still with the tracksuit top on.
These two have never played each other before, unsurprisingly. And, Schiavone's last 5 results, she had a couple of losses. She lost in the round of 32 in that same tournament I mentioned before in Auckland, but reached the quarterfinals of her previous tournament at the end of, reached the semi-finals rather, at the end of 2015, and lost that to Louisa Chirico. And Sophie Mestach, as I mentioned, reached the final in Auckland, lost to Elise Mertens. She had a couple of wins, a couple of really good wins against Petra Martic and Kirsten Flipkens. And that was the road to this match for those two girls. So second round action here, women's qualifying, first round action rather. And we can report from court 7 that Wang, the top seed, has advanced against Higuchi in straight set 7-5, 6-2.
Conditions much cooler here at Melbourne Park than for day one. There is the possibility of maybe a shower or two. Skies are fairly grey, a little blustery, currently 17.5, so a maximum of just 19 degrees, and by comparison 41, 42 degrees here yesterday. So conditions, while overcast and a little windy, are much more favourable for the players who are out there at the moment. So Belgian you're looking at there on screen, and that is the Italian Schiavone, who tore the Australian hearts asunder in 2010 when she downed Sam Stosur in the final of the French Open. In a couple of sets it was 6-4 and 7-6. Stosur couldn't get into it in the first one, managed to force a tie-break in the second one, but Schiavone won her way through to a Grand Slam title. John Hoovenars departs in commentary, and we're going to be joined very shortly by Kate Kearns for the first time this morning as we head towards midday local time here in Australia. Don't forget the draw. We'll be able to bring you through the AOTV channels, the draw tomorrow, and that will be done and dusted by this time tomorrow morning. We'll find out who's playing who and where and how and why, how it's all going to unfold. So the all-important draw just 24 hours away. Good morning to you, Kate.
Good morning, Ian. How are you?
Very well. Yes, looking forward to some great tennis for the rest of today. Schiavone and Mestach from Belgium up here on show court 3. Then we've got Elena Vesnina against Lin Victory of China. Nate Baines from Australia. Sasha Vickery from the USA. And then John Patrick JP Smith against Vincent Millot of France. So some great matches here, and we'll also be keeping an eye out. There's a lot of prominent Asian, Chinese players that are featuring in this first day of the women's singles qualifying. For the men, it is the second round.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that we're getting through all the second round today for the men's, but there were just a couple.
The second round.
I actually just walked past JP Smith. He's looking fit and fine and ready for today's match, which, as you said, will be on this court, court 3, a little later today. Looking forward to this match. It's a big surprise to see Francesca Schiavone having to qualify. I think it's been 16 years since she's had to qualify to get into a Grand Slam.
Yeah, it certainly is one of the more prominent names, and we don't get a lot of Grand Slam champions that have to come back through qualifying. I mean, we did see it. There's been the famous cases of players getting through qualifying and then taking titles or getting into finals, but not generally a Grand Slam champion.
No, indeed. And really we're seeing, I think, her slide in terms of her career. She's now, 35 years of age, and I was actually surprised that, not that I thought she'd retired, but I would think that we'll hear about retirement in the next year or two.
A lazy $10.5 million in prize money she's earned across the career. So she's been at it, though, for the best part of 15 years, probably, at the age of 35 now. It's roughly earning probably, $700,000 or $800,000 a year. And a lot of that on the double circuit too, Kate. And she's been very prominent there with Roberta Vinci.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not forget just how well she's done in Fed Cup, helping Italy, obviously, to, I think, three-time winner. 3 titles, yeah.
Thank you. First sets. And Sophia Mestach to serve.
Mestach, who is going to be serving from the bottom of your screen in the black.
$15.
Cramp Schiavone up early there. Just a little slip on the court there from Mestach.
Yeah, we expect to see a lot of variety from both these players today, which could make this a very interesting match. Both like to slice and dice, and of course Schiavone with that heavy top hand, the spin that she puts on her forehand.
Gee, that was right down the tee.
Yeah.
Must have been only ever so slightly long. Hear the wind coming up in the effects mic, blowing around the attire of the players. Gum trees in Garden Square getting a little workout as well. Always blows my hair around, Kate. Taylor's like today.
You need to wear a hat.
I don't think I need to worry about it.
Game, Mestach. First game.
So Mestach with the opening service hold here, leading 1-0 over Schiavone. We will travel around the courts for you. The Grand Slam of Asia Pacific, and certainly plenty of Chinese and other nationalities trying to qualify through here. You can see those gum trees there.
Yeah, just
blustery conditions.
quickly on court 9, I'm looking at Brodie from Great Britain, who did well in Auckland.
Francesca
She's
Schiavone
playing Lim,
Victory.
and she lost the first set 6-3, won the next 6-2, but Lim is 5-2 up in the third and decider.
Very vocal on court, isn't she, Schiavone? Grunts and moves and lots of
You certainly know
exertions.
where she is.
Yeah.
Doesn't give away a position.
No camouflage there.
15-all.
She just bustles around the place, though. All about the business.
Very fit.
30-15.
Works hard on that side of the game. That was a good pickup by Mestach with that forehand.
Mm. Schiavone's going to have a lot of different tricks to her game. 35 years old, plenty of experience. What does Mestach have to do to just mix it up to make sure that the Italian can't dictate terms early?
She wants to get that ball back quickly to her.
Quickly,
Yeah.
low, hard, fast.
At her feet. Don't give her time to set up.
No, because she's just been doing it for so long that hard to get past.
Of course, once again, easier said than done, and you know, she's facing a lot of heavy balls, Mestach. That's what she'll expect from the racket of Schiavone today, so it might take her a little time to adjust. She probably hasn't played that many players that play like Schiavone.
Yes. I don't think there's a lot that do play like Schiavone.
That's right. Do we have a head-to-head with these ladies?
Not that we've seen so far. Let us have a look and see.
And a serve like that from Mestach, that's ideal. Straight into the body, really jamming the backhand side of Schiavone. Yes, that ball was way too short. Mestach right up to hit that forehand. Oh, an easy hold in the end from Mestach. She leads 2 games to 1 here in this first set. And I think we're going out to court 6, where we have Australia's Olivia Regalska against Ivana Djorovic from Serbia. And Djorovic is leading 6-1. She took the first set, and we're just starting on the second.
Just 28 minutes. So Regalska needing to just get involved in this game. That's the hardest thing, isn't it? When you get blown off the court early like that, it's certainly tough.
You start again. Start from scratch. Olivia's ranking 2 really blowing out last year. And we're back here on show court 3, a match between Francesca Schiavone and Anne-Sophie Mestach.
May well be the first meeting between these two. Just trying to see in terms of head-to-head.
I sent you on a wild goose chase, didn't I, Ian?
You have, indeed. But we'll get there in the end.
Power behind this microphone. Yeah, it's really set up with that lovely serve down the line. Gets the short reply, puts it away.
No, I think that ball just held up a little bit in the breeze and
took off.
Mestach was thinking that it was going to come more to her side, and in the end she was just reaching. Into the net there from Schiavone. Must take a lot of energy to be that vocal as well. Some players enjoy it. Stand and deliver backhand, wasn't it, down the line?
How many times have we seen that over the years? Classic Schiavone backhand down the line.
Bang.
That is a beautiful shot.
And it goes almost the full 360. Starts from right here, sweeps right through the clock face and back out again. Marvellous backhand. Doesn't need a lot of opportunity, and you don't want to be popping those sort of balls up to the Italian like that. 2 games apiece.
Oh, lovely play by the Belgium. Opening up the court.
It was penetrating when she hit it, wasn't it? Just went
She really whips
upper
that.
level.
Yeah, she really whips that forehand. And once again, that serve going into the body of Schiavone.
Right from her opening serve, she has cramped Schiavone.
Yeah, it's definitely a tactic that she's decided to be best against her opponent today.
I think Francesca's normally pretty nimble, so if she can halt a little bit of that movement by making her almost get out of the way rather than move to the ball. Sliding forehand, not able to get over the net.
And those balls from Schiavone, they're really jumping up at Mestach, aren't they? They're hard to handle. As I said, very heavy, a lot of spin on that ball.
It's a style that she's really made it all her own, Francisca Schiavone, but the amount of work on some of those balls means that you just need the smallest little mishit. Maybe a margin of error is so small that if you mistime it, bang, out it sails, as we've just seen then. A little bit of the tape on that second one. Important moment here for the Belgian. Schiavone crafted that point beautifully, kept the Belgian right back on the baseline, managed to come in and then was able to get the win.
Just quickly, update on court 9. Elige Lim from France has defeated Naomi Brody in 3 sets, 6-3, 6-2, 6-3.
Gee, the Belgian had flirted with the line and the tape and everything else, but survives the break point. Deuce.
Yeah, she really had to work hard. Taking a few deep breaths at the back of the court. Survives the one break.
Another break here. And again, with so much work on the ball from the Italian on screen now, it just means that sometimes it's not even your own will that gets imposed on your shot. Nice from the Belgian. Mestach.
Yeah, it was a good serve at 170 kilometres an hour. Got the short ball, comes in and does what she needs to do. Showing good composure early on. So another breakpoint opportunity for the veteran Italian. Schiavone really rushing to the net to put a lot of pressure on a younger opponent.
And the head-to-head comparison. The reason we've been looking for it, there isn't one. They have not played each other. 21-year-old versus 35-year-old. And really, Schiavone would have been playing main draw. Primarily, and that's why, because she manages to get the break. An all or nothing flying right hand from the Belgian, couldn't find the line. Let's have a look at this in replay, because you'll see this ball sail right down this line and couldn't quite find it.
No, but she had good purchase on that forehand.
She did. So the early break goes to the Italian, the number 6 seed. Schiavone up over the top of Mestach. Let's get to court 6. Olivia Rogowska, battle there against Serena Jorovic of Serbia. Rogowska in the pink at the bottom of screen. And Jorovic serving to consolidate an early break in the second set. Drop shot from way back there was probably ambitious at best.
It's an opportunity for Rogowska. She's got this game to juice.
So Rogowska, a set down. He's handed a breakaway already. And we'll keep you up to date with what is going on there. Second match on court 6, back live, show court 3. Schiavone, French Open champion of 2010 serving.
Just starting to overhit a few of those balls. Mestach trying to keep the ball deep, not wanting to get any balls short, because Schiavone's been right up and ready to put those balls away today. She hasn't missed.
Not much is going to fluster Schiavone, you would suggest. She's got those years of experience of being able to get herself out of trouble, and at the moment she's got an early break.
Ooh, a foot fault has been called on Schiavone.
She might have delivered a fairly piercing glance back at that linesperson.
30-15.
Just quickly, Jorovic has consolidated that break of serve in the second. She's up 3-1 on Rogowska from Australia.
Oh, Mestach got there. It looked like Schiavone was all over that point. The Belgian got going and managed to get it back past. Look at that.
That is
great angle. Once she got there, the court was open.
But she had to motor to get to that ball, and great composure.
I think Schiavone thought she'd done enough. Long, so a couple of key points there and a break point up for the Belgian.
You can see what Schiavone is trying to do, though, keep that ball deep and high at her opponent. Yes, there's a little fist pump from Schiavone.
Juice.
Following in a great serve. That's a serve and volley. Something that you don't see very often.
The amount of doubles Schiavone's played, though, she's going to be good at the net.
advantage, Schiavone.
It's only just an inch or two of tape, but
She didn't have enough on it.
makes an extraordinary difference. Bulleted over once, couldn't do it the second time. Schiavone, chance to hold.
Game, Schiavone.
Does so successfully and reaffirms that break. 4-2
Schiavone leads by 4 games to 2.
in the opening set.
Well, she had to fight, didn't she, to hold serve, but as you said, consolidating that first break. Finds herself up 4-2. That certainly looks good on the scoreboard.
Now for Mestach, this is now more about just settling, composure. You can see she's not racing, taking her time. Clever stuff from her.
Yeah, well,
Schiavone's a busy little player.
Yeah, she is, and it is only the one break, and she has proven, as she did in that last game, that she can put pressure on the Schiavone serve.
I think that lady was sending us a tweet. If you'd like to do that, hashtag OzOpen, and you can tweet us anytime you like. So hashtag OzOpen. Get yourself into the Twitter sphere, maybe ask a question. Consult the guru that is Kate Kearns about what's going on.
Touch.
Yeah, may have
15 all.
perhaps thought twice about putting the racket out, but she did, and it hit, and the ball went flying out. I have a tweet here from Peter. He said, I love the qualifying and early rounds of the slams. There's just so much going on.
There is so much going on, and if you're not able to get down for qualifying, a ground pass in the first week of the Australian Open, you see some extraordinary tennis players on the outside courts. The family can wander around. All the food and drink concessions are open. Absolutely great value, a ground pass for the opening week of the Australian Open. Because let's face it, they can't fit all the stars in on Rod Laver or Margaret Court or Hisense. They've got to be somewhere else, and that somewhere else is where you and your family, your mates, your friends might be able to get to.
I have noticed this year, Ian, you know, sort of walking around all the different courts, that there's so much shade this year.
Yeah, they've worked hard in... well, the trees obviously provide a level, but there's a lot of now awnings and
Yes,
verandas
that's right.
and things like that that provide plenty of shade. No, not opportune there. Double fault. Look at Schiavone. Just always busy in the court. Bouncing, prancing, just keeps herself moving all the time.
And it's a cooler day today. You've got to make sure that the body doesn't get, you know, with the wind too. Cool you down quickly. Keep on your toes, keep moving.
Yeah, it's a pivotal point here.
I think some of those unforced errors are starting to mount too.
The Belgian can ill afford to hand another break to the Italian. Where's this one going? Down the tee, out wide. She attempts to go wide. And in the end, Schiavone obliges by going even wider with a backhand.
That's the timing that you were speaking about earlier, Ian, in terms of that backhand. It's sweet when it works, but sometimes she just doesn't get herself in the right position. I think got a little too close to the ball just then.
Net first service.
Schiavone didn't have to move a lot there, and then a fairly limp sort of approach to that backhand. What happened there, Kate?
Well, that was a really interesting point because there were a lot of slices and dices, and then the ball flattened out. And in the end, it was the big forehand, which is probably her weapon, I think, Mestach, and she really flattened that ball out, and that just didn't get to where Schiavone thought it was going. She needs to step up.
19 shots there, longest rally of this match so far.
Game, Mestach.
Yeah, nice save by Mestach because she was looking at the potential of a double break early on in this first term. But in actual fact, Schiavone now leads at 4-3 with just under half an hour having been played in this first set. Mestach with the Titan water just rehydrating. We'll be able to get out to the other courts that are in and around Melbourne Park.
Yes, at court 5, we've got the Austrian Tamira Paszek. There's a lot being said about her. She's the 14th seed in the qualifiers, and she's taken the first set 6-2 against Kozlova. And I think we've already spoken about court 6, and that match went 6-1, 6-1 to Jorovic of Serbia, was it?
Yeah, that's right. Over
against the Australian Regalska.
Yeah, that's right. Rodionova is the next Aussie up on that court there, and then Kamiko Dade Krum, who I think started playing just before Federation of Australia and is still playing now. No, it's great to see. And
in between tennis matches, she runs marathons, so there's no stopping this woman.
No, she's absolutely brilliant. So we look forward to seeing her as a part of qualifying. This is day 2 of qualifying. You've just woken up, maybe popped the computer on or got it on one of the social channels out through AOTV. Welcome to our coverage. If you'd like to contribute, the hashtag you need is AusOpen. Chris Goldsmith not so happy with Schiavone's vocalisation. A noise is coming from her. He's less than glowing about the way she does vocalise on the courts.
I tend not to hear it after a while.
Yeah, well, I think you... it is every serve and every shot. Regardless of really where it's going or what sort of shot is played.
$30 left. $40 love.
Yeah, blink of an eye. 40 love. Schiavone can hold quickly here and then force it back onto the Belgian to serve again. And whack! Oh, into the net.
40-15.
Could have finished it.
She got in too close.
She
needed to be back a little bit further to hit that ball.
That was
it got high.
Double knee jump and everything. There was quite a flourish and nil result. A little bit of showboating from the Italian. Great play, though, by the Belgian, Mestach, who's trying to mix it up as much as she possibly can. Schiavone didn't opt for the overhead there, chased it back and tried the between the knees shot.
That didn't work.
No, not at all. Not within a bull's roar. Let's have a look. You have to be fairly polished to try and finish that one off.
Well,
couple of opportunities.
Yeah, she was 40 love up in the service. Mestach, she has got it back to juice.
That overhead that looked as simple as you like could have been done, dusted at the other end receiving, and instead she's battling along at juice.
Advantage, Schiavone.
Yeah, that serve really jumping up to the backhand of Mestach. She really struggled to get out of the way of that ball. Oh, and a double fault from Schiavone. She's still thinking about that overhead.
I think she might be. Dare say the conversation with herself is probably not complimentary. For Ian or Kate from Mark Jones, whatever happened to Jelena Dokic? Did injury curtail her career? Hashtag tennis questions. Like the hashtag.
Advantage, Mestach.
Kate, Jelena Dokic.
I think, yeah, injury. She could just never put a full 12 months together in the end, Jelena, and there was, you know, so much going on in her life too. So I can remember that Australian Open many years ago where I think she got through to the quarterfinals, and it was just such a lovely winning streak for her, and that was about the best we saw in terms of her career towards the latter stages. Obviously, I think she got to as low as number 5 in the world.
Yeah.
Just that wonderful, I think, in terms of her game, that double-handed backhand down the line was a classic shot.
She was only fairly slight, but very powerful for... I remember having a back injury at one stage. Schiavone. Now another advantage opportunity, a break opportunity for the Belgian. Schiavone just in all sorts here. Have a look at this sort of arrangement. Down low and not really sure, and very unfashionable.
Oh, boy.
Mestach. Rush of blood, was it? Trying to get something down the line. Just couldn't at all. So back to deuce number 4.
Just did not get around on the backhand on that ball. And she had that line wide open. Well, missed opportunity, but back to deuce. See what she can do here, the young Austrian. No, Belgian, sorry.
That's right. Ghent in Belgium.
Oh, the Ghent altarpiece. Same town.
I would imagine so. More, in my world, more renowned for the cycling.
Advantage, Schiavone.
She really plants that front foot sometimes too on that backhand, doesn't she, the Belgian? And sometimes doesn't give her the flexibility maybe she needs. Sort of, she can be quite heavy.
It sticks.
It really sticks.
Yep.
It's quite heavy. Heavy footwork, rather than being a little bit lighter.
Game, Schiavone.
Well, Schiavone jumps herself back out of jail and
Schiavone leads by 5
holds
games
onto
to
that
3.
lead at 5-3. 37 minutes though, so 7 or 8 minutes for that service game there. Will be fairly taxing after she really could have sailed through it.
She could have done that in
40
2
love.
minutes.
If
Yeah.
she was, yeah.
Making hard work out of it is Schiavone, but as you said, she's up a break, 5-3.
Now, in answer to that question of Jelena Dokic, she had a wrist injury, handed a couple of wild cards. Was training with Todd Woodbridge at one stage, but just unable to get back into that top echelon.
Love 15.
think of all the things she had to deal with as well. Extraordinary. Look at that bang. She really lands very heavily, and bang, that's the one there where it's a plant. It's not a shuffle.
It's not sliding into it.
No, not at all. Oh, Mestach got to it.
Oh, that was a great get. This girl has really fast wheels.
She does. She does when she gets going, because that was absolutely finished. Managed to sweep it around, and Schiavone was awake up to it.
And it's not that she actually gets to the ball. She gets it back in play, does something. We didn't get the big winner then, but boy, that must scare your opponent seeing that. Just makes you really go hard for some of your shots, try to find the lines.
15-30.
Take away the margin that a lot of players would normally use when they're in their, you know, throughout a match. And you've got someone that can run that fast.
Back to level pegging. 9th game of this opening set. So she's a bit of a contradiction, because she can be very heavy on her feet and at other times really nimble. Low ball toss and scoots long.
The other odd part about this is, in terms of the planning, is that she actually enjoys playing on grass courts. That's her favourite surface. So you think
that slide would be much more natural part of her game. Set point, break point. Don't forget, plenty more to come. This is the second of 5 matches at least that will be featuring on Show Court 3. Some quality tennis coming your way. Schiavone ran around.
Gave herself plenty of time.
Yep, loads. Didn't get a lot of penetration though with it.
She
For
was
that
too
effort of running
she was too
around.
far away from the ball. Needs to get in a little closer. I think that wind is a little trickier than we've, although having a look at the trees now, it's completely still, so delete that comment.
Advantage, Mestach.
Slice backhand. Just a bit of a nothing shot there from Schiavone. Hoping it would fall within the lines, didn't, sailed out. So Mestach. Oh, had a bit more oomph than that one.
Well, that's what she wanted to do the point before.
Yes.
Made sure of it on this occasion.
See, she steps into it with this off forehand and whips it around. In terms of power, probably another 20 or 30% being applied to it. Deuce again.
Next, second serve.
Long from Schiavone. So another chance for the Belgian.
Quickly out on court 9, Zhang of China, the 18th seed, is up 4-2. She's got the break in the first set against Manila.
Long.
By about 10 metres.
Mestach.
And Mestach holds.
5-4.
So 5-4 now as the players go for a sit down, and we'll take you around to some of the other courts here at Melbourne Park. Court 6 is where the action continues, and we've already seen 2 results there with Jana Fett winning through from Croatia and also Ivana Jorovic from Serbia. This is now Irina Rodionova against Stephanie Voigt, and they are just starting to warm up.
Yep.
So just limbering up the two of them. An unusual circumstance of warming up with your opponent. So Rodionova, it hasn't necessarily been happy hunting grounds for the Australians so far.
No, but it was interesting time for her at the wildcard playoffs in December here at Melbourne Park, with Rodionova getting married on the same day she had, was it the same? No, the next day she had to play the final.
That's right.
For the wild card.
Getting married to a Richmond AFL footballer, Ty Vickery. And he's very prominent here in Melbourne. Local domestic code, the Aussie rules football.
Back live on court 3.
Love 15.
Double fault from the Italian. Mestach, just the smallest little window to get back on level pegging.
She's been close on the serve of Schiavone all day. Another foot fault called. Same end.
Well, she had those fast wheels that we've seen from the Belgian, but in the end just popped it straight up, and Schiavone had no problem dispatching it. Got there, though.
The slice approach shot was just way too good.
Yeah. Well, Mestach covered more territory than the early settlers there. She was all over the court, but she came through with the win. She was on the baseline, up at the net. Schiavone couldn't find a way through. Well done to the Belgian.
And Schiavone had guessed the right way to get to that shot, but it was too good, had too much on it. She couldn't control that ball. 24 shots in that rally. That's probably the longest one we've seen so far in the match.
19 had been the previous longest. Mestach puts it into the net. I think Schiavone says ahi when it's got the top spin, and it's ahe when it's a slice. Work with me on this one. Tweet me at Oz Open if you think you're picking it up. It's ahi on the top spin, ahi on the slice.
I can't work with this.
There you go, Kate. Oh, something to leave you with.
40.
There you go.
parting words of wisdom.
There is Ahi and Ahe. I'll have the audio department listening carefully as part of AOTV. Set point for Schiavone. Ahi.
That was more just a ah.
It was. Almost had a hyphen in it, that one. Oh, that was just a complete note of frustration, that one. Watch as she gets into a rally, though. Back to juice. So one set point saved by the lady on screen. Belgian and Sophie Mestach.
Are we hashtagging Ahi and Aha?
Oh, yes. Ahe.
Ahe, sorry.
Bang, that was long and deep, really strong. Strong from Schiavone, the Italian veteran, 35 years of age. Didn't muck around with that one, found the corner beautifully. Goes wide.
Juice.
Goes wide. So another one gone begging for Schiavone.
Sorry, and just too casual on that forehand.
She didn't appear to want to go down the line at all. It seems to be the off forehand all the time for Schiavone. Unforced errors, 21 to Mestach, just the 12.
Advantage. Mestach.
Yeah, the frustration. The errors coming off the forehand side yet again.
Another break point. Mestach just needs to keep her cool here because Schiavone appears to be losing hers. So if the Belgian can just have a measured, composed approach and keep the ball in play, half a chance. Now she'll get a look at her second ball as well.
Yeah, and those second serves are coming through at about 130 k's an hour,
Yeah.
so she'll get a look at it.
Much more my sort of speed, those second serves.
Juice.
Well, that was a lazy shot from Schiavone, and Mestach did not...
Well, I think she got caught by surprise.
Schiavone just stood flat-footed and swung the racket underneath.
Slice
Mestach,
on slice.
it just didn't have enough on it.
No.
Didn't have enough to work with. Back to juice.
Advantage. Mestach.
So Mestach with another one. Some of Schiavone's support.
Looking a little anxious. Well, one was. What she
Again.
would do for a first serve.
Again, a second serve opportunity.
Game. Mestach.
Well, there you go. The break back has been completed. 5 games apiece. So well done to Anne-Sophie Mestach of Belgium, getting back on a level pegging against the former Roland Garros champion of 2010.
And that's just persistence there from Mestach, because she's had a chance on the last 3 service games of Schiavone. Finally breaks through just when she needed to too. She was almost down a set.
Now in a perfect world, she'll sail through this service game, and she started in good style. 15 love. Schiavone's wheel's just a little wobbly at the moment. And it seems when that happens, she invents more of these unorthodox shots. Whack! Mestach with a new boost.
Well, you can't just poke a ball back like that. It's going to be dealt with.
And the required service game and the speed with which it's sailing along at the moment is exactly what the Belgian needs to put the pressure back on Schiavone.
Yeah, Schiavone's lost all rhythm. First unforced error we've seen for quite some time from the racket of Mestach.
Mestach did well to get it back, but Schiavone was up to it, stepped into the net.
Well, she got 3 good backhands in then. Schiavone should be happy with that point. It's probably the most positive she's played in the last 2 games. Oh, she really put some work on that backhand.
Plenty of ahis there.
Yeah, finally got the ball she was after, and that favoured backhand down the line, which really has deserted her just over the last sort of 20 minutes. Backhand, forehand, first serve.
Mestach was at 40 love. Now she's back at deuce.
Advantage, Schiavone.
See the ahe with the slice and the ahi with the over the top. Stick with me, stick with me. Advantage Schiavone. So Mestach has conceded 4 points in a row here. Schiavone steps up to the baseline for the second serve. Now moves back.
Game, Schiavone.
Wow, Francesca Schiavone.
Schiavone leads by 6 games to 5.
From not being in that contest at all, has managed to get over the top of Anne-Sophie Mestach of Belgium, who was at 40 love, just needed an extra point. And now Schiavone will come out and again serve for this set. Let's have a look at court 7. And play continuing there. Sola Espinosa of Spain, Silvia Sola Espinosa, and Hirako Kawata of Japan. And that's the way it's unfolding at the moment. Kawata, the first set 6-3, and the early ascendancy in the second one. Looks like it was going on serve though, Kate.
Yes, I think so. So, as you said early on in that second set, off to a good start though.
So Sola Espinosa of Spain and Kawata of Japan. We'll keep you up to date with what's going on there on court 7. Earlier on that same court, Wang, the Chinese #1 seed, too good for Iguchi from Japan. Let's have a look at court number 6, where Fett and Jorovic have already won through there. And this is now Arena Rodionova and Stephanie Voigt. Rodionova in the pink up the top. And here we go back to show court number 3. Schiavone serving for the opening set.
Rodionova had the break there too on court 6.
How was that for finding the right spot at the right time?
She's really good on that slice backhand, but it's the forehand which is the weapon for Mestach.
Too wide. Yeah, our mark just having been notched up here for this match.
Love 30.
Double fault. Love 30. We're heading to a tie break.
Oh. 15-30.
That was the first serve.
Yes.
Yeah. Took a little bit off it too. Didn't come through, but it sat up. Got some real kick.
30-all.
Yeah, another big serve. And it really has deserted her in the past 3 or 4 service games. Schiavone really struggling on serve. First serve percentage, 51% for Schiavone, 55% for Mestach.
When you look at that in relative terms, though, only 1 in every 2.
Oh no, it's not good enough.
Is getting in, and so maybe that's why this pair is
Struggling.
qualifiers.
And struggling to hold today.
Yep. There you go. She knew it was long. Fist pump there from Mestach. Break point. Tie break looming. The matches here as part of qualifying will be tie breaks in the first 2 sets. It's the best of 3. And if it does go to a 3rd set, then that is played to advantage.
Net for service.
I think we've had break points in the last 8 games. Or
They
more.
are really struggling
Yeah.
to hold their serve. Yeah, lovely by Schiavone. Set it up, some high bouncing balls. And you could see the Belgium was really having to swing at them at head height from the big bounce. Schiavone, 15 winners. Mestach, just the 5.
Advantage. Schiavone.
Okay, so we've gone from a tie-break looming to a set
Set
point.
point. Back here again.
Yeah, that's right, familiar territory. Oh, lovely. Found the line. You'd almost say Mestach by a whisker.
Yeah, well, Mestach, it was a terrible miss-hit. And Schiavone, I think, caught by surprise. Gets the ball back. It was not a bad return either. Nice backhand, but just didn't do enough with it. And Mestach just, directing that back down the line.
Advantage, Mestach.
Yeah, I think he is starting to trend on Twitter. It's definitely two distinct sounds for the slice and for the top spin.
Nets for service.
If you'd like to be part of the conversation for qualifiers, we have a bit of fun here too. Oz Open is the hashtag you need. Hashtag Oz Open, AUS Open. There's another break point comes up. Mestach, so we are going to a tie break. And Mark Jones getting into training by watching the live Oz Open stream qualies. Yahey, yahi, insomnia is good. Greetings from Dublin. Love it, Mark. Fantastic. Great to have you on board. Schiavone, Tennis Talk has been active as well. Another chance to serve for the match. Well, that didn't work out. Henrique Frank. Oh, yahi, yahi. Hashtag Oz Open. All over this one, Kate.
Yeah, it's gone viral.
It has gone viral. So Schiavone finds herself in a tie break after having clear chances to take this opening set. Got to stay in the point, doesn't she, the Belgian? Just has to.
That one, it's another long rally, and she was doing quite a good job in that one, just falling off that forehand. And that was an opportunity she knows that's gone begging. Schiavone has the mini break.
Schiavone.
Got there, couldn't affect it though. Schiavone, little mini break.
Yeah, but the good serve out wide by Schiavone. Serve volley. Quick, easy points in a tie break. Sorry, gosh, I'm struggling.
Makes tennis look easy though, doesn't it, that serve volley?
Whoa, that couldn't have missed by much.
Wouldn't have thought so. Schiavone's not going to argue about it though.
Well, perhaps with herself.
Yeah, she might be arguing with herself, but didn't appear to dispute the line's call. And yeah, no, it was out.
Yep.
It was out.
Probably an inch.
Good work by the camera guys, getting that replay up and going.
So back on serve.
Back on serve again. All our production team working hard to bring you the second day of qualifiers.
Mestach just having a little trouble with her footing and slipping on the court. She's done that a few times today in the middle of a point. She's recovered, but...
That initial movement
Yeah.
has been a slide when you don't want one. You actually want the traction and being able to change direction.
Oh, too much time to think about that shot. It's a big serve down the tee. She gets the short ball, and you've got to do better than that.
Yeah, she just
Which way to go?
had way too many options
Yep.
and in the end fluffed the whole opportunity. She's got herself right back into it and just handing it. Again, that mini break.
Schiavone.
Okay, hard road back now for the Belgian. 5-1 Schiavone. But nothing is assured in this particular encounter.
No,
Kate.
and particularly where Schiavone's concerned, because she's been up so many times on serve. We've seen, you know, 40 love, and then it's got back to deuce, and then there's this dour struggle. So this tiebreak is not over. Mestach just taking her time to get to the other end of the court.
Yeah, probably a clever ploy though.
Slow things down.
6-1. Schiavone.
Back to set point for Schiavone.
Yeah, just getting in under that forehand, Mestach, and that ball going long.
Only a couple of yahis away from taking the first set.
Yahoo.
Well, Mestach ends up getting one back.
Did she need
Schiavone showing the soccer skills.
Did she need a yahi or a yaha? Oh, sorry, what is it?
Yeah, it's a yahe. It's a yahe if it's a slice, and it's a yahi if it's over the top top spin. Generically, that's the rule of thumb.
Needed the yahi.
It's an imperfect science at the moment, Kate, but I am refining the theories.
Use in the making.
That was just straight up and down celebration after taking the opening set. 71 minutes, Francisca Schiavone from Italy, 7-6 over the top of Anne-Sophie Mestach of Belgium. We're going to have a change in commentary. Adrian Franklin and also John Huvenars are going to jump in, but it's been a fascinating morning. Stick with us. And we'll have a look at some of these first set highlights. Talk us through it, Kate.
I think initially the young lady from Belgium just struggled with the heavy ball that she was facing from Schiavone. It took her a little while to get into the match, but when she did, she certainly made a good fist of it in that first set. And Schiavone just was playing so well and then just lost all rhythm in a game. The back end disappeared, the forehand was struggling, and that first serve, my word, got down to around, I think we said 50%. Yep. And that certainly didn't help. She was in so many winning positions, and I think in the end it started to really get to her that she just could not finish this set off, but got to the tie-break and did what she needed to do.
Let's have a look at the numbers. Conditions still a little overcast here. The first serve still just really 1 out of 2 for them. No aces, so double faults haven't really been a factor. When you have a look at winners, Schiavone and also unforced errors, so a lot to come off her racket there. And points won at the net. She's been much more industrious there and a lot more approaches as well. 55 to 53 in terms of total points won.
We've got the close one.
It is the close one. And we're going to have more of it on the other side of this. Stick with us. Yeehaw!
Yay.
AOTV.
With the following players, please report to the practice.
Soak up the moment. Big foot backhand again.
Absolute roller coaster kind of match.
Come and give me the ball.
And we're just getting vision from court 7 with Silvia Soler Espinosa from Spain against Hiroko Kawata from Japan. Kawata took the first set 6-3. And we're at 2-2 in the second. And juice. And we welcome, I think for the first time today, to our coverage, Adrian Franklin. Adrian, welcome.
Thank you very much. It is the first time for me, so I've got the long haul through the afternoon and maybe into the evening, depending on what happens.
We are prepared.
Of course.
Had the evening session, which we weren't really expecting yesterday, but I have to say, if you were playing last night, you got the best conditions.
Yeah, it was almost
Perfect,
a
wasn't it?
complete reversal from during the day. We saw 40+ degree temperatures and so much wind around Melbourne Park as well. And then I think once it hit probably 7, maybe 6:30 p.m. local time here in Melbourne, the wind completely died down and it was about 30 degrees, so almost perfect temperatures. But out there at the moment, I just sort of arrived into Melbourne Park recently and there are a couple of raindrops coming down right now. So players on show court 3 just holding for now.
But we've got play obviously going on the other courts, which is a good thing.
Yeah, so we're just on serve 3-2 in the second set of this one as we just roll back to show court 3. So as we can see, players not on court at the moment. They're just sitting down. I think the chair umpire has just said, let's hold for 5 minutes or so. It's not heavy rain by any means, but there are some light raindrops and the lines get very, very slippery as soon as the rain touches
Yeah,
them.
that's right, exactly. And we'll see, no doubt, the chair umpire going out and just scooting across those white lines just to check to see how slippery they are. They'll probably towel them down at some stage before play begins.
So you saw that first set on show court 3. So Francesca Schiavone, 29 unforced errors
Oh,
I saw in one set.
Well, felt like in one game.
Really?
Just struggling really in terms of rhythm on serve, find herself up quite a few, you know, obviously 40 love, and then all of a sudden the wheels would just fall off and she'd be in a struggle to maintain serve. Plenty of breaks of serve, plenty of opportunities to break serve, so it was quite a dour struggle. And I think that young lady on screen from Belgium would be slightly disappointed that she wasn't able to actually get through and take that first set. She certainly had her opportunities, and she's a nice player. She's got an all-court game, is happy to slice and dice, and we might just go to highlights of that first set. Sorry, the first match of today.
Yeah, so we saw Nicole
Gibbs
Gibbs take that pretty comfortably, the second seed. Did you see much of this one?
No, I did not.
No.
So
Well, it was comfortable. It was 6-2, 6-2 over the young Australian Olivia Chandramulia.
who played wildcard in December.
Yeah, well, she's just coming through. She's
young
a
junior.
young prospect.
Yep.
So she was obviously overpowered today. But the number 2 seed, yeah, it was comfortable. 6-2, 6-2. So this is first round of qualifying still. Yesterday we had the men, today the women, and later on round 2 in the men also.
Yeah, as I was coming across today to the studio, Olivia was going back in, having obviously finished and lost that match, but she was with Louise Plemming, and Louise was just giving her some advice in terms of saying that she was close.
Yeah.
There were moments in the game, and there are moments when you just need to take advantage and to put that pressure on.
Yep.
And it's always interesting to get those little insights in terms of the coach and player and what they're seeing out there of their charge.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's sort of one side of the game that we don't see too much of. They keep, you know, those conversations quite private, as they should. But when you do catch glimpses, it's
Be careful about where you have those conversations, I say.
Yeah, of course. So, as we can see, the towels just over the Melbourne sign here on Show Court 3. So, just having a look, it doesn't really look like it's raining at this point. A couple of odd drops, but so the 2 players, Francesca Schiavone there, she is. So she's just giving the ball kid a couple of tips. So, that's how you do it, youngster.
Yep, get the towel,
She
foot on towel.
She has been
and
around.
start shuffling.
There you go. And they took it literally, and they did exactly what she said.
Oh, that's fantastic.
But yeah, at the moment, I don't think we're too far away from play on Show Court 3
No,
at all.
in fact, oh no, Schiavone's just gone back out onto court, but she's just checking the lines herself. That's play hasn't been called back.
So it does look like we'll be out there in just a minute now. So a number of the biggest names in world tennis have been arriving over the past couple of days. Yesterday we saw Novak Djokovic, Maria Sharapova, Kei Nishikori, and now Andy Murray. He's been out with some of the ball kids, as they do. They like to start the Australian Open getting one of the biggest names with all the ball kids. Look at that. So they're in the green this year. Is that a change from last year?
I think so. Little frogs.
It's extremely difficult, and you do a great job. You know, the players aren't always the easiest to deal with in these conditions either. Can be quite, you know, demanding and get frustrated about things on the court, but the ball kids are always absolutely fantastic here, so we do really appreciate everything that you do for the tournament. Trust me, playing for 4 or 5 hours in this heat without ball kids wouldn't be a whole lot of fun, so we really appreciate your help.
I hope I can do well in this Australian Open and hope everyone enjoys this Open.
Really
Second
excited.
set. Schiavone to serve. So we'll move away from that, and live pictures here. Show Court 3. So Francesca Schiavone took the first set in a tiebreak, 7-6, and she's serving top of screen, first point of the second set here.
15 love.
Just touching on those ball kids again, though, I've been fortunate enough to travel around the world recently on a couple of tennis tours, and you do watch those ball kids, and the Australian Open ball, they are so professional. It's unbelievable. The way that they're trained. I think there are thousands upon thousands of applicants, and then they're whittled down to about, I think it's 300-400 in the end. They go through some scrutiny in those tests.
Oh, Schiavone with a lovely backhand.
So I think Schiavone was pretty keen on getting out there and not having too long of a break
No,
after
that's
winning
right.
that first set.
She was lucky to get through that first set. Oh, and that's a much better overhead by Schiavone. She had a point back in that first set where she was 40 love up, came in for an overhead and completely missed it. And that really started a number of unforced errors off her racket. Made sure of it on that occasion.
So Schiavone picks up where she left off in that tie-break and takes the first game of this second set. So she won the first 7-6 and holds serve, leads 1-love in the second. As the weather kind of hovers over us at the moment, but I did have a look at the radar. And
what does the radar tell us?
It was passing. There was a fair bit of rain around Melbourne, but it didn't look like it was going to hit us.
Okay.
Which is good.
So we shouldn't have too many troubles today in terms of the weather. Get through these matches.
Of course, this is round one with the ladies today, round one of qualifying, and we'll have some of the men in action later this afternoon as well in round two. They were here yesterday.
That's right. One of those matches will be on court 3. It's the 5th match on court 3 today. JP Smith from Australia.
Love 15.
Wow, that one bounced before the net on that shot. So love 15. We're in the second game here. Schiavone winning the first. And winning the first point of this game here.
Net first service.
Mestach, she's actually got quite a big first serve, but she just needs to get that percentage up. It was around 55% in the first set. Oh, and that's a wonderful forehand coming in on the run. Nice control, good soft hands. Whips that through.
Was there a weakness on her game, Mestach's game, that you saw in that first set? Anything that popped out? She struggled with. She did hit a few unforced errors as well, up to 21.
Probably too many unforced errors coming off, I think, the forehand side, which is usually her strength.
15, 30.
So you mentioned her serve before being a weapon.
Well, it can be. Serve coming through at 175, 180 kilometres an hour. We're just getting a look at that service action.
So it's a little abbreviated on that backswing. It's not sort of the conventional sort of straight back, straight up, rather than swinging through.
Oh, Schiavone, that is great work at the back of the court. You could see that Mestach had rushed to the net.
Yeah, well, she had the whole court, and she was a little lucky just using the top of the net there, but brings up 2 break points. She is on a little bit of a roll now, Francesca, just apologising for clipping the tape. Oh, that is quality from Schiavone. That's her play, isn't it? She just fights from the back of the court, and she loves a target at the net as well.
Yeah, Mestach did pretty much everything right until that volley. Just didn't get enough purchase on that ball. And she set that up.
So that's the break of serve. Schiavone, after winning the first set, goes 2-love up, and now serving to take a 3-love lead. And if you look at the scoreline after a set, and if you're 3-love down, that's tough. That's a tough position.
It's a long way back from here. Schiavone starting to get those first serves in.
Mestach just sliding a little on the back line there, and just looking at the chair umpire. I mean, the odd drop of rain is still coming through, but it's so light. So we'll see here, just losing her footing on that line.
I'm not so sure about that either, because she's had trouble with her footing.
Has she?
For in that first set.
Okay.
So,
Net, first of all.
So it's the choice of footwear, perhaps, rather than the leg drops.
I don't think she changed it.
No.
The break either.
Shows the quality of this qualifying event that someone like Francesca Schiavone is out there. We know she's a Grand Slam winner. We'll never forget that day in Paris when she defeated Sam Stosur.
Either will Sam.
That was devastating. But not for Schiavone.
Oh, that was a wonderful tournament for her. Lifting up on that forehand. That shot was there to be hit too. Ah, well done, Mestach. You hear there was a fist pump and a yell of yeah. And rightly so, she brings up break point. That's some wrist work in that forehand. She's got the break.
Yeah, she breaks back there, so it's a good effort. Shows that she's mentally strong and still in this match. So we'll move away just for a moment from show court 3 and we'll head to the Australian out on court number 6. So Arina Rodionova at the bottom of screen there. So we're in the latter stages of this one. This is the first set. And it's Juice and Rodionova leading 5-3. So we'll stay with this for now. And that's just gone wide. So set point here for the Australian, Arina Rodionova, who's been, I guess she's a little bit of a veteran of the qualifying. She's always playing the Australian Open wildcard playoff leading into the main draw. And if she doesn't get the victory there, obviously straight into the qualies as well. Tough player though. Oh, it's taken the line.
I think Rodionova thinks that's wide.
So we'll move back to show court 3 now. We'll obviously keep you updated with the live scores going on around Melbourne Park. Plenty of matches on today. Women's first round, and then this afternoon we'll have the men out for their second round encounters. JP Smith hitting show court 3, as Kate was mentioning before, winning here yesterday, so he'll be up and about for round 2. That's Schiavone at her best. Moving forward, topspin, one-hand backhand, just timing it nicely.
Yeah, she read that serve well, stepped in.
What do you think of the momentum here at the moment, Kate? Is there... It doesn't seem as though it's sitting with either player.
No,
in this
no,
second
and I'm
set.
just sitting here thinking Mestach has still got some work to do in terms of even holding serve. So I know she's broken back and we're even here in this second set. And Mestach is just, as you can hear, testing those lines, thinking that maybe they're a little more slippery than they need to be.
Yeah, the raindrops just so light at the moment, but they are persisting. And again, uses that serve, 178 kilometres an hour. That's a big one. Sets up the smash and just puts it away nicely.
Good placement on that too, straight down the tee. Doesn't get a lot of height on that ball toss. And then too much on that, she overcompensated.
Just looking at the first serve points won, so for Mestach, she's up around 61%, which is pretty good. I thought it might have been a bit higher because she does have quite a big first serve, but then it's the second serve, 39% of second serve.
What's the
points
first serve
won.
percentage?
It is, first serve's in 57%, which is not too bad.
It's not too bad.
But Schiavone, she does have a good return. She can slice on both sides and just chip it back into court. So she won't miss too many returns, Schiavone.
She just comes in and out of this match today, though, that worries me because gets a little momentum and then it just disappears. And it doesn't appear to be because of the pressure coming from her opponent. It's pressure on herself.
Okay, Mestach. 2 games all.
Well, that's a good hold from Mestach, and we're even Stevens here in this second set. It's been going 24 minutes.
So it's got the serve there of Mestach. We're just touching on it. First serve, quite strong. Pretty high ball toss there on, I think that was her second serve.
Yeah, but that was the serve she missed.
Yeah. No trouble with the wind or anything today, so that was just a bit of an error. But she is in this right now.
She
She's
is.
back at
She's
2
got
apiece.
herself back in this second set, which is great. As we said, there was nothing in that first set. There was only 2 points difference.
15 love.
If Schiavone can keep playing points like that, she'll struggle Mestach to win, though. That's vintage Schiavone.
15 all.
That's been vintage Schiavone today as well. So she's up to about 33 unforced errors.
Yep.
22 of Mestach, so that's hurting.
It was a tough ball to hit, though, because that came back really fast and at her feet, and I think that is definitely a tactic that Mestach needs to keep employing in this match. Take away the time, take away
30, 15.
the angles. Don't give Schiavone anything to work with. Great point by Mestach. That forehand really doing the damage.
30 all.
Just opening up the court, and really she gets some power through off that forehand side.
This is turning into a big game here.
Yeah, massive point.
another unforced error from Schiavone. So from, I believe, 2-love up in this one, she got the break, lost the next 2 games, and now break point down. Just unravelling a little. That backhand was...
Yeah, the timing on the one-handed backhand has not been great today.
There you go, 34 unforced errors. That is mounting. That's a big number. Oh, nicely done. I was going to mention just before, I would like to see her move to the net. I mean, there aren't many players that can volley. Like, look at the control of that.
That is fantastic. The racket out in front. Body moving forward. Great control, great hands.
So 15 from 22. That's good numbers coming to the net.
Keep coming in. Yeah. Keep coming in. The Mestach, on the other hand, has done well to keep her opponent at the back of the court.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, that's a good serve. Not too many aces in this match today.
A great comeback as well. That volley and then that ace. 2 quality points in a row. So from break point down to game point up here.
Juice.
And I did say I'd like her to come to the net, but maybe the serve wasn't the one to come in off.
Commentator curse.
Back at Juice, this is turning into a very important game for both players.
Yeah, and rightly so, complaining about that call on the line. That looked wide, Adrian.
Out,
yeah, I mean, I know the lines people do such a wonderful job, but I just feel that that ball was at least an inch out. It's a big point.
So it's a big game and it's a big hole from Schiavone there. She was break point down and not overly happy. She'd lost the last 2 games, so that's big. And after 30 minutes, 3 games to 2 on serve. Long match this one, 71 minutes in the first set. All right, let's move out to court 6 now. Arina Rodionova against Stephanie Voigt. And Rodionova, the Australian, top of screen there, returning. She did take the first set, so we were on this court moments ago. And Rodionova has taken the first 6-4. That's the first point of the second set. So Arina, she has played on these courts so many times.
Yeah, this is her backyard.
It is her backyard. She'll know the conditions as well. You know, she'll be able to respond after yesterday, 40+ degrees. She won't be surprised that it's, you know, below 20 and calm now.
Oh, and that's a lovely forehand by Rodionova, and you can hear her. You can actually hear her feet moving on court. She's doing a great job.
So Rodionova, after taking the first set, she leads early on in that first game of the second. So we'll move back into show court 3. Keep you updated with those scores though, out on court number 6. So here we go. After that huge game before, we're back on serve. 2-3.
Love 15.
It's not a great start to this game. Of course, if you've got any thoughts on this match or any matches being played today, we'd love to hear from you. Hashtag OzOpen.
Absolutely, I'll have a look now. Just go through the tweets and see. I want to know where you're watching in from as well around the world, because we're going to all 4 corners of the globe right now. Let us know where you are.
Well, that was a wonderful slice by the Belgian. She really had to get down to get that ball, keep well over it. And Schiavone, whilst we were saying she's got great hands at the net, she was really on the stretch. That was a tough volley to make.
Yeah, just floating long. So I've had a look at a couple of these tweets coming in. So Tyler Batiste, he's just said, got to start adjusting my sleep schedule to get ready for the Oz Open next week. So
that's dedication.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people are going to be doing that around the world.
That's the second serve from Mestach, really getting into the body of Schiavone. I think that's been attacked. It has worked for her all day.
So Schiavone just opens up a break point. So I know you guys mentioned it earlier, Kate, but I did not know this. But so Schiavone is looking to go into her 62nd consecutive main draw appearance at a Grand. Are you serious?
It's serious, and that actually is held by Ai Sugiyama at the moment.
So she's on 62.
She's on 62. So if she gets into the Australian Open through, obviously, the qualifiers, she'll join Sugiyama on 62.
I just cannot believe that number.
And I think in terms of now, it's one of the men obviously holds the most consecutive Grand Slam appearances in a row. I can't remember who that is, but I swear it's only like 2 or 3 Grand Slams off. So
she can take the all-time.
If she can keep going this year, yeah.
At 35 years of age, I mean, she's very fit, as we can see.
Well,
that's no issue at all.
At 115, she can get that back down onto under 100.
Yeah. Yeah, that's smart.
Oh, yeah, that's clever.
Advantage.
And the crowd appreciating the efforts of the young Belgium.
I wonder if Mestach knows the record that she could end today.
I'm sure she would be aware of it. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure every player.
There would have been a little talk about it in the locker room, I'm sure. There should be.
Let's end the run. That would have been the coach's call. Let's end the run. 62 in a row she's going for. That's why she's fighting so hard right now.
Juice.
Yeah, that's her play. I think she just gets that forehand, has the time, and she just picks the angle. She does really well at moving her opponent around and then finding the way behind.
Yeah, she can actually,
opponent.
I mean, the forehand, you know, a lot of the spin that she puts on that forehand, but when she flattens it out, that can actually do the most damage, I think, on that side.
Yeah, some high-quality tennis from both players there.
Mestach.
And the deeper shot from Mestach was the undoing. I think during those rallies, a lot of the balls are sort of half-court balls, so as soon as that really deep shot can go in.
Are you surprised that she's not doing something about that earlier on, though, given that she's getting a good look at some of those returns from Schiavone?
A little bit, yeah. I guess both players are a little tight. It's a really close-fought match here, so going for the depth is slightly riskier.
Juice.
So back to juice. This is as tight as it gets right now. So we were talking before about that run. So
it's Roger Federer that's got 64 consecutive Grand Slam appearances.
If Schiavone can go through to the main draw, that will be 62. She could, well, I mean, no, because Federer's going to continue
exactly.
for quite a long time. Yeah, she won't be beating
There's a
Federer.
man that's never injured.
Yeah, exactly.
Although,
right.
was there an issue up in Brisbane?
I don't know. Was there?
I think
a very minor issue.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of a cold, perhaps, was the only issue.
Yeah,
for
I
Federer.
thought there might have been an issue with his leg, but you know, he's not the sort of person that talks about those things.
No, I didn't know he got sick. I didn't know Roger Federer could get a cold. It's probably like the flu for everybody else, but for him, it's like, oh, I'm feeling 99%,
I'm surprised that
not
more
100.
players don't get ill, given the amount of plane travel they have.
And it goes wide, so that's the game. We're back to 3 apiece. And after the first set was 71 minutes long, we're now at 39 minutes and 3 all. So we're looking on track for another one, about 70 minutes.
And you and I have got the evening shift.
Yeah, well, absolutely. It's all right. I've had my coffee. I've had some food. I'm good. Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, we were at 3 all in the first set, and Schiavone actually got the break. And then it was break, break, break, break. Let's see what happens in this second set. Can she hold? Put pressure straight back on Mestach. Yeah, good serve. Short reply, puts it away. We've seen that on quite a few occasions this afternoon from Schiavone. Really hitting through on that forehand side, putting a lot on that ball. Forehand winners from Schiavone, 12-6 to Mestach.
So just having a look at some of these tweets again, Kate. I did ask our viewers to let us know where they're watching from. So watching from Greece, Steve Fott, and following the score on court 10. So welcome to you, Steve. We've got Addison Graham watching from Glasgow, getting excited already about the Australian Open. So there you go. Watching from Barbados, Susan Hutchinson.
Replay points.
Oh boy.
So what happened there?
There was an overrule on a call.
Okay, so we'll replay that one. Watching in Barbados, 13 hours behind. Don't get much sleep when Australia is playing. Love it. So Susan Hutchinson, welcome. Welcome to you all.
Yeah, I'm surprised that wasn't called a foot fault. Just falling in on that second serve.
Wow, so I think you mentioned in the first set that Schiavone did tighten up at one point, and perhaps it's happening again.
The only thing, she's usually 40 love up on a serve and then tightens up on this occasion.
Not
Yeah,
this time.
she's 15-40, 2 break points. Oh boy, that's a wild backhand, but good return from Mestach. She gets the break.
4 games to 3.
And as you hear from the chair umpire, she's up 4 games to 3 in the second set, having lost the first set 6-7. Tight tie-break.
So we'll head out to court 6 now. So we're on show court 3 all day today, but out on court number 6, it's the Australian. We checked in before, Arina Rodionova. She won the first set 6-4, and she's really blown out now, leading 3-0 against Stephanie Voigt. So that's Rodionova serving top of screen, 15-30 at the moment. So after taking a tight first set, she's really rolling through this second now.
Do you know who Arena's being coached by these days?
Well, her sister, so it's the two Rodionova sisters, and they do a lot of work together.
Okay.
A guy by the name of Mark Safoulis, who coaches here in Melbourne, has done a lot of work with both of them. I think it's sort of periodic sort of coaching throughout the year. He's based in Melbourne with a club, but I know he does a lot of work, Mark Safoulis, with both the Rodionovas.
Okay.
So Voigt just breaks back there, so 3-1. As we move back to show court 3, big moment in this match right now. Mestach has the break, serving now 4-3, but we've seen many breaks of serve, so tough to pick this one. Again, it's the depth. As soon as a player can get the ball deep, it's pushing the other one back. It's rare. They're both sort of hitting half-court shots at the moment. It's whoever wants to take a bit of a risk, I think.
Well, there's so many times where I look at that game of Mestach and I think you've got such a wonderful, strong forehand that she doesn't come in off that shot.
So we spoke about the momentum before, and it was hard to pick, but right now, just turning in the favour of Mestach. Schiavone just chatting to herself. She ran into the shot and there was no sort of slowing down at all, so that momentum just took the ball out.
Too much speed up.
I like how Schiavone puts I mean, it wasn't the best drop shot, but she just changes things up. That's her strength. I think it's always been her strength.
Yeah, she can mix it up, has an all-court game, so she needs to not be so happy to stay at the back of the court and just keep hitting balls back. Needs to make her opponent come to the net. It's just such an interesting contest right now. I mean, for me, I think Schiavone needs to continue to change it up. I don't think she's winning the majority of points with those long baseline rallies. Obviously there she did, but Mestach probably has a bit more consistency off both backhand and forehand at the moment anyway. Yeah, that's important. All the big serves important.
And that point. So game point now to take a 5-3 lead. And she takes it, so what a battle it's been over the past few games, and Schiavone knows she is in a tough fight right now.
Yeah, Mestach doing a good job to consolidate the break and take this to a 5-3. She has an opportunity here to put pressure straight back onto the Schiavone serve, which has been a little erratic all day. And she knows she's a chance here to perhaps take out this second set. How important is the experience that Schiavone has over her opponent?
Well, we'll find out right now, because we are going into a third set. I wonder how she's going to play this game. I think that's the right shot from Mestach, attacking the backhand, taking the time away.
And Adrian, there's something happening with the serve on Schiavone where she's moving her feet as in the action, which is a little unusual.
Yeah, that front foot,
yep,
skipping forward a little bit.
15.
Oh, it's a good forehand, just straight through the back of the court.
We'll see if we can get a shot in a moment.
It's quite unusual.
It is unusual on the
shuffle.
Yeah, that's a great shot. A little bit of risk involved, going straight down the line, but skidding away from Mestach. So here we go, 30-15. It's so hard to pick point to point at the moment. But again, that's the shot into the back end. No time for Schiavone
exactly. Take
at all.
the time away from her, straight back into the body.
And she's not overly happy.
No, and she's getting a good look at that serve too. That's sitting at 156 kilometres for that last one. She's got time to get in position.
Yeah, quality again, the same slice backhand down the line, and uses it again to go cross court. I think that's the play.
Yeah, Mestach did a really good job to dig that forehand back, get herself back in the point, but Schiavone right up to that ball.
So game point now, just to stay in this second set. And finishes it off nicely. Not a big serve at 144, but perfect angle on it. So we are 4-5 there. Mestach will come out to serve for this set. We'll head back out to court number 6 here at Melbourne Park. Stay in touch with Irina Rodionova from Australia after winning the first 6-4, leading 4-1 now. Make that 5-1. So she's pumped.
Yeah, and she's running away with this match. We're only 25 minutes into this second set.
So we'll stay with this one just for a moment. I've seen a lot of Irina Rodionova play over the years, and doesn't have a huge weapon off either side, but she fights and fights and fights for everything.
Good ground strokes.
Yeah, solid.
Yep, solid.
Yep. Moves well.
Yep.
You spoke about her footwork before. Always moving around the court. So it looked like that one might be finished off shortly, but we'll keep in touch with Arina Rodionova, leading 5-1 in the second set as we head back to show court 3. So Mestach comes out to serve for this second set. What a point from both players.
Well, there wasn't much happening really for most of it until that very last shot. Schiavone decides to go down the line. Got some height into that ball, and that's a tough ball to control.
They must be tiring at the moment a little bit, though. Long rallies from the back of the court.
Yeah, yep, been quite a few long rallies. Been going just on 2 hours.
Again, it's the backhand. Some of those errors just coming a little loosely from Schiavone. I'd like to see her maybe use that slice a little bit more. That was a big point.
Yeah, she was going for the cross court.
Probably wasn't quite there.
No, mistimed the shot. Oh, that's a lovely backhand down the line. Mestach, she's a good metre and a half behind the line. There's a lot of power on that backhand side. She's very strong, very fit, and we've noticed today, Adrian, just how quick she is around the court.
She's very strong, isn't she?
Yep.
Physically.
Schiavone putting in the slice ball, drops short, brings in her opponent. She just could not control that. Mestach, she's at 30 all. 2 points away from taking this second set. She needs some big serves right now.
Violation warning, Mestach. Just wide. 40-30. Was there a time violation warning there? Previous point.
Just earlier.
Didn't concern her. Here we go. Set point for Mestach.
Not something that I've noticed throughout the match either, but obviously the chair's been keeping an eye on it.
Just wide. Every point, it just feels like since about 3 all, every point has meant something. But it's just gone back and forth and back and forth, and neither player's really taken a stranglehold for 2 or 3 points in a row.
Yeah, and there's just times too with Mestach where you wanted to step up
that's wide again. So the unforced errors, we've spoken about them, but that is number 46 from the racket of Schiavone to just 28 from Mestach. Total points won. We're now sitting at 85-84. Schiavone leads by 1, but right now she's down another set point. And Mestach takes it. And doesn't she love it? We are going into a third set after 2 hours and 9 minutes. There we go, 71 minutes in the first, 58 minutes in the second.
Well, they flew through the second.
Yeah, they did, yeah. Oh, wow.
Well, it seems right that Mestach took that second set. She was right in that first, just played a few unforced errors in the tie break, a loose tie break from her, and that's great that she's back in this match, even things up.
Yeah, she was on top in the latter few games of that set, so we've got some highlights coming up in just a moment of that second set. But we are going to head into a huge third set now. Indeed. So, I mean, we mentioned it before, but Schiavone is going for her 62nd consecutive Grand Slam main draw, which is almost unbelievable, that number. But right now, she's in a huge battle, and that record may be broken today at Melbourne Park, which seems incredible. Here we go, second set summary. What do you see there, Kate?
Well, I was interested in the first serve percentage of Schiavone at 71%. I think she took a little pace off that second serve, off the first serve in the second. Not that that helped at all, because as we know, she lost the second set. Mestach at 49%. She'll need to raise that if she wants to win this match. Winners?
It was tight.
7, yeah. Schiavone 14, but and the total points won?
33-35. That was a 2-point gap, and
Boy.
It felt like that as well. It
Yep.
was point for point. Some highlights here of the second set. So it was hard to pick. I mean, what did you find in that second set?
I'm just thinking about the number of points. I think it was Schiavone 2 points up in the first set, so
We should be at about even.
They're even Stevens. And as the score tells us, at a set apiece, nothing between these two women today, other than age and experience, but that doesn't seem to count for anything at the moment. Or will it be telling?
Oh, drops in.
15 love.
A little bit of luck. It's slightly breezy around show court 3 at the moment. Nothing like what we saw yesterday. But Schiavone just timed that nicely. Bit of an unconventional follow through. That's the first point of this third set.
Oh, the ball was good.
It was definitely in, but called out and then overruled by the
No
chair
argument
umpire.
from, no argument from Mestach either. She knew that ball was good. That was a beautiful backhand.
So again, it feels like we start again, one more time. Who's going to take the momentum early stages? Can either player?
Oh, that's cheeky from Schiavone. She gets away with that shot.
40 love.
She does it well though, because Mestach was well back in the court, and she does choose the right time. Even though it wasn't the best drop shot you'll see, it was the right time to play it. And she takes the first 3 points, so 3 game points, first game of the third set. So that's important, because she would have been a little demoralised after the second set. It was tight. We mentioned only 2 points between the players.
Absolutely, and Schiavone had the early break in that second set too, so as you said, she would not have been happy having let that go and then gone on to lost that. She was, probably thinks rightly that she should be back in, warming down and talking about the next match.
So that's Francesca Schiavone's team. Not the kids in the background, of course, in the foreground. Kids having a good time, though. Got a few more people in. Remember, today's day 2. We go through to Saturday. The finals, or the third round matches of qualifying will be here on Saturday. So free entry. You can come straight into Melbourne Park before we have thousands and thousands of people here come next Monday. So maybe come and find your favourite court, your favourite seat even, leading into the Australian Open.
Love 15.
I just get the feeling these first couple of games are going to be really important for both players. I think from almost the first game of the match, we've seen a game for games sort of contest. If one of the players can jump out to even a small gap, it might make all the difference.
Yeah, it's been able to hold the momentum in the set so far.
Oh, she's using that shot very well today.
That is perfect. She is behind the baseline.
And the higher part of the net as well.
That is outrageous from Schiavone. And there's a little wry smile on her face too. That was just sublime.
So that's hit the line. Mestach not overly happy.
Oh, that ball looked like it was going wide. But, oh, she put so much top spin on that backhand. It found the line. It came back in. She's got 3 break points, Schiavone.
And I mean, that must be 7 points in a row for Schiavone, because I think she won to love in that first game, right?
You're right.
So 7 points in a row for Schiavone, 3 break points here. And make that 8 and a break. And Mestach understandably furious at herself after winning the second set. And now she's in a little bit of trouble. 2-love down. The breeze just picking up here at the moment. You mentioned, Kate, just about Schiavone's experience in big matches. Grand Slam winner, of course. 35 years of age. She's been around for a very long time, and maybe that experience just telling at the moment.
Perhaps. I just have a feeling there's something else to
Another
play
twist.
out.
Oh,
yeah.
for sure there could be. Cannot pick this one at all. 2 hours and 18 minutes in. New balls.
Well, another big serve by Schiavone down the tee. Gets the short ball, and we have seen that on countless occasions today. Yeah, you couldn't count out Mestach at this moment either. It's a small amount of momentum going with Schiavone, but that can be turned around in 2 or 3 points, as we've seen throughout this whole match.
Thank you, young man. Sit down, please.
He's going to take a photo.
Thank you. Sit down.
Oh, and he's still not sitting.
No,
he's running.
He's running. Now, that's interesting.
It's all part of qualifying, I think. People just forget about the usual tennis etiquette. Just cruise on in and have a little jog.
Anything goes.
Yeah, she's done that very well, as you mentioned. I mean, the unforced error count is high, but also the winner count is high as well, up to 30 winners now, I believe, to just the 12 from Mestach. And it's that play. It's almost the good serve and then follow it in and find the angle for a winner. Just, well, a bit of a double fault there, I guess. It was fault into the net and a foot fault, but it only counts as one. Yeah, long. So right now, staring down the barrel of a love 3 result.
Yeah, she's starting to get really frustrated, isn't she, in terms of her play. Mestach, she knows that she's been in this match and it's starting to slip away.
Okay, again, so that's not ideal. It was called out by the linesman and then overruled by the chair. So that's happened a couple of times. So we'll replay that point now. But neither player, they've been good, both players really.
They have, yeah.
Been a couple of issues, but they've just gone on with it.
There's been some really close calls. And close calls on big points.
Oh, I'm not sure that was the right decision at all.
Should she have waited for that to have dropped?
I think so. I mean, with the breeze as well, but she didn't. And now, down love 3, Mestach. So we'll see the replay here. It was a great return. But she just went, I mean, it was a good retrieve there from Schiavone.
Yeah,
it was probably going a little deeper.
That's right. She just got that racket out, got the ball back into the play. And sometimes that's all you need to do and put the pressure back on your opponent. Schiavone holds serve. It's only the one break, but it looks bigger than that, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. All right, well, let's leave action just for a moment on court 3. We'll head out to court number 5 now. So plenty of matches taking place all around Melbourne Park, and this one where we're deep into the second set. It's Duan taking on Martic, and at the moment it's Duan, the 8th seed. She won the first set 6-1, and now leading 5-1 here as well. So Ying Duan of China taking on Petra Martic of Croatia, and it's the 5th seed, sorry, the 8th seed who's in full control of this one, top of screen. Love the sound of the effects mics as well there.
Yeah.
Just clean hitting. We'll head
Really
back into
clipping
live
the
action.
ball.
So it looks as though Duan will move through. That's round 1 qualifying here at Melbourne Park. But this is the big one at the moment. Martic serving, top of screen, and love 3 right now. 3rd set. Oh, she had that point.
She did.
She set it up perfectly.
Got the short ball, got the ball.
Here, she sort of...
Oh, she has hit that shot so many times today.
That is a high unforced error count. Just think if she maybe took almost, I mean, half of those away,
this match should be over.
She'd be back in the hotel room, just preparing for round 2. can see it. It's painted on Mestach's face there. She's been very calm throughout the first couple of sets, but the momentum right against her at the moment. So one-handed backhand. Yeah, she was frustrated. She shouldn't have missed that one. She was there in position.
She's playing deep in the court. She needs to step up on that baseline. Start dictating a few more of these points. She was doing exactly what I wanted almost throughout that point, and then those last two shots starts retreating back.
Maybe a little bit of fatigue creeping in. I mean, we are up now to 2 hours and 25 minutes. She just fell off that stroke a little bit.
And sometimes, you know, for someone, she's only 21 years of age, you know, hasn't played a lot of top-tier tennis. Concentration is an issue too.
Oh, absolutely.
No, that's just a loose shot from Mestach. She won't be happy. Brings up another break point for Schiavone to take a 4-love lead in this third and deciding match. Oh, set, sorry, for the match.
And it's gone long. So in a tight contest, which it's been all match, 2 breaks of serve could be enough.
Is it an unassailable lead? We will find out in the next few minutes. Oh, she's such a competitor. It has to be. It has to play in, surely, to how she's feeling out there, what motivates her after so many years on tour to keep playing.
35 years of age.
Thank you.
Oh, she's got it down the line. That trusty backhand hasn't been so trusty today, but just when she needed it, Schiavone.
She's cut out the errors this set. I can't remember her hitting many unforced errors during this one.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to have a look at the stats at the end of this match. If she continues on her way.
No, it's a tough one to hit on a day like today. Still a little breezy around. And now, Schiavone, 3 game points to take a 5-love lead in this third and deciding set. Yeah, and it drops in, so that is vintage Schiavone once again. We haven't seen it all match, but still glimpses. And 5-love, 2 breaks of serve. That's pretty tough to come back
That's pretty
from.
much game over. Bring that foot.
Why not? Saw Arina Rodionova out on one of the outside courts earlier, so she's won through to the second round, the Australian, which is good news. Won that fairly comfortably against Stephanie Voigt in the end, out on court 6. Kamiko Date-Krum of Japan is on court 6 right now. So we'll keep you updated on that one. I'm going to check Kamiko's age because
I think
it's
she's 43 or 44.
Let me have a look. Kamiko Date-Krum. Here we go. Love 5, third set.
nice positive start.
15 love.
The service for Mestach.
45 years of age.
45.
Amazing. Still going.
all.
Well, Schiavone might be thinking she's got another 10 years left.
Well, yeah, I mean, realistically, she does. I mean, she's as fit as she's been. So, I don't know, another 5 years, perhaps?
Mestach, she's got another 24 years left of her career.
15, 30.
Well, if she continues doing backhands like that on big points.
Yeah, it's just fallen away.
Yeah, she's lost confidence in her game. Actual slice has been good for her in this match.
This set has gone after the first, perhaps.
What do we think? About 20, 25 minutes?
Yep, after, what, 71 minutes in the first set, 58 odd in the second set. And just hovering around 20 minutes. 2 match points for Francesca Schiavone. And she takes the first one. So after an epic battle in the first 2 sets, Schiavone, former Grand Slam champion, moves through to round 2 of qualifying here, 6-love. And her coach is happy. Smiles on the faces. Good crowd in here at Melbourne Park as well. They enjoyed that one.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, for the first 2 sets, there was absolutely nothing in it between the two of them. It was a really dour struggle, and both women just, you know, struggling on occasions to keep the momentum. Someone would break, the other would break back, and it was a lot of long rallies, a lot of, you know, slicing and dicing. There was, most of the play was from the back of the court, but ever so often, we're just looking at the 3rd set highlights, Schiavone that would just put in those deft touches and bring her opponent into the net.
Yeah, well, they'll all be the highlights off Schiavone's racket, I think. 6-love in the 3rd set as we roll through the stats. Match time, 2 hours and 34 minutes. So first serve percentage, nothing between the 2 players. Winners, a huge difference. 37 off the racket of Schiavone to 14 of Mestach. I mean, she plays a big game, an aggressive game, because unforced errors were big as well, 51 to 36. Total points won. It was what, only we were almost even after the first 2 sets.
Yep.
And look at that.
Yeah, so it was, as we said, the Schiavone, it was all about her in that last, in the 3rd set. She really decided to go out, start to dictate play, and that tactic worked. She was probably sitting there now thinking, well, perhaps I should have done that in the 2nd.
Well, it's all over in that one, but plenty more action coming up. We're at Melbourne Park. This is the 2016 Australian Open qualifying event. We'll have a commentary change. Stay with us, though. We'll be back right after this.
With the following players, please report to the practice.
Soak up the moment. Big foot backhand again.
Absolute roller coaster kind of match.
Okay, so live action now out on court 6 here at Melbourne Park. So, as we know, plenty of action on a number of outside courts at the moment. So, right now, there we go, Kamiko Date-Crum, 45 years of age, taking on Amandine Hess of France. And the French woman leading pretty comfortably, 3-1. And she'll come out and serve to take a 4-1 lead here. A couple of light drops around Melbourne Park, but nothing too significant at this stage. And we're on show court 3. Players haven't been called at this point, but there will be a number of matches. We've got 3 matches to come still. Elena Vesnina of Russia, the 11th seed, will be on court next. And then we'll have an Australian coming on the 4th match, Natha Baines, and another Aussie in the 5th match, JP Smith. So plenty of action to come on day 2 here, the qualifying event at Melbourne Park. We had all of our men play here yesterday, and it's the women up today. And throughout this afternoon, we'll have round 2 of some of those men's matches as well. Of course, needing to win 3 matches, 3 rounds to go into the main draw of the Australian Open, which begins on Monday. So just holding for the moment as we see what happens with this weather. So, but all of the players are here to get into the main draw of the Australian Open, and we've got a number of them hitting up out on the courts yesterday and today. This was obviously yesterday because the sun was out, but it's a great time of year here in Melbourne. Marinko Matosevic on screen there. He won through last night. That was an epic battle. Always entertaining to watch Marinko. He's been some of the best players in the world, and he's into his 30s now, but for him, he believes he's still very fit and ready to attack and hopefully get into the top 100. That's his aim into next year. That's the Melbourne backdrop, the CBD. And it's really enjoyable experience to just cruise down around Melbourne Park and have a look at some of the future stars of the game. You can get right up on screen. Now that man is not a future star, he is a current star. World #1. He owns the court here, Rod Laver Arena, and he was on it yesterday. I wonder how that feeling would be, just returning to surely his favourite court around the world. Defending champion Rafa Nadal said he was perfect the other day. And that's a fair statement coming from someone of the ilk of Rafael Nadal. Can he be beaten? You wouldn't think so at this point, but you never know. 2 weeks is a long time at a Grand Slam. And from the world's best on the men's tour to the world's best on the women's. Perhaps the best player we've ever seen, and that is Margaret Court Arena. So we've got the roof on Margaret Court Arena, the copper penny roof. So Melbourne Park, just one of the best precincts around the world. And Serena Williams, well, she's back. She had a little bit of trouble at the Hopman Cup, had to withdraw there. But it's one of those things where you need to be conservative coming into a Grand Slam event. And as we know, Serena, she owns the Grand Slam. She won 3 last year. Couldn't quite get the 4th done. But she'll be ready to go, as will her sister, Venus Williams. Also enjoys, well, she enjoys a little bit of dancing by the looks of that, but she loves being down here in Melbourne. Both the Williams sisters adored here. And she'll be on court come Monday or Tuesday. First Grand Slam of the year. She's coming into the twilight of her career, I suppose, but still playing some really high-quality tennis. It's probably just when she meets someone like her sister where she can't quite get the job done. So the big names don't stop there. Make sure you head down to Melbourne Park leading into Monday, because you can check out the outside courts. Gael Monfils was on another one of the outside courts. That's show court 3 there. The Frenchman, world number 24, sort of dropped the ranking a little bit. I've seen him in the top 10 in previous years. But he is a man that can do anything. I saw him in Sydney the other night at the Fast 4 tennis event. Took on Nick Kyrgios and he beat him there. But he's such an entertainer. So he'll probably be on one of the outside courts on those first few days. So good value, the ground pass at the Australian Open. You can cruise around and check out the practice courts, but also some of the very best on show court 1, 2 and 3, and of course Margaret Court Arena. And Kei Nishikori, world number 7, absolute superstar in Japan, as we know. He's been a quarter-finalist here at the Australian Open. He was a finalist at the US Open back in 2014. Just a question around whether he can take that next step and lift a trophy at one of the Grand Slams, because he's pretty much done everything else in the game. But it's not easy when you've got Rafa, Roger, Novak and Andy still firing at the peak of their powers, but he has a huge fan base here in Melbourne, Kei Nishikori. And he's a very fit player, so the heat won't concern him too much. You wouldn't have thought. So this is back to live pictures on show court 3, where just in a rain delay at the moment. I'm having a look outside the commentary booth and it's nothing too heavy, but as we know, the hard courts and the lines particularly do get quite slippery, so players haven't been called just at the moment, but Elena Vesnina will be up next, the Russian 11th seed. Very strong doubles player, as we've got a good group of fans in at the moment. They're just underneath the covering, and they're just waiting for play to resume. And as soon as it does, we'll let you know. But players haven't been called at this point. So we'll roll through some highlights in just a moment. We've had a couple of matches finish up earlier today. Nicole Gibbs, the 2nd seed from America. She moved through to the 2nd round of qualifying, and we've just seen, oh, hello, gents. Well, nicely done. So those two will be looking forward to Nathan Baines, the Australian, and JP Smith coming up in a little while on show court 3. But let's roll through some highlights now. So this was 1st round action on show court 3 today. Nicole Gibbs, the 2nd seed from America. She was a pretty comfortable winner over the Australian Olivia Chandramulya. Olivia still young and coming through the ranks, so it will take a couple more years for her to move through. She had a tough contest. I mean, coming up against the 2nd seed is never going to be easy. And the American moves through to the 2nd round, so that's the women playing today. 1st round, they'll come out again tomorrow. A little bit too much experience. The American, just a comfortable winner. On show court 3, it was 6-2, 6-2 in the end. Total points 177 to 58. And that's Francesca Schiavone. What a match it was. 71 minutes in the 1st set, which she won in a tie-break. But then she went down in the 2nd. Mestach fighting, still young at 21 years of age, so a big age difference. 35 years of age, Francesca Schiavone, but she used her experience in the 3rd set and took it out somewhat surprisingly 6-love in the end. It was really tight, as Kate Kearns and myself were mentioning throughout that 2nd set. But perhaps just the fatigue, both mental and physical, perhaps getting to Mestach in the end, and it was Schiavone who took out the 3rd set 6-love, and she moves through to round 2. So back to live pictures of show court 3. There you go. No players on court at the moment. It's a rain delay, but just some light rain falling across Melbourne Park at the moment. So we will take a break. They're not going anywhere because they know that action won't be too far away. So stay with us. This is day 2 of qualifying at the 2016 Australian Open from Melbourne Park. We will be back shortly. As soon as players are back, we will be back with live pictures. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment.
They got told last time to use their feet. We've other told not to use their feet.
If you can just go in the line, just give each other enough room so you're just overlapping. And give yourself a big go in the line, just go don't scrape your feet.
Yeah, just side to side. guys, if you just dry up to about here, and that's fine. Yeah, so just 1 minute at a time. Drying across, we can't use our feet. And then keep moving up. Just give it a good strain.
Strange thought, but what if you just brought a camera? Do we have to go up here?
I'll just take it.
There? You got a new towel? No.
See if you can see anything.
Just like the big Oh yeah.
It'd actually be easy with that ladder. The ladder was here. You get high.
Great photo. All right,
Did you do Melbourne logo?
yeah.
It looks alright.
Words like.
Guys, try your mats as well. Your mats. And if you want to put them back out as well.
So these things just don't breathe, the jackets. So you take them off and you just
I'll wear these jackets in the middle of winter when I play golf. And like everyone else, like, you've got a spray jacket on, surely want something more on. What, not? It's hot up. Not really. I'll get a baggy one, I think. Yeah. Yeah. I'll get like a size bigger than I need. Not thinking about Oz Open, thinking about golf. Yeah, I've got a green orange. Happens again today. So probably will. And do it all over again.
Who's our other net? So, this is just these other nets. He did.
How's it looking?
Very good job, guys. Keep an eye out. Finish that area to down 5 minutes.
This is the first new record. No. It's a what? No, it's a what? It only happens like once. Or twice a year. We do it once. And we go off after 6 months. Good job, guys. Keep going. Nearly there.
Is that what the call was?
That's what they said. It never ever happened. You got to give on the ball.
How do you reckon it's looking?
Pretty good. It's not John.
But they kind of got to have the whole surface dry. Like.
Sorry?
They have to have their whole surface dry.
And a very good afternoon to you from Melbourne Park. After a long rain delay, we've got players back and warming up on show court number 3. So yesterday, hot blustery conditions. Today, a little bit rainy. This is why I love living in Melbourne town, the sports capital of the world, and the Grand Slam, of course, firmly in focus here in January. And this is qualifying. Ian Cohen with you for an afternoon session, and we've still got plenty of good tennis ahead. John Huvenaz is the man next to me, and John, now we're seeing the lineup between a Chinese player and the Russian.
Good afternoon, Koza. Good afternoon to all of our viewers, or good morning or good evening, wherever you're watching right around the world. Great to have your company here on our live stream coverage, and you can get involved as well. Hashtag Oz Open. Yeah, Elena Vesnina of Russia, the 11th seed, taking on Zhu Lin of China. We've already seen 3 or 4 Chinese girls in action today, and another one joins them now. We were heading for a top of 19, currently in Melbourne, 17 degrees, and the rain seems to have passed. Just having a look at the radar, that main band that was troubling us for the last 90 minutes has passed to the east of the city. So we should have some clear tennis for the rest of the afternoon. Elena Vesnina on screen.
Yes, you can see the Russian, age 29. She resides in Sochi, of course, which these days is an Olympic city as well. A career prize money earning of $6.2 million. She's been to the 4th round here at the Australian Open twice, in 06 and also 13. The French Open last year went to the 3rd round. Wimbledon in 2009, 4th round. And the US Open twice to the 3rd round. Also in doubles, she has won the French Open and also the US Open as well. So no stranger to the main draw. She'll have an expectation of getting through for the first Grand Slam in 2016.
Well, head-to-head, these two have never met, so some uncharted waters for both. Just wanting to get a feel for each other. No doubt that Zhu would have seen a lot of Vesnina's matches, given how prolific she's been on the women's tour for a while.
Well, when you have a look at Zhu, she's only 21 years of age, so 8 years a junior to her opponent, and her career titles, she has 6 ITF titles. She has been here to qualifying, but only as far as the opening round, so she's in the same spot as she was last year. French Open qualifying, she did get through to the 1st round of Wimbledon, so the Russian is certainly the more decorated of the players. But as we've seen, John, in a lot of the qualifying, sometimes it's the underdogs that manage to get up. And conversely, we've also seen a couple of quick matches where the more dominant players easily dispatched a younger or more inexperienced opponent.
Yeah, particularly in the women's draw, can deliver some unpredictable results. Let's whip through some of the results from day 2. Women's round 1 qualifying. It was the 2nd seed, Nicole Gibbs, who outclassed Olivia Chandramulia, the local girl, 6-2, 6-2. The first of the Chinese women to get through today, Wang Yi of China over Stewart in straight sets as well. We had Pazchek, the Austrian 14th seed, too good for Ukraine's Kozlova, also in straight sets. Jana Fett, good story from the Croatians, straight sets over Sarah Tomic, ousted from the competition this morning. Olivia Rogovska, also no match for Djorovic of Serbia, 6-1, 6-1, she went down. Arina Rodionova, well, we saw that her in the wildcard playoff, she made the final the day after she got married, which was the afternoon of her semi-final, mind you, and she was no match for Madison Inglis in the wildcard playoff, but she's here qualifying and back to her very best. She eliminated Vogt in straight sets today, 6-4, 6-1. Rodionova goes through. Another Chinese girl, the top seed, Wang Qi of China, 7-5, 6-2 over Iguchi of Japan. We had the Latvian 5th seed, Sevestova, 6-3, 6-2 over Destiny Aeva of Australia. So it's not been a good day for the Aussies, only one going through so far. And the 3rd seed was the big omission of the day, Brody of Great Britain, losing in 3 sets to Lim of France. It's just some of the results. We might get through a few more later on as we see Vesnina go to her bench to dispose of the jacket, opting for the 3/4 leggings though. Cooler conditions. I think it might have actually dropped to 16 degrees right now in Melbourne.
Yeah, the rain certainly cleared the air. The courts have been worked on frantically for about the last half an hour. You can see the wet weather jackets are on. The crowd has been fairly strong this morning. They will have sought some refuge under the canopies and covers that normally provide shade here at Melbourne Park, but today being used for the precipitation. And so now they have emerged. It's like the winter hibernation, isn't it, after a rain delay? Back people come and sort of stretch and open their eyes again and get set for some top flight tennis. And you can even pop it on your Instagram if you'd like to. Maybe you want to put it on Snapchat, or if you want to be part of the conversation, hashtag @AusOpen. We had a bit of fun with Francesca Schiavone and Sophie Mestach in that game. And we're looking forward to plenty of fun here as well. Oz Open, that's the Twitter account you need. And make sure you put the hashtag in there, hashtag Oz Open.
Time. So it will be Zhu to serve.
Don't forget, we'll also take you around the courts as well. Courts 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the way up to court 13, active at the moment, and we'll bring you pictures from around those courts too.
Just having a look at the activity of the recent activity in terms of match play for these girls. Let's start with Elena Vesnina. She's been in action already this year. Made the round of 32 in Brisbane at the Brisbane International, lost to eventual champion Victoria Azarenka in straight sets. Also active in the doubles, where she made the quarter-final, partnering Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova. And Fed Cup as well was her last main tournament last year in November. For Lin Zhu, well, let's have a look at her run-up to this tournament. She played over in Auckland in New Zealand earlier this month. Lost in the first round of qualifying to İpek Soylu of Turkey. And previously played an event in Thailand, $125,000 series event, lost in the round of 32 to Maria Patricia of Romania. So she's got a tough task in the first round of qualifying here to make it into the main draw of the Australian Open against a very seasoned campaigner in Elena Vesnina, the 11th seed from Russia. He'll be at top of screen in the fluorescent yellow, just dealing with some bugs or crickets on the court left over from the rain, but the sun is shining. Melbourne Park ready to go, and Zhu to serve.
That's going to be an issue for Zhu. The power of Vesnina. We know she can hit a very heavy ball, and Zhu's going to have to be a bit more mobile on the net to try and stop that. It did pop up, to be fair, off the net cord, but Vesnina not making around there.
15-all.
Nice way to get it back. So after that very heavy stroke early on, Vesnina hasn't had much of a look in here. Zhu, the 21-year-old. Vesnina put that together very well. And brings it back. Just have a look at the way crafted it from the back court. Saw the chance to get in and then dispatched it.
Game 2, first game.
That one high and looping off the frame. So after 90 seconds on the court, they will have an opportunity to rehydrate momentarily. Each player with their own routine, their own strategies as to what they have. Avanthia Asdaraki-Moore is the lady in the chair.
And, Vesnina's stablemate, Svetlana Kuznetsova, another Russian, has been named as the 23rd women's seed for the Australian Open beginning Monday. It's brought to our attention on Twitter. Thanks to Mark. Hashtag AusOpen to get involved in the conversation.
Love 15.
Just long on the second serve, so nervy start to her service game, Vesnina. Certainly looking vibrant against the blue background of show court 3.
Great colour, isn't it?
Love it.
As you mentioned, her best result here at the Australian Open was the round of 16. She's done it on 2 occasions, 2006 and 2013. She's got a lot of water to go under the bridge until she gets back there. She was serving okay in the warm-up, but that's 2 double faults in 3 points now, and they've all gone long.
You talk about water under the bridge. If she's staring down a break in her first service game, it's not an ideal start at all. Another fault.
Game 2.
And that is exactly how it has unfolded. So Zhu, the 21-year-old, and certainly the less credentialed, has got an early ascendancy after just 4 minutes. Vesnina, the number 11 seed, yet to get on the scoreboard.
Match is also underway on the rest of the court, so we'll be getting you some live results at our first sit-down.
Love 15.
That time Vesnina got her opponent on the move. Low shot from Zhu. Just really lobbed it up, and the cross court was excellent.
Big ace from Zhu. She's really looking in control of this match. And Vesnina has got to get the ball rolling, get her name on the scoreboard. Trying to go for the backhand winner down the line and just miscued. So in just a matter of minutes, Zhu has the chance to go 3-love up. Well, this time paid off for Vesnina.
40-30.
She got the ball she wanted. She knew exactly what to do with it.
Just trying to go back through some news items, but Vesnina hasn't necessarily had injury. Not that anything's coming to the fore, but she's now got a bit of a speed hump on the way to a win at qualifying. She's trailing Lin, China, 3-love. Let's have a look at court 7. There's action aplenty here at Melbourne Park.
What's the deciding set on court 7 between Hiroko Kuwata of Japan and Silvia Soler Espinosa. We are into the 10th game of the 3rd set. And on the Kuwata serve, Soler Espinosa has match point. The scoreboard, the graphic is actually ahead of schedule somehow. So, gets it back to deuce. Does Soler Espinosa, the Spaniard. She tries to stay alive. Of course, these 3rd sets are played to advantage, no tiebreakers.
Back to live action now, show court 3. 4th game with Vesnina trying to hold serve. Unsuccessful in her first attempt. Zhu chased the first one down, but was just taken too far out of court to be able to recover for the second one. You can see her heading right across there on the backhand side. Vesnina then cross court.
It's the first convincing point we've actually seen her put together on serve.
Too wide. Zhu with a really interesting style on the backhand, quite often dropping a knee, not quite to the level of the court, but instead of bending from the hips and back, she drops a knee and her centre of gravity goes down quite low, but it's in a matter of recovery as well. Unforced errors, Vesnina, all on her racket.
Well, it's just been a tidy match so far from Zhu. She hasn't made an error yet. That's the 9th from Vesnina. And all Zhu has to do is hit the ball back over the net at this stage.
Just keep it in play at the moment.
Just 14% of first serves in, Vesnina. It's plummeting as we speak. Soler Espinosa over on court 7, who were watching before. She did manage to hold serve, so that deciding set is at 5-all against Hiroko Kuwata of Japan.
And the Nostradamus Djokovic didn't quite get there. This is an amazing set of circumstances here, just 10 or so minutes into this match. And Vesnina still yet to get on the scoreboard. What a marvellous start for the Chinese girl, Zhu Lin. 4-love after 11 minutes.
Koza play also underway on court 5 in the 4th match of the day between Su Jiongjiang and Zhang Kai Lin. We'll Be crossing to that one at our next sit down.
Love 15.
First unforced error for Zhu. 5th game.
And this is where Zhu has to really put the foot down, doesn't she? She can't afford to let the more experienced Vesnina back into this match. She has to make the most of what's a stunning start. She did well to pick it, went to the forehand side, but couldn't get anything on the ball, and it lobbed back to the Russian, who was easily able to dispatch it to the open side of the court with the backhand. She used all of the terrain, got the job done.
She's determined to get one of these breaks back as soon as possible. Doesn't want to let slip the first set. Well, that should have been an easy put away for Zhu. She perhaps didn't read the way Vesnina was moving and then was in two minds as she played the shot, but well overbaked. And suddenly, triple break point opportunity for Vesnina, who's been very much on the back foot all day. And with a second look at the serve. Vesnina makes Zhu pay. She gets one back. Still down to break a serve. It's 1-4 in the first.
We can continue to go around the courts here at Melbourne Park. The sun emerging from behind the clouds. The conditions still a little windy though. Gum trees are moving around, and as you can see, a little chilled. Keeping the jackets and the towels on is Elena Vesnina.
Kozel, let's head over to court 5 for Su Jong Jung and Zhang Kai Lin. Third game, first set. Zhang serving at top of screen.
Some nice tennis there from Zhang. Zhang from Korea. Zhang Chinese.
Back to court 3 now, where Vesnina has broken back against Zhu, but still down to break a serve in this first set, serving at 1-4.
Love.
Yeah, the Vesnina machine is starting to just warm up. Took a couple of games, but if she can skate through this service game, the pressure will once again be back on Zhu.
She can get that first serve percentage up, and I think she can start to dictate more of these points, because that's where she's going to hurt Zhu's game on the winner's count. I know Zhu has consistency, but Vesnina can be the dictator here. She's got to get these serves right, first time. Prime example there.
Yeah.
40-15.
Big serve out wide, had Zhu on the stretch, and then easy put away in the ad court, in the juice court rather.
Game, Vesnina.
Not out by much, but enough to give Vesnina the game.
So what's your read on it, Koza? Suddenly it feels like the tides have changed a bit.
Yeah, that was the fear for Zhu, wasn't it? That even at that 4-love advantage, she just couldn't quite keep the pressure on the throat, keep the foot on the accelerator, and Vesnina, who is a much more seasoned professional, has found a way to get back in.
Yeah, really starting to find her range now.
And Zhu's only won a handful of points in the last 5 or 6 minutes. Maybe she just needs to take a little bit of time here, does Zhu? Make Vesnina wait, just try and upset the rhythm a little bit. Down the tee, wrong side of the paint. So that's a disappointing result for the 21-year-old. That consistency you were talking about, she hasn't had a lot of double faults, and then she chooses one there.
Vesnina's winners count starting to correct itself after early doors when it was all unforced errors and very few winners.
Vesnina nodding her head there, I think in acknowledgement that it was a nice deep ball from Zhu. Difficult to return. And now Vesnina has discussion with some of her supporters. You can hear her in the background there, and there she's appealing while the younger combatant just has a little fist pump, 30-all. Well, Zhu's at least taken it back to her in this service game and stopped the momentum momentarily. It's a really big point here, John. And she is triumphant, 5-2. So a great early lead to the 21-year-old from China. 5-2 as we continue to go around Melbourne Park.
Yeah, we'll head across to court 5 again, where we're watching the action unfold between Sujong Jang of Korea and Zhang Kailin of China. They're currently in a sit-down, so a chance to give an update from court 9. In that match, we're seeing Zhang Yuxuan of China take on Marina Zanevska of the Ukraine, and that deep into the first set, with Zanevska serving at 6-5, looking to close out that set. And on court 12, early stages first set between Maria Sanchez of the United States and Liu Fangzhou of China, and 1-all games on serve.
You can see the beautiful precinct of Melbourne Park there, Rod Laver Arena and Margaret Court Arena side by side. Crowd certainly enjoying it. Plenty of support for a lot of the qualifiers. Quite often have family and friends that will make the journey here, knowing that they can't do it maybe all the time, but a lot will travel to Australia to support, try and get their person through to the main draw. New balls, Vesnina holding them up. Russian to serve. To stay in this opening set.
She thought it was long.
Well, I thought it was long too. I reckon that wasn't a bad appeal actually by Vesnina, but it certainly wasn't called. Or maybe it has been overruled. 15 love. Called from the chair. We'll wait and find out.
Love 15.
No, love 15. Back to the original score.
Really nice angle on that forehand from Zhu.
Love 30.
Vesnina was buckling up for a baseline slog and didn't anticipate the cross court.
Too long that time. She just took it probably another 5 or 8 seconds longer. Made a younger opponent wait. Have a look at points won at the net. Well, Vesnina's been doing a lot of that work, 3 out of 4. She went inside and it didn't pay dividends. Couple of set points to the 21-year-old from China. The wind continues to rattle through the gum trees around Melbourne Park. Well, she picked it but couldn't make enough with the backhand. 30-40, 1 set point saved by the more experienced Russian. Two set points saved and she's got it back to deuce.
Advantage, Vesnina.
So Vesnina off the baseline, touch of the tape. Lux of fortune, hand goes in the air. Not so much an apology, but an acknowledgement that maybe something fortuitous happened. And the ball hits the tape, often the result. And long save. Vesnina holds, dodges the chance of losing the set on serve. 25 minutes in. Now Lin from China will come out to see if she can complete the transaction for the opening set.
Tell us what you've thought of this intriguing first set. Join us on Twitter, #OzOpen. Perhaps you're supporting one of these women. Perhaps just a keen tennis fan. Give us your thoughts on the match. Tell us where you're watching from as well.
Well
constructed point. Vesnina around plenty. Vesnina pounces when the opportunity is there, but she's just not always getting that particular opportunity. Came in hard on that second one and then whack.
Zhu's got to be careful here because Vesnina is starting to make a lot of these balls stick. And the unforced error count now for Zhu starting to creep up. Her 7th. A big point coming up here.
Vesnina knows the importance of that one. Back to 30 all. No free points so far for Zhu on the serve. Lovely, ramped it up, got it down the line, and set point on her serve. Well, Vesnina wasn't going to die wondering about that particular set point. Charged in, hit it hard.
She's now come to the net 7 times rather, and won 6 of them. Now, Zhu hasn't left the baseline all match. That's a distinctive weapon for Vesnina.
And I think it'll be where Zhu is residing for much of the match. So again, another set point. Unreturnable serve.
Yes.
Zhu with that low crouching backhand. Not able to affect clear shot there. Juice. That was better, wasn't it?
A lot of venom on some of these winners. Vesnina just unable to get anywhere near it. Seventh winner for Zhu. Brings up set point for the 5th time. And this time, an unforced error sees Vesnina's undoing that hand. Zhu, the first set, a little bit of a unpredicted one. 31 minutes gets the job done, 6-3. Koza, tell us how she did it.
Well, she did it by jumping out of the blocks nice and early and was up to a 4-love advantage before Vesnina had even got onto the scoreboard. We'll be able to have a look at some of the highlights from this opening set. And we start with a clear winner from Vikhlyantseva, but that certainly was against the flow. It was all about the Chinese 21-year-old. She had the Russian on the ropes early, and that 4-love ascendancy. Then Vikhlyantseva eventually got going, and she found a couple of games, had the break of serve, and then held to consolidate before Zhu managed to hit back and take the opening set.
It didn't help that there were 2 double faults in the opening service game for Vikhlyantseva, and it was really that second serve she was struggling on, winning just 18% of second serves, but she finally got her winners going and got that up to 9, started to reduce the amount of unforced errors committed, and that's how she turned the game. Look at the net approaches, winning 6 of 7 at 86%. Well, that's the story of the first set. It went to Zhu. Let's head over to court 5, where we're watching Sujiong Zhang take on Zhang Kai-Lin of China. Women's first round qualifying action. And it is Zhang serving for the first set. 3 match points up her sleeve and 5-1 at the top of screen in the pink.
Set points her way. And for Zhang from China, aged 25. And we'll come back to show court 3.
And a change in commentary. Koza and I will jump out. And Adrian Franklin and Kate Kearns to pick up the action.
So early stages of this second set. Zhu obviously taking the first after jumping out to an early lead, as the boys just mentioned. Adrian Franklin back with you in commentary. And joined by Kate Kearns. We both just had a nice little break, and we've watched the weather sort of roll through. Tricky conditions out there, Kate, as well. Chilly, little breezy, just tough.
Yeah, the players going to have to make sure that their breaks are keeping warm, because there is a little chill in the breeze, but running after a few balls will warm you up today.
And we just see Vikhlyantseva just struggling a little bit there. The swirl of the wind, particularly inside these bigger courts here at Melbourne Park, the wind sort of is captured inside and it's just swirling in and out, really tough to pick. Vikhlyantseva moving to the net there. She's had some good doubles results, probably stronger doubles results in comparison to her singles. Finalist or better in all 4 of the Grand Slams in doubles. She's won the 2013 French Open and the 2014 US Open doubles event as well. So it'll be interesting to see if she can show us some of her skills today in coming to the net. Obviously a completely different situation when you're in singles. And
yeah,
we see the double faults there as well, Kate.
Yeah, she played Azarenka up in Brisbane first round, but came through qualifiers in that tournament. I thought she played well against Azarenka for about the first set, and then
second set.
As we saw Azarenka really starting to hit her stride and getting into some good form coming into the Australian Open.
She's struggling at the moment, so she concedes the break, the 11th seed. Zhu leading 1 game to love now, so performing very strongly.
Well, Zhu's been impressive. She's got great ground strokes, keeps low over the ball, compact player. I thought Vesnina, towards the end of that first set, was starting to get into some sort of rhythm. But, as you said, Adrian, she's down an early break in this second set. That is not the way she wanted to start off second set. It's a good deep serve from Zhu. Oh, that's a lovely backhand, getting down low over that ball, Vesnina. But unfortunate for Zhu, her shot hitting the tape and sitting up nicely.
Yeah, Vesnina, after that previous game, she walked past her coach in her corner and really just chatting with herself. She's not happy at all at the moment. So you can see here, yeah, the racket straight into the side of the head a couple of times as well. Quite an aggressive player out on court, quick to show her emotions and
Yes.
So an opportunity now. So she's just trying to pump herself up.
Yeah, she's just trying to, it's almost like wake herself up. Get herself pumped and into this match. Unforced errors from Vesnina is 22 already.
4.5 games, she's just given up.
Yes, but she does have a chance here to break back. And that would be a great response, having broken early.
Oh, she doesn't quite get enough on that. She had the full court, just needed to chip it up over the net, but she didn't quite get down to the ball, I don't think.
Now we're just watching on the replay
So
now.
back. See, she stays up on it, doesn't bend her knees at all.
And that ball it was starting to dip too. It was a great retrieval from Zhu.
And a big response now from Zhu. So, and there you go, you can hear the vocals down the other end of the court from Vesnina.
Yeah, the frustration.
This could be a big turnaround here.
Yes.
Vesnina making certain on that occasion. Had her player on the run, her opponent, back of the court. Juice, third time in this game, second game of the second set.
Advantage, 2.
Well, Vesnina's got to do better with balls coming through at 129 kilometres an hour. She has to get that ball back into court.
Yeah, all set up by the return there. Vesnina, she's not going to die wondering. Probably not playing as well as she would like to at the moment, but she's trying to hit herself out of it. Juice number 4. Got plenty of people watching all around the world. Make sure you jump on Twitter. Hashtag #OzOpen. Got a friend, Francois, who's written in. Hashtag come on Vesnina. You can come back and win this. So, Francois, wherever you are, the positivity is there. The support is there for Elena Vesnina.
Surely Francois is somewhere in France.
You would think so, but I mean, there would be a Francois in Australia also.
That's true.
And probably in most countries around the world.
Maybe I'm hoping that Francois is listening to us, or watching, should I say,
in Paris.
in Paris.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt. So here we go, second serve and break point number 2 opening here.
Yes.
Okay, my Russian's not great, but I think that was a step up to the baseline. Don't get any further into the back of the court.
That's too good.
Oh, Vesnina's got the Oyas going. That backhand starting to find some form.
Yeah, when she hits it very, very cleanly.
Well, that ball was right in the hitting zone for Vesnina. Okay, third break point.
So what, that was break point number 3. So wasting some opportunities now,
Yeah,
and that
she
was
has
a waste.
Absolutely, Adrian. She has simply got to get that ball back into play. There was nothing on that serve.
130. So just having a look through the Twitter feed, Novak Djokovic was hitting with Stan Wawrinka today, training on Rod Laver Arena. Had a couple of epic battles, almost the match of the Australian Open a couple of years ago on RLA. And so after 3, was it 3 or 4 breakpoint opportunities? Well, there you go.
Yep.
It was one too many anyway. So Vesnina down a break after losing the first set.
I missed the time on how long that last game went for, but we've been going 14 minutes, 2 games played. I think that was about 10 minutes.
And that can hurt even more,
Yeah,
can't it?
so many opportunities. Well, that second serve really got up on Zhu. She went to come over that backhand. Ball had some pop in it. Oh, that's just great hitting from Zhu.
Overpowering Vesnina as well, which we haven't seen too much of. Vesnina can hit well, but yeah, that was just too good.
Yeah, and her balance on court is really wonderful.
Yeah, she looks very promising. Just 21 years of age. Big future ahead of her. She's been as high as 107 in the world, Zhu. She hasn't moved past the first round of Australian Open qualifying, so today, very big opportunity.
Oh, she's close.
Wonder if she might start to think about that at all.
I think the thought might
Oh,
run through her mind.
Hopefully not for too long. But at the moment, I mean, she doesn't need to play her best tennis, really. Vesnina is giving some free points away.
She just needs to get balls back.
Yeah.
Her opponent's beating herself up.
So a little bit surprising, I suppose. That one was an up and down game from Vesnina, but she holds on, gets on the scoreboard in the second set. Still down a break though, so. Let's move away from show court 3. We'll go over to court number 5 now, where it's Zhang Su Zhong taking on Zhang Kai Lin. So Zhang of Korea and Zhang of China. So here we go. Zhang 6-2 up in the first set, and she has the break in the second, leading 2 games to love. Serving bottom of your screen there.
We haven't seen much of this match, but that looks like a very convincing game being played from the young lady from China.
So, yeah, correction on that score. So we're in the second game, and Zhang leading 1 game to love. Also got action out on court 9 as well. Plenty of action on all of the courts here at Melbourne Park. But at the moment, out on court number 9, we have Zhang Zhuzhang and Mariana Zanevska. So that's out on court 9 at the moment, and it is Zanevska, after winning the first set 7 games to 5. She's leading 3 games to 1 in the second set.
We're back to live shots on show court 3. Match between Elena Vesnina and Zhu of China.
The sun just pops out.
I know, it's great.
It's pleasant. Oh, she just cannot miss that.
Shouldn't be missed. Wouldn't be missed in training. She was just going through the motions on her forehand side. Then that was a good serve. It was nice and deep, but the return came straight back at her. At her feet, needs to make sure she's still moving. Vesnina with, that was 28 unforced errors so far in this match. Okay, that ball is said to have been that it landed on the line, but I actually think it was long. Did you see that, Adrian? That was down our end.
I didn't see that one. I missed it. It was close, there's no doubt, but I like when players can move on quickly after those ones.
Well, that was definitely long.
Just like to see Vesnina string a few points together. It's sort of 1 point, she'll hit, you know, a couple of solid deep strokes, but then the next one she'll frame one and it'll go out. Needs to really string a few points together here. Again, just not the right stroke to go for it all. That's halfway up the net. Very little topspin. She's just not willing to stay in the point for long enough, I don't think.
Well, that was the longest rally so far of the match, 13 shots.
You've got to be willing to go 20+ strokes, though, at this level of tennis.
Oh, that's a carefully crafted backhand from Vesnina.
Yes.
Got this game back to juice.
But again, there's just no consistency there.
How many times have we seen that so far?
Too many.
Serve comes through, not a huge serve, and she does not get that ball into play. Oh, that's some nice play. Good hands at the net from Vesnina. She had to come in off that short ball, but made sure of it at the net. Should get a look at a second serve here. Oh, she didn't have to. That's a gift.
I guess you don't always get a look at a second serve. Sometimes you get lucky. But it's unusual, I think, moment. It's kind of up for grabs. Who wants it more right now? Who's going to step up? Yeah, she just did enough, didn't she?
She did. That was not convincing.
Not convincing at all, the volley and the smash. So we see here, she gets the, oh, that's not a convincing volley. No. Just puts it into the open court.
That was almost a double hit.
Yeah, and then the smash, it was carefully played. She was pretty happy about that.
Yeah, she did enough. It's all that matters. Oh, that is great hitting from Vesnina, finally.
She flattens it out a lot, doesn't she?
Yeah, and I think she prefers to receive a ball with a bit of whip on it too. Doesn't like to have to generate her own pace. And I think that's where perhaps on some of those serves where she's trying to generate some power and it's just not working. That were two beautiful points that she strung together towards the end of that game. She breaks back Vesnina, and we are now at 2 games all in this second set. We're 25 minutes in with Lin taking the first set.
Now, those first 4 games have been lengthy. The first set was 31 minutes, and already we're up to 20+ minutes after just the 4 games. So it's tight out there at the moment. Vesnina not going away on serve now. Let's see if she can back it up with some consistent play. The wind just picking up once again on show court 3.
Left.
Oh, 2 good serves from Vesnina. 2 good first serves.
Yeah, she's playing well now. That's quality. 3 solid points in a row.
If I was you, I'd be keeping it off the backhand too. It's starting to really wind up.
Yeah, well, she's probably the bigger hitter off the ground the majority of the times. It's just if she can build it and maintain that throughout a point.
Oh, that's a big serve. Out wide, 160 kilometres an hour.
3 games to 2.
All about the placement. And
Great
that was,
game as well.
Yeah, that's probably her best service that we've seen so far in the match from Vesnina. Very confident. Takes a 3-2 lead here in this second set on court 3.
Yeah, well, after a bit of a slow start to that one, Vesnina really picking things up and seems like the sort of player that can go in and out of matches a little bit. But when she's up, she is firing.
Well,
so
she's in the match right now.
Absolutely. So let's head to court 7. We'll come back to show court 3 in a moment, but out on court 7, a bit of a blockbuster, an epic right now. So it's Hiroko Kuwata of Japan. It's just finished, and there you go, the scoreline. Silvia Sola Espinosa going down 12-10 in the 3rd set. And look at that, 101 minutes in the 3rd set. So Hiroko Kuwata of Japan will go through to the 2nd round. What an epic battle that is.
What is that the first match on that court?
1 hour and 41 minutes.
Unbelievable. No, it's a bit longer than that. Oh, for that last set, you're saying, sorry?
Yeah, just for the last set. So we'll move away. So congratulations to Kuwata. We'll go into court number 5 now. So it's Zhang Suzhong of Korea against Zhang Kai-Lin of China. And at the moment, it's Zhang 6-2 winning the first set, and she's just won that game there. So 3-love leading in the 2nd set. So we'll keep you updated with that one. Back to live action on show court 3. As again, the sun just peering out at, as unusual as it sounds after about a 19 or 20 degree day, it can be quite warm in the sun in Melbourne when it pops out. So we'll see how the players react to that.
15 all.
It's only 3-2 on the scoreline, but it feels like Vesnina does have the control of this one.
I just feel she's getting on top of this match. Or at least this set.
So
a little bit of luck there from Vesnina. They're tricky ones. Zhang did get to it, but it sort of destabilises your movement a little bit when you have to run forward and then quickly decide on where am I going, and she just overplayed it slightly. So 15-30 now. And again, just overplays it, so Zhang just a little uncertain as to what's going on. She's not really doing too much wrong. It's happened quite quickly over the past couple of games. So Zhu serving, 2 break points.
Oh, yes. Forehand, whipping that down the line, Zhu. That's a beautiful stroke. The forehand, it is her favoured shot.
And on break point down as well, if you don't mind. So, clutch play there from Zhu. Steps up now, still 1 break point down. And
has that been called in, that serve? Been called good.
Yeah, I mean, it sounded as though it was called out initially. I heard a noise.
Oh, right, okay.
But it was definitely called in the end by the chair umpire.
Well, nothing to be done but to go to the other side and
yeah. No, I like how she moved on because she's been...
Not too much fuss.
No. Wow, Zhu has stepped up.
Yeah, Zhu Lin's not going away. She has fought back on serve. She was 2 break points down.
And again, it's that forehand. I mean, to find the angle there was no angle to speak of at all. And the quality has lifted on show court 3. Both players going hard from the back of the court, hitting cleanly. And now they're starting to attack. It's the first one that wants to risk a little. That's usually winning these points now, so.
Oh, Vesnina very comfortable with the overhead. She said earlier, Adrian, she's an accomplished doubles player.
Yeah, she looks good at the net. And good from the back of the court as well right now.
Yeah, she read that serve well, was ready and got in the right position to hit that forehand on the run. Great return.
So another break point, number 3 in this game. I wouldn't really call that a waste necessarily. Zhu did nothing wrong and kept the ball deep, but again, these are opportunities. She lost the first set, Vesnina, and she'll need to take one if she wants to bring this one back to level pegging. But Zhu, as you say, not going away at all, really stepping up. No, that's too good.
Yep, going back in behind her opponent, Vesnina.
Advantage, Vesnina.
Not trying to overplay that shot.
She's just getting the better of these ground stroke rallies at the moment.
And she held that ball. She waited to see which way Zhu was going. It's good work, good thinking.
Oh, shot of the match, surely.
Yeah, but you could see that happening. She left herself wide open. She goes down the line on that shot. You've got to be able to cover the court of the net, and she
What a
was
response.
nowhere near it. That is a terrific shot from Zhu. Still got to make it. She got the open court, but you still have to make it.
Had that continental grip as well. Just chipped it back. Saved a 4th break point. No, she didn't have any rhythm in that point.
No, and I'm not sure if the wind sort of took that ball back, but she just wasn't in the right position to hit through.
You can see the gust, yeah, certainly playing havoc, and I think it did pick up in that point. So, break point number 5. And there it is. So on the 5th break point of this game, Elena Vesnina, the 11th seed from Russia, leads 4 games to 2. So we're up to 35 minutes after 6 games in this one. And it's all ahead of Elena Vesnina now. She can hold here, getting closer to level pegging.
Yeah, she's pulling back the unforced errors.
She's
finding some rhythm in a game. Starting to put together consecutive points. It's so important for her confidence.
15 love.
And a nice big serve out wide, an ace is also helpful for your confidence.
Oh! 30 love.
Just another gust of wind. Vesnina waiting.
Second service.
So, speaking about how close the contest is at the moment, it's a tough one to pick, and before that point there, we were tied at 57 points apiece. So, but at the moment, it's on Vesnina's racket, I think, this set.
Oh,
there you go.
Yes. That's just that's confident playing. She was missing those backhands earlier on in the match, overplaying those shots, but she's really finding her range now, Vesnina, and that is just a delightful backhand down the line.
Yeah, full of confidence at the moment. Takes a 5-2 lead in this second set as we head back out to court number 5. So we had this just on before, Zhang Zhuzhong of Korea taking on Zhang Kailin of China. And it is Zhang of China who won the first set 6 games to 2 and leading 4 games to 1 at the moment. So top of screen there is Zhang from China. So she's in control of this one, leading 4-1. And currently 30-15. So we'll move away from court 5 as Zhang from China is in control of that first round encounter. And now live pictures on show court 3. There's Nina. Not sure what she was doing there, to be honest.
Trying to break a racket. Should hope not. It's been working wonders for her in this set.
Yeah, just unraveling a little bit for Zhu at the moment.
15.
Just back to the standing on the strings. She's wanting a little bit more control out of that racket.
Maybe loosening the strings up a little bit. I haven't seen that often.
No.
If ever.
15.
But it's all working for Elena Vesnina at the moment. She really has cut out those unforced errors and hitting the ball cleanly. She looks full of confidence at the moment. 2 points away from this second set.
$30.50. 40.
Oh, that's 2 misses on the forehand side from Vesnina.
So Zhu stays strong. Vesnina just having a little bit of an issue with her racket there. And just saying something to her corner. It did seem as though it was something to do with the strings. We saw her step on those strings.
Did she change her racket that last changeover? Did you notice?
Not that I noticed.
Okay.
But she has now. So let's see if that just changes things, because it was everything was working for Vesnina there for a number of games, and she's just dropped that one, but serving for the second set here. New racket.
Whoa.
No, that's just too good. You can't really complain about the bounce there. It was just depth of shot, skidding off the line a little bit.
Well, Vesnina in a little trouble here on serve. She is love 30 down. And this change in terms of how she's playing in the last 2 games has come from nowhere.
Love 40.
So the racket was changed. Not sure if that had anything to do with it, but things have just shifted slightly here. So 3 break points down. Vesnina serving here. And a look at a second serve for Zhu. So how will she play this? Well, she didn't need to once again. So that came out of nowhere. Vesnina looked to be strolling through this second set, but she changed her racket and didn't lose a point. Didn't win a point in that game, sorry. So Zhu there. We are now back on serve.
We are back on serve in this second set now. I don't understand what just happened to Vesnina because she was playing so beautifully here in this second set. The wheels have fallen off for whatever reason, and she now finds herself back in a fight here.
We'll go to court 5. We'll try and come back and explain what happened or see what's to come next. But out to court 5 once again. Zhang Su-shong of Korea taking on Zhang Kai-Lin of China. And it's Zhang of China still in full control. So she won the first set 6 games to 2, leading 5-2 in this second set. So Zhang of China in control of that one. Out on court 9, plenty of action out there as well. So we're deep into the second set. It's Zhang Zhuzhan taking on Mariana Zanevska. And at the moment, Zanevska 5 apiece in the second set after winning that first set 7 games to 5. And we'll head back to show court 3 as well. Some action on court 12 out there as well, which I'll update you on in just a moment. But big game here on show court 3 now.
Zhu just overhitting on the backhand.
So out on court 12 at the moment, we have Maria Sanchez of the United States of America taking on Lu Fangzhou of China. And Sanchez in control of that one. 6-4 in the first set, leading 4-2 in the second set on court number 12. So I'll keep you updated with all of that action. Number of these matches moving into the second and potentially third set. So this is a big change of events. I just saw that Vesnina was, I don't know, she had 3-4 games in a row there where she took control of the match.
Oh, she was totally in control of this this second set. Oh, that's better, and that was important. Fist pump from Vesnina. Right on top of that backhand. Just pushing it into the far corner.
So 30 all. Oh, that was an unusual point. Zhu probably needed to move forward after that shot.
She was scurrying back to the baseline. Didn't have to worry about it in the end. Vesnina completely missing that shot. Totally gettable. Throws her racket down in disgust.
Yes. You can feel the tension at the moment. I mean, you can hear it from Vesnina. Zhu, not so much, but you can see it on Zhu's face.
She was very disappointed in that last shot. Sitting up on the forehand.
No, just didn't get the racket back early enough. It's a bit of a struggle at times for her. She's holding onto the racket for a little bit too long, needs to get it back so she can swing through nice and early. But she was caught, and now set point down. Tough one to pick, but Elena Vesnina 1 point away from evening this one up. And that is missed by meters.
Oh boy, this is a tough second serve.
And Vesnina, she knew it, and she stepped in on the 136 kilometres an hour on that second serve. And we are going into a third set after Zhu had control of this one. And then Vesnina pulled it back, kind of changed again, but Vesnina probably in the end deserving of that set.
Oh, indeed, she was by far the better player in the second set. As we look at the highlights here on screen, Vesnina really finding her rhythm out on court and striking the ball beautifully. Mind you, her opponent, Zhu, was still in that set and found a way back when, for some reason, we're not quite sure what was going on with the racket there with Vesnina, but she got the break back late in the second set. And we thought we might have been going to a tie break, but in the end, Vesnina was able to find some of that form she found early in that second set. And she was able to take out the second set. We're just having a look at the statistics now on screen.
Yeah, can we see anything? I mean, break points 1, 3 of 11 for Vesnina. So in the end, she was kind of fortunate to get out of it. Winners 15-8, unforced errors 21-15. It was, I mean, not one thing I can notice. I guess the net points won there 6 of 9. So Vesnina getting a few points there at the net. But it was relatively tight, lots of long rallies. And we're at 1 hour and 22 minutes after 2 sets of tennis. So this is round 1 qualifying. Still got 2 matches to go on show court 3. And of course, plenty of action around Melbourne Park. Nate Baines of Australia will be coming up next against Schiavone Victory, the United States of America, the 15th seed. And then the men's will finish it off. JP Smith of Australia, the 16th seed against Vincent Millot of France. So a couple of Aussies to hit the court. Still plenty of action in this one, and it's a really difficult one to pick, as we've seen over the first day and a half of qualifying. Evenly matched contests. And we'll just await for players to get back on court. Looks like Zhu's just left the court for a moment. Perhaps a bathroom break. There is a bathroom just behind here at show court 3.
And players are allowed that after the second set, aren't they? That's the usual rule that applies. So apart from that little hiccup just then, Adrian, I think Vesnina should be feeling rather confident going into this third set. She's by far the more experienced player out there on court. She is the 11th seed here in the qualifiers for the Australian Open 2016.
So let's head out to court 7. Just waiting on players to get back on show court 3. So early stages of this one. Pauline Parmentier of France, the 10th seed, taking on Risa Ozaki of Japan. And there you have it, 1 game apiece. Again, all the women's matches are first round qualifying today. We had our men here yesterday, and a couple of the men's matches should be hitting the court shortly. That's round 2 qualifying in the men. So 1 game apiece there, out on court number 7. Zhu has just re-entered show court 3.
Well, Adrian, what does Zhu, I mean, we've been talking a lot about Vesnina and her game and how she sort of got back into this match, but what does Zhu need to do?
Well, as we head back to show court 3, we're about to start the third set. It's a good question. I guess the reason we've been speaking about Vesnina as she will start proceedings here, serving first point of the third set, I think it's because the match when Vesnina's playing her best seems to be on her racket. So it's whether she's playing well or struggling. She's the one that's kind of deciding how it's taking place. And she's been quite vocal about what's been going on, so Zhu, a bit more understated. Zhu's been, I don't know, she's been pretty consistent with the way she's played. Didn't make too many errors, but again, if Vesnina plays well, she's probably going to win this set. If she plays her best tennis. So for Zhu, she probably needs to consider that and say, all right, well, I need to probably take it to Vesnina. But at the same time, she could wait to see if Vesnina struggles at the start of this, because we know that she makes errors. She almost needs to wait.
And she's been in and out of this match, so...
But yeah, let's keep a close eye on how Zhu begins this match, and if she changes it a little bit or if she waits and reacts to what Vesnina's doing.
Boy, I thought that return from Zhu was going long, but it found the line, and I think Vesnina, she may have stopped playing that ball. Well, I think for Zhu, she just has to wait for those opportunities on that second serve of Vesnina. Make the most of them.
I just wonder if Vesnina gets on top early. She does seem like she's a confidence player. If she
can get on a roll, can't she?
She can get on a roll.
Yes.
Just looking at a couple of the stats at the moment. So winners, 24 winners to Vesnina, 15 to Zhu. Unforced errors, big difference, 37 to Vesnina and 22 to Zhu. Total points won, we're pretty much even at the moment. 68-69. Zhu having won just one more point.
Vesnina really just dictating play from the back of the court, really sitting in on that baseline, moving her opponent around.
Yes.
Well, there's a couple of errors on the backhand side. Getting too far behind the baseline and not coming over that ball. Good hitting from Zhu, though. The other tactic I would be employing too if I was Zhu was keeping it off the backhand side of Vesnina.
overplayed it. Again, she seems to have the better of the rallies, but she wasn't using the angles of the court there at all. She prefers to kind of hit through the ball, pick up the pace, but maybe a bit of angle would work quite well also. So back to Juice. Just an update out on court 5 as well. Zhang from China taking that one 6-2, 6-3 against Zhang from Korea. So we were showing that one out on court 5. So Zhang Kailin will move through to the second round of qualifying.
Well, Vesnina in a spot of bother here on serve. She has a break point against her. Okay, Zhu gets a look at a second serve. She'll be stepping in. Oh, that's a big missed opportunity from Zhu. Vesnina did a great job to get that forehand back cross court. Really had to dig and get in behind that ball.
So we can see the breeze then. It's just consistently picking up and dropping. Ball kid's having a bit of trouble with some water bottles off to the side as well. So could depend on which player responds the best to these conditions at the moment. And again, both players going up and down the middle of the court. And it's
cat and mouse, isn't it?
Yeah. There's not a whole lot of variety in the games here. Second serve points 1. That is unbelievably low. 24% to Vesnina and 34%, not that much better, from Zhu. So here we go. Second serve right now. Break point opportunity. And there you go, she loses another one on the second serve, and after a pretty epic first game of this third set, Zhu takes the break. 13 minutes, Kate Kearns. After the first set was 31 in its entirety. Wow.
We always get the long matches, don't we?
I know, I was just about to
sets.
say. Well, just such evenly matched players, and if neither is going to be, you know, or vary their play, we're just going back up and down all afternoon.
And Vesnina, I mean, she is so dependent on that big first serve, and if it doesn't go in, I mean, Zhu's just sitting there waiting to pounce on the second serve. And that pressure starts to mount. Well, Vesnina trying to change the direction of the ball there. Once again, going up and down the middle of the court for the first few ground strokes.
Left for service.
We spoke about how would Zhu, or has Zhu done anything particularly wrong throughout the match, and how would she approach it? I mean, at the moment, she's waiting for Vesnina to hit a winner or make a mistake.
Yeah, she's not making too many moves out there.
Not at all. And again, she just chips it back, and Vesnina had the point on her racket, but makes the error.
Yeah, she wasn't moving her feet enough around that ball, though. She just allowed it to get too close. Couldn't get the shoulder rotation into the backhand, and she's just going through that motion now. Oh, those unforced errors. 45 for Vesnina, 25 for Zhu.
I mean, to win a game, a match with 50+ unforced errors, it just means you're going to have to hit a lot of winners as well. They are high numbers.
That was a great pickup from Vesnina here at the back of the court. Almost like a shot you'd see in cricket, golf.
Oh, quality. We haven't seen too much of that over the past set and a half at least, but Zhu, she times the ball well and she times her run well also. Leads 2 games to love.
Well, we didn't see this coming at the end of the second set.
The fact that she's capable of hitting a stroke like that, I'm not sure why she doesn't try it a little bit more often.
Well, she hasn't had that many opportunities to be, you know, quite honest in terms of Vesnina's play. Once again, just waiting for the wind to die down ever so slightly.
Let's for service.
Well, that's just disappointing because that was a really good first serve. She gets the short ball return and dumps that forehand into the net.
Clean hitting from both players. Well, Kate, it's a tough one to pick, so maybe let's throw it to our Twitter community. Jump on, #AusOpen. Let us know who is going to win and why. Because we're not sure. I'm not sure.
We're getting that coin out any moment now.
So #AusOpen. Jump on now, wherever you are around the world. Who's going to win and why this match? Not the right shot to go for there.
Oh, that smacks of desperation for me. Behind the baseline.
Well,
we saw Francesca Schiavone do that a couple of times, but successfully.
Yeah. And she was doing it a little consistently as well. I haven't seen Vesnina hit one of those throughout the match. At this point in time, not ideal.
She has to find a first serve. Can ill afford to go down 2 breaks in this third set. Oh, that's a big point. Well played, Vesnina. Once again, just camping herself in the middle of the court. Sorry, at the baseline on the middle line. Getting her opponent to do all the work at the back of the court.
So she fights through Vesnina. She's certainly not going to give this up without a fight. We continue on. So after 21 minutes, Zhu leading 2-1, does have the break, but we have seen a number of breaks of serve throughout this match. So may not mean all that much, but we'll find out. Of course, plenty of action taking place. Back out on court 6, Kimiko Date Crum. Spoke about her before. 45 years of age. She's leading in the third set. So she dropped the first, won the second in a tiebreak, and now leads 4-3 out on court 6. So Amandine Hess. So here we go, court 6. That's Kimiko Date Crum down the bottom. Heavily taped.
Yes, looks like that left knee's very heavily taped.
Well, she is 45, so I mean, she's been around a while. And just continues to fight. So Date Crum at the bottom of your screen leads 4-3. And takes the first point of that one. Nice little crowd building out there as well.
I wonder what the record is in terms of age for qualifying for the Australian Open. Do we have that statistic?
Well, let's find out.
Can we get that statistic?
That's a great question. The question is out there. Hashtag OzOpen, let us know. Or we'll try and find out as well.
We're back here on Show Court 3, live action. First round of the women's qualifying for the Australian Open 2016. And we have got a tough match being played out here. Oh, Vesnina, that shot down the line on the backhand side has been good for her in the past 2 sets. She's given time and space. She is deadly on that side. Zhu just going about business.
Yeah, she doesn't give away much at all, does she?
No, little fuss, little bother. She won't be happy about that forehand, though. Big point for Vesnina at 30 all on the Zhu serve. She'll get a look at a second serve. That brings up break point.
Let's first service.
Paints the line straight down the tee.
So again, just a loose water bottle. It's the problem when they don't have any liquid inside and it's empty. It's just the wind.
Put it in your bag or the rubbish bin.
True. I reckon if you gave me $10 million, Kate, I would not be able to tell you who the winner of this is. I have no idea.
I reckon if I gave you $10 million, you wouldn't be sitting next to me.
True. But I don't think I've watched a match where every point, from point to point, has just been completely different. One of these players needs to step up and take it. That's what they need to do. Simple, I know, but just if you want to take it into main draw of the Australian Open, you need to lift your level. Let's see if one of them can do it.
If someone can find a first serve, they'll win the match.
Yes. Oh, I was going to say, if Vesnina...
I think that was the second one that landed long, but...
But if Vesnina lost that point, she was going to go straight to the chair umpire. I think one of those drifted long earlier.
Wasn't calling. She did the right thing. You've got to keep playing.
Yes, you're right.
But the steam was just about to come out of those ears.
Left, second service.
Again, I mean, she's been hitting so well from the back of the court, and she decides to go for a drop shot, which I've only seen her hit one so far, and she missed in windy conditions to try and time that.
Yeah, I just think that she realised her opponent was 2 metres behind the baseline. It's like, hey, let's throw in a drop shot.
Yeah, just makes some unusual decisions at times, as Zhu misses the first serve once again. The second serve at 105 kilometres an hour is not going to do the job today. That was looped up just perfectly for Vesnina. And we are now back to juice. Number 3 just ticked up to 1 hour and 49 minutes in this first round match.
Oh, that's some big hitting from Zhu. From both ladies, actually, in that point.
We haven't heard much from Zhu at all, but she's
starting to get vocal.
She is, which I like. Here we go. All right, first serve. I can't remember this game seeing a first serve from Zhu. And again, it's Vesnina. She is taking control of these rallies.
Yes.
just whether she hits the winner or doesn't. Zhu seems to be happy just keeping the ball in, It may not work.
Cross court, but it's Vesnina that's trying to find the angle out there.
And usually in sport, I think the winner is the aggressor most of the time in the end. So if you're just going to constantly be defensive over and over,
that's right.
Playing at a quality at this level, qualifying for the Australian Open, it's just not quite going to be enough, but we'll see. She did a little better there. She was the aggressor, but Vesnina just too good. So break point. First break point of this game. We had a long match the other day. I mean, I saw a match at the Hopman Cup which went for 2 hours and 46 minutes. Dasha Gavrilova was involved in that one. So it was a women's match. That was one of the longest women's matches I've seen. This one we're at 1 hour, 51 minutes, so still a way off, but we're not far from ticking over 2 hours. And that's gone.
No, that's found the line. Yep.
Vesnina not happy again. Did look close. Juice number 5.
Zhu just having a look around. I think she's heartily disappointed in some of her unforced errors. Big points in this match. Oh boy.
That line has been an issue all match, or at least for the last couple of sets. But Vesnina does well. I mean, I wouldn't blame her if she was a little frustrated by that, but she responds pretty quickly. So we'll replay that point. That's her play. She uses the angle. Hasn't happened all that much. She has hit cleanly, but this time she went for the open court. And finally, after a very, very long game, we are at 1 set apiece, 2 games apiece. And I'm not sure which way this is going. 33 minutes.
Well, Adrian, that last serve, the second serve, went through at 121 kilometres an hour, and it got thumped.
It did. It deserved it. There was one at 105 kilometres an hour as well.
They're dipping.
Zhu needs to hit the practice court.
Needs to find some first serves. It's just so important.
15 left.
Or put a little extra pop on the second.
So I just wonder if the experience of Vesnina might be telling in the end. She's been as high as 21 in singles in the world and number 3 in doubles. We've spoken about her doubles prowess. Grand Slam winner, of course. Perhaps the experience that she has over Zhu, who's only 21, as we know, will it be telling in the end?
40 left.
Well, there you go. So a strong game from Vesnina. Shows the fist pump over to her corner. We're still on serve, but that's a couple of games in a row. And after that previous game, which must have gone for 10 plus minutes, that was a very quick one.
That was nice and quick. That's the way we like it. The wonders of a couple of first serves. And Vesnina just puts a nose in front here in the third and deciding set.
So let's leave show court 3 for just a moment. We'll head out to court number 7. So we touched on this one before. Pauline Parmentier of France, the 10th seed, taking on Risa Osaki of Japan. And it's the woman from Japan leading 5-3, 30 all. So a big point here. And she takes it. So set point on serve. Might just stay with this one for the moment. We've seen a number of really long and highly competitive matches. And I mean, first round of qualifying, you'd think that maybe as Osaka takes that point and takes the set, but you'd think that you'd see a few quite quick matches. First round of qualifying, you know, the higher seed against, but it's not the case at all at the moment.
Well, not the ones that we've been calling anyway.
No, no.
I think there are a few matches early on today that went rather quickly on the other courts, but
not for us.
You're quite right. The ones that we have seen and had the privilege of calling.
So back to show court 3 now. Zhu, strong start, does need to respond. Vesnina, over the past couple of games, just picking her level up a little bit. Previous game she held to love. So Zhu, after winning the first set 6-3, Vesnina responded, winning the second 6-4, and now we're on serve. Zhu, first couple of points here, so this contest continues to surprise.
2 first serves.
Yeah, Chad, very well said. I really should have picked that up because I've not seen her hit a first serve for quite a long time. Oh, wow. And that's what she's capable of. I just don't know why it doesn't happen a little bit more often. I mean, that's one of the strokes of the match. As you said, very well balanced on that one. Made the decision early as to what she wanted to do and just went for it.
Yeah, great shoulder rotation through that backhand.
So right back at you. So just about to tick up to 2 hours for the duration of this match.
Now this set won't go to tiebreak.
I don't believe so.
Plays to advantage.
Yes. Rightio. We could be here for a little bit longer.
I just saw the blood drain from your face, Adrian.
No, not at all.
Left for service.
Well, she had herself at 40 love in this game. There's Nina fighting back to 40-30.
She hasn't moved to the net too much, and it was the right play, but I just think she doesn't have the confidence at the net that Vesnina does.
She's not confident at all. Didn't get down low enough. Didn't control the racket head. And we find that, well, she finds herself now at deuce.
Left, second serve.
Oh, boy, oh boy. That off forehand of Vesnina hitting the line.
So a moment here. We haven't seen too many openings or opportunities in this set, but from nowhere really in this game. Vesnina now with the break point. How will this be played, this point right here?
Well, it won't be played until the wind calms down.
Vesnina just asking the ball boy just to put the towel back up on the chair. And she finds a first serve exactly when she needed it. And now back to Juice. So Vesnina just planted herself a little bit there. Feet just needed to move a little bit more into the ball, particularly with this breeze coming through. Back to game point to level it up at 3 games apiece.
Oh, I actually thought that had gone over.
I know, it always looks like it's going over, but the net's so tight. Falls back on Vesnina's side, and after having one break point there, couldn't quite take it. As we see the replay, just the top of the tape. Oh, that was quite high on the tape. 43 minutes, yes, I see. All right, here we go. Vesnina to step up. Still haven't seen anything that highlights one of these players will take this match. I haven't noticed it yet, but here we go. New game, new opportunity. I mean, that's the play for me. I think Vesnina has been the bigger hitter off the ground strokes. We know she's got the higher ranking, the better results in the past. It's just finding that angle as well. She's happy to go up and down the middle of the court, but Zhu is fairly comfortable to also do that.
Yeah, she's comfortable to rally, but it's Vesnina that's coming up with the big winners.
That's quality there.
Once again, yes, that backhand side. That has been a real weapon throughout the match.
Might see if we can get the first serve percentage up in a moment, just to see how many times the players are actually getting their first serve into play.
Okay, Vesnina is at 58% and Zhu at 65%. I'm actually surprised by that.
Particularly with Zhu. Must have been the first couple of sets that she was hitting a few in, because this set, it hasn't looked like that's been taking place. There you go. 40 love. Both players finding it a little easier to hold serve at the moment. Vesnina earlier on had a love game on her serve, looking like it might take place here again. And there you go. So that's a couple of love games back-to-back on serve for Elena Vesnina. Still on serve after 45 minutes in this third set, 4-3.
You think if Elena can continue to serve that well, that she will win this match. She's been able to then put the pressure back on to Zhu on her serve. Zhu, though, she was 40 love up, and for some reason, we're not sure why, but the wheels fell off there, and she did still manage to hold serve.
So, Zhu on the screen. She'll come out shortly. Try and stay in this one. Let's go out to court 6 at the moment. We have a men's singles match, I believe, that should be taking place shortly. We saw Kimiko Date Crum earlier on, but now it's Ben Mitchell, the Australian, who won through. This is second round men's qualifying singles now. So he's taking on Renzo Olivo of Argentina. So Ben Mitchell has played plenty of tennis down here in Melbourne, so we'll absolutely keep you updated with this one. Ben Mitchell actually recently a father, so I think he's only 23 years of age, so he has a young daughter now.
Yes, little baby girl.
Yeah, so big news for him, and I think I was reading it's adding as extra motivation for him out on the tennis court, as it would, of course.
I read that he said that he couldn't wait to actually get off court yesterday and to see her, so I mean, that's just lovely. Obviously enjoying fatherhood.
Yeah. So we'll keep you updated with that one. Ben Mitchell just about to get started. Well, there you go. That's the first drop shot I've seen work, and it wasn't the best one, but at least it went over the net that time from Vesnina.
She knows her young opponent from China, Lin Zhu, is not comfortable moving.
She's not at all, is she? So the drop shot doesn't actually have to be that great, but it does need to go over the net. Anyway, first point in this one, still on serve. I wonder after this match when Elena Vesnina's coach sits down with her, I wonder if they'll just point out that going side to side was working when you did that, but it was you were deciding to go down the middle of the court.
Yeah, the hitting practice I don't understand. There's been a lot of hitting practice taking place in this match.
And there you go. She goes down the line. She has the biggest stroke. I think both players are fully aware of that.
Yeah, so much pressure on Zhu to get a big first serve in, and really she doesn't have, to be honest, a big first serve.
No, she found one there.
Well, it's 135 kilometres an hour. And Vesnina's standing behind the baseline wanting to hit that. She should be almost in the centre of the court.
To crush it, Serena Williams style. So again, she relies on that big play of hers and big return, and then uses the angle of the court.
It brings up break point.
Oh, what a response. Vesnina, I mean, she turned to her coach. Not exactly sure why, it was just too good, that one. Not a bad return.
Oh, Zhu has ice running through her veins.
Advantage 2.
And called in, it was a deep serve. Too deep, in fact, and we go to 4 games apiece. 2 hours and 10 minutes. So 31 minutes in the first set, 49 in the second. We're ticked up to 50 minutes in this third set. Long tennis match, Kate.
Whatever it takes, Adrian, whatever it takes.
It's a long tennis match. All right, Elena Vesnina up to serve.
That serve out wide has worked well for Vesnina throughout the match.
She's just asked for the same ball back as well. bottles just causing havoc off to the side of the court.
They've gone rogue, those water bottles out on court.
Why don't they just put them in their bag?
Vesnina once again on top throughout that point, making her opponent really work.
We had a look at the matches out on the outdoor courts earlier. Kimiko Date-Crum, she's gone down in the third set there against Amandine Hess of France. So the 45-year-old from Japan lost in the third set.
I guess we don't have to worry about that statistic.
Yeah, which one was that again?
The oldest player to go through qualifying.
Yes.
The Australian Open.
She'll be back. She will be back next year.
That's
at
true.
46.
Don't discount her. Oh, Vesnina was 30 love up on serve. And looking very promising, and all of a sudden, Zhu has it back, 30 all.
Well, I didn't see this coming,
wow.
Kate.
No. We hadn't seen much from her all match, and really she just understands how important this is. We've got a break point here on the Vesnina serve.
Oh, and she takes it. And she's 4 points from the match. 1 game away, Kate Kearns. Zhu, what a response. All right, let's move out to court 6 quickly for now. Ben Mitchell just beginning. This is round 2 action. So Ben Mitchell taking on Renzo Olivo of Argentina. And Mitchell is bottom of screen with the white cap.
And in trouble early.
He is in trouble early. So he's already been broken in the very first game of the match, so that is far from ideal. He's been there or thereabouts, Ben Mitchell, over the past few years. He was coming through with a crop of players. James Duckworth was another one. And I mean, obviously, Nick Kyrgios and Thanasi have come through. Can play very, very well on his day. So we'll leave that for now. Ben Mitchell, early stages, but was broken in the first game. We'll go back to show court 3 now. So here we are. After 2 hours and 14 minutes, somewhat of an epic on show court 3. Zhu Lin of China is ready. She's 1 game away from taking this match.
Left for service.
But as we know, Vesnina will not go quietly. I think both players will be brutally disappointed to lose this match because it's been very, very even all throughout.
Plenty of break point opportunities for both players.
It's almost, Kate, it's almost a match that has been so enthralling that I mean, I'd like to see it go to a 4th set.
Well, that's not going to happen.
Isn't it?
Not on my watch.
I could sit here for the rest of the night. This is big. This is
You
an epic.
could be.
Zhu serving, 15 apiece. No spin on that one, just straight into the net. Yeah, overpowers the younger opponent once again.
Zhu got lucky on that occasion. Vesnina was coming in. She got the short ball. Unforced errors for Vesnina, now at 58. Zhu, 38. Vesnina really flattening out that last forehand, and she breaks. We're at 5-all in the 3rd set. We've been playing 58 minutes in this 3rd set. Adrian, I want your call on this.
I just don't know. I mean, Vesnina, again, so many points she's been in control, and she's had Zhu on the run, off balance throughout the whole point. And it's just if she's been able to find that killer punch and find the angle. So still, I mean, I can't believe someone can win a tennis match with that many unforced errors, but if she can string 2 games together here, it is on her racket.
I think Vesnina is the one most likely.
I think so too. Out.
Mind you, that's the first time we've seen Zhu actually try to
it's not bad. I don't mind
make
that
the play.
Yeah, I don't mind
Go
that
for the
play.
winner. That was the longest rally, 17 shots.
So just having a look on our Twitter feed, #AusOpen, the men's seeds have come out. So Novak Djokovic #1, Andy Murray 2, Federer 3, Stan Wawrinka 4, Rafa 5. But then it gets interesting. Bernard Tomic, the Aussie, at #16. And Nick Kyrgios, 29. They're the seeds for the Australian Open. Some of the seeds anyway. So a couple of Australians in those top.
Well, that's good, because Tomic probably won't meet another seed, I wouldn't think, until around third round, 4th round maybe.
Yeah, maybe even 4th.
Got to get that far, but Certainly helps if you don't meet those big names early on in the tournament.
But he's been performing well. I mean, he's really stepped up. I mean, Kyrgios clearly has as well. But Tomic's just winning some of those matches that we expect him to win and have been expecting him to win, but doesn't always get the job done.
Well, he's playing tonight in Sydney.
Is he?
Yep.
Rightio. But yeah, big times in Australian tennis right now. There is a lot happening, particularly on the men's side. Both players screaming at the top of their lungs after that one. I mean, again, it was Zhu just scrambling. She was off balance the whole time. Vesnina couldn't quite finish that one. She had it on her racket again. 2 break points here for Zhu. But who knows? Those coaches in the stands, I mean, if it's hard for us to call, imagine what they're going through.
Oh, she's found it.
Both lines, I think. That is clutch. Saves 1 break point, 1 to come. 2 hours and 22 minutes into this match.
And once again, we have water bottles just disappearing.
The 5th time this set. Is there a bit?
Zhu with 2 big opportunities here in this service of Vesnina. Just not doing enough. She's stepping here on this second serve. Won't have much on it. Vesnina, that forehand, body weight should be coming forward, and it wasn't. Stepping back.
Just a deep breath and exhale from the front left, man. Tough times for them. Could be a long conversation after this match. So it's been called out, and Vesnina's not happy.
That's a massive point.
But it's officially been called out.
Yeah, it's gone long. I'm pretty sure it was, long. Yeah, it looked long. But Zhu Lin of China has got the break, and she's gone up 6-5 in the decider. Let's go back to court 6.
Yeah, Ben Mitchell out there. So he's broken back now. Court 6 action right here. We saw just before Olivo broke in the first game, but Ben Mitchell has clearly broken back as we're at 2 games apiece. And Mitchell top of screen in the black shoes, black socks. Serving, this is round 2 action of qualifying, so Mitchell played and won yesterday. I can't imagine what his body is going through, because he would have played in that 40+ degree temperature. And today, probably on about 20 degrees right now. So a bit of an uncertain start to that match. 2 breaks of serve in the first 4 games. So both players just settling in to that one. And it's significant. It's a significant moment really for both, because second round qualifying, you win this, you are 1 win away from a main draw in the Australian Open. So
and you know what that means?
a lot of money.
It's about $38,000.
A lot of money. So let's head back into show court 3 for now. Well, she's serving for this one, but as we know, that hasn't meant too much. Lots of breaks of serve
Yeah,
throughout
she struggled also to control the forehand up this end of the court. The wind gets in behind it and it really lifts up.
So total points won, we're at 113, or before that point, we're at 113 Vesnina and Zhu 112. So now we might be back to 113 apiece. Vesnina has hit 23 more unforced errors than her opponent. 63 unforced errors. I'd like to see the percentage of matches won when you've hit 63 unforced errors. I'm not sure we can get that stat, but she's still going.
What are the winners? Because that was a big forehand just then from Vesnina.
The winners are big, but it's still, there's a big difference. So 36 winners to Vesnina, 23 to Zhu. And that pales into comparison.
Yeah, you need that matching up, don't you,
Yeah,
with the unforced errors?
So Zhu is capable of breaking, but at the moment she is incapable of holding her serve. We've seen the first serve percentage relatively low, but even the speed of serve, both first and second, very, very low. It's given Vesnina the chance to step in. And she flattens that one out, Zhu. Saves one break point, but has another one to face here. Would be interesting if she could get this to juice. I think that would be the closest that she's been to taking the match. First serve crucial. Wow, what a point again. And Vesnina is exhausted after that one, so very good tennis, very high quality, long tennis, but good tennis. So we're at 6 games apiece.
Who dares wins?
Get the popcorn, put the kettle on again. This one is going deep, so
it's going the distance.
It's going the distance, so we're not into a tie break. It's to advantage. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's clever from Vesnina, just going back in behind her opponent. Getting that serve out nice and wide, opening up the court.
So the lights have come on show court 3. Still relatively light here in Melbourne, but not for much longer. There you see 2 hours and 30 minutes in the background. 6 games apiece. So I think over the past couple of games, we've seen Zhu break the serve of Vesnina, and then she was broken. So this is a bit of an opening for Vesnina to hold. Maybe that might swing the momentum a little bit.
I like your wishful thinking, Adrian.
I'm not, hey, this doesn't need to end as far as I'm concerned. This is epic. I mean, it's shades of Djokovic Wawrinka on RLA over the past few years. It's not. Look at the wind. It's so windy. Well, there you go, Vesnina. She's lifted. She has lifted here. 40 love.
40 love.
And it's just that angle that we've spoken about a little bit. Once she goes across the ball.
Yeah, she actually doesn't mind moving and sliding into that forehand. And I think she actually hits the ball truer when she's on the run.
And she takes it. So Elena Vesnina will come out and look to break the serve of Zhu and win this match. There's the coaching corner. Vesnina. So 71 minutes. Vesnina just having a look over. I mean, this match really has had everything.
It has, but I just feel that that might have been the final blow. That was a convincing service by Vesnina. And just before we find out how this plays out, we might go across to court 6.
Here we go. Ben Mitchell at the bottom of the screen, so there are a couple of breaks of serve early in this one. And where are we now? So a break point.
Yeah, Mitchell's got an opportunity to break back here.
So he's been broken again.
And he does.
He does break. So, I mean, that, I think, is maybe the 4th break of serve in 6 games. So that's court number 6 as we move back inside show court 3. Our main court here during the Australian Open qualifying for 2016. So Zhu Lin moves out onto court to serve 6-7 in the 3rd set.
No, it was a lazy backhand from Vesnina.
Maybe a bit tight. I think she realises
bit tired.
How close she is to winning this one.
Oh, wow. Zhu coming up with the big ace, not quite down the line, but 165 kilometres an hour. That's probably one of the biggest serves for today from Zhu.
Yeah, her average 153 kilometres an hour on that first serve.
40 love.
And going against the trend, Zhu comes out and gets to 40 love in a minute. We've seen games go for 13, 14, maybe even 15 minutes throughout this match, but this one is flying.
Game.
And she takes it and pumps her fist up to her crew. And we continue. 7 games all. I don't know what to say.
Well, that's no good.
Just very even at the moment. Went from both players being broken a number of times, and now both players holding serve.
Love 50.
Vesnina just going long the forehand. Really not doing too much in that point. Just exchanging shots.
Yeah, it's
oh, well
in.
done.
As Nina takes a little bit of a tumble, she's okay.
But Zhu just finding some beautiful angle with that forehand. She really just pushed that across to the line. Ooh, a small window of opportunity at love 30.
Oh, after all of that effort, look at the response. Oh, she's almost emotional after that. Whoever loses this match, this almost will break them. I mean, to leave a court after such a long period of time and such a close contest, this will be tough. There you go. That is how tight it is. Total points won cannot be split. 121 to 121. 3 break points here though. Vesnina love 40. But she overplays it. Vesnina, I just worry that that game might be the game that breaks her.
That second last point, I think, is the maybe very telling going into this, what could be the last game of this match.
We will see. We'll be back in just a moment on show court 3. Let's get out to court number 6. Been out there a couple of times already. Ben Mitchell, the Australian. I think he was just vocalising there for a moment. So the scores have been flipping around everywhere. So we are now on serve. Back to on serve, had a number of breaks already. Renzo Olivo of Argentina taking on Ben Mitchell. So Olivo serving at the bottom of your screen.
Well, that's an overrule by the chair.
Yeah, we've had a couple of those throughout today. But yeah, that one might go the distance as well. It's up and down a number of breaks of serve already, so tough to pick. Some heavy hitting from the back of the court. The Argentine, clearly a clay court specialist. As we go back to show court 3, and there you go, first point of this game. Zhu, you could say right now, is 3 points from taking this match. 2 hours and 40 minutes. It's 8-7 right now, third set.
Yeah, Zhu with 2 good serves to start off this game.
There's Nina. She has responded all day, and it has been all day. Can she respond now? Look at a second serve. Will she attack? Wow. What a moment.
Yeah, that forehand. It's her favourite shot, and it is turning into a weapon just when she needs it. She has 3 match points.
And there you go. What a way to finish. What a contrast to the past few games as well.
The biggest serve of the match, 175 kilometres an hour.
Oh, I didn't know she had it in her, but she did. And after 2 hours and 41 minutes, the final set, 9-7 to Zhu Lin of China in 81 minutes. And we'll have the highlights in just a moment, and then the stats. I'll be interested to see the stats. We spoke about the unforced errors of Elena Vesnina. She was the better player in a number of aspects today, but those unforced errors were just killer. So let's have a look at the highlights now of that third set. Kate, take us through these highlights. What did you see?
Well, really, early on, I thought it was Vesnina that was going to get on top. She had some momentum going into that third set, but it was Zhu that actually got the first break. And after that time, they just kept breaking one another until they both decided to keep holding. And it wasn't right until the end where Zhu finally got the break and then came out and did not miss a first serve. We might go to statistics for the match in just a moment.
And they'll be telling, but the number of highlights throughout that set, it was a long one, as I mentioned, 81 minutes. So there you go. First serve percentage, relatively even. Aces, 10 to Zhu. That's quite surprising. Winners, 39 to Vesnina, 28 to Zhu. But if you go down just underneath, unforced errors, 68 unforced errors to Elena Vesnina, to just the 44. And Kate, as you mentioned, if you can balance the winners and the unforced errors, you might be okay. But there is no balance in that at all. You can't hit 68 unforced errors and expect to win the match.
No, you make it very hard on yourself to be able to do that. And in the end, it was Zhu that really came out and played that wonderful last game in terms of a serve, decided to pick up a bit of pace on the first serve. She actually had dropped back throughout the match, and she knew if she didn't get that first serve in, then she was going to struggle because she was being hammered on the second. And finally, she stepped up, and we'd been waiting a long time for her to do it, but she did in the end.
All right, so we'll take a deep breath now. We'll be back in just a moment. Commentary swap. We'll have Ian Cohen and John Hoovenars in commentary. Kate and myself will step out. Plenty more tennis to come. This is Australian Open qualifying for 2016.
With the following phase, please report to the practice.
Soak up the moment. Big foot backhand again.
Absolute roller coaster kind of match.
Welcome back to Melbourne Park. John Hoovenars with you. Joining me shortly in commentary, Ian Cohen. We're currently on court 6, checking out men's second round action. Ben Mitchell of Australia taking on Renzo Olivo of Argentina. Games on serve here in this first set. Ian Cohen, welcome back.
Thanks very much, John. Yep, it's been a long day here at Melbourne Park with rain interruptions, but we'll continue to bring you some top quality tennis as qualifying continues. People desperate to get into the main draw and a shot at a Grand Slam berth.
It's not often you get a 2 hour 41 women's match, a three-setter.
No, certainly not. And there was an interested onlooker there too, Peter McNamara, one half of the Supermax with Paul McNamee. He's been working with a couple of the Chinese girls, including the #1 seed as well. So
Wang Qiang.
Yeah, there's plenty to be had. So he'll be I suppose, overjoyed with what happened with Zhu eventually getting over the top of Vesnina 9-7.
Well, we called the first set what seems like an eternity ago.
3 days ago.
We actually thought, I mean, you remember there was that moment midway late through the first set where the tides turned and we thought Vesnina had started to come into her own.
Assert.
But Zhu just hung on. She didn't take the second set, but she was the more consistent of the two and lasted the distance.
A great indication too for long-term stamina while we're watching Ben Mitchell and Renzo Olivo from Argentina. This is the pairing with Olivo serving in the blue shirt. Looking to level up this opening set. But look, a great indication for the 21-year-old Chinese girl that, you know, she does have some mental strength and some stamina and some ability to see out some tough encounters. And I think that brooks fairly well for someone who's, you know, hoping to play the game long term.
Well, there was also a moment in that first set where we said, you know, these are the sort of moments where you're tested early in your career and a lot to learn from, and what better place to do it than against a world quality player in Elena Vesnina in a qualifying for a Grand Slam. And Zhu, this may have been a real coming of age for her today to hold out an epic three-setter here in front of, on a world-class court against a world-class player. Who knows how she'll bode with that under her belt going forward into this competition.
Yeah, no doubt a boost, and obviously she'll be finding out her second round opponent. We'll run through some other scores for you today. You might just be joining coverage on AAO TV of qualifying for the Australian Open 2016. A very good morning or good evening to you, wherever you join us around the globe. Locally here in Australia, after dinner time now, so the lights will become more prominent on these blue courts. Mitchell and Olivo.
Some interaction on Twitter coming through from Anthony Webb. He says Vesnina misses main draw of a Grand Slam for the first time in more than 10 years.
She certainly figured prominently.
Get through to the second round schedule for tomorrow as well. You can join the conversation at any time throughout our coverage on Twitter. Hashtag AusOpen is the way to do that. Shoot us through your questions and comments on the matches that we are covering, and also those on the other courts behind us. We can bring you up with all the live scores at any point.
I also saw JP Smith in the corridors when I was walking in the bowels of Rod Laver Arena, and he is really amped up for his game, which by expectation will follow the next game here on show court 3. We're still waiting for Nathan Baines and Schiavone Victory of the USA to make their way out. They're actually just on their seats now, so they'll be warming up presently. We'll stay with this one with Mitchell and Olivo from Argentina, but JP had an almost year last year. He was really close to a lot of different possibilities. He had some niggling injuries. He's taken a bit of a break, and he's absolutely looking forward to getting out here and continuing his progress, he hopes, into the opening round of Australian Open 2016. So Mitchell serving, the Australian, bottom of screen.
New father with his partner Lois.
Yeah. Freshly new too, isn't it?
Yeah, 3 weeks. Wonder how he's coping with sleep, or lack thereof.
I think come Australian Open time, anyone who's working on it has no sleep. And if you're a player, you probably don't get much as well. So we'll leave Mitchell and Olivo there. We are back to show court 3, and you can see Schiavone Victory from the USA, the 15th seed, along with Dimitar Trivanovsky from New Zealand, who is our chair umpire.
He's had a long day as well.
He has. He was first match up here.
Nathan Baines there on screen, second to the net. Both these girls opting for a similar colour scheme.
Kind of the reverse.
Yeah, the home and away strip.
It is.
Shall we call Sasha in the home strip and Nathan in the away?
Well, it probably should be the other way around, shouldn't it? Nathan's probably the home.
Good point.
Strip, wearer, being the Australian.
So Sasha to call the toss of the coin, but it went the way of Natha. She chose to receive, and Sasha Victory has chosen the northern end, the city end of this court. So we'll tell you a little bit about these players. I'll start with Sasha Victory on screen. She's a 20-year-old who was born in Hollywood in Florida. She's a right-hander with a double-handed backhand. She started playing the game at age 6. She loves playing on hard courts and grass courts equally. Currently ranked 127 in the world, but has been as high as 108, which was almost guarantees you qualifying into a main draw. That was in July of 2015. She has had 4 berths at singles Grand Slams, including 2013 and 2015 US Open. Back in 2013, she reached the second round and also reached the first round of the Oz Open here in 2014 and Wimbledon last year.
In 2015 as well. Career titles, yet to notch one on the WTA Tour, but has got a couple of ITF titles under her belt. At the other end, Natha Baines from Australia.
Actually born in England.
Age of just 18. Emigrated from the UK with her Indian-born father to Brisbane when she was 8 years of age. And here she has only appeared in qualifying, and that was 2014 and 15. Third round of the Australian Open in the juniors. Also French Open Junior, Wimbledon Junior and US Open Junior. She's gone fairly well there. Doubles, yet to notch a career title in the doubles, but did go to the first round here at the Australian Open again, and otherwise has figured prominently in the juniors. So Natha Baines will be flying the local flag.
Currently ranked 610th in the world. Has been as high as 607, so that was just at the very end of last year, just slipping a few spots over the Christmas period. So again, although these two are both very young, Victory certainly the more experienced campaigner of the two. At top of screen wearing the fluorescent red
3
shirt.
minutes.
She appears to, Victory appears to have a back of her right calf taped up. You can just see the tape making full contact all the way down on the right calf, so potentially nursing just a little bit of an issue there.
The maiden meeting for these two girls here at the Australian Open qualifying. The lead up to this match for these girls, Natha Baines, has been in Hobart. She lost there to Rochelle Hogenkamp, who has also been involved in today's play, had a win this morning. Also in Brisbane, losing to Aliza Lim. Her last win was in Bendigo in a $50,000 tournament late last year, where she reached the final, but her last win was in the semi-final against Alana Parnaby.
2 minutes.
For Victory, she had a win this year in Auckland in the quarterfinals, unfortunately knocked out in the semis by Lauren Davis. Also had a win, her previous win before that was in the round of 16 in a $50,000 tournament late last year against Jacqueline Carco.
The other thing I did, John, when I was walking through Rod Laver Arena, I went to have a look at the new walk-on area at Rod Laver Arena.
The player walk-on?
And also Margaret Court Arena, and they've certainly changed it up this year. And if you're wanting to have a look at it, and a lot of people are following us on social media, Novak Djokovic has actually got it on his Facebook. He walked through with his phone and recorded it, and it's very three-dimensional. It's like a hall of mirrors effect, and it's got all the past champions listed all the way down. Novak was very impressed, and there's a slightly smaller version at Margaret Court Arena, where I'll be for the 2 weeks of the main draw, and that features predominantly Novak and also Serena, who of course have really dominated this tournament over the best part of the last decade.
Question for you, Koza, off Twitter from Alex. He says, when will the main draw be published?
Well, the main draw is going to be held tomorrow morning, Australian time, between 10 and 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. So, Alexis,
he's probably Russian, or let's just have a look.
We can head in there and just have a look. He's based journalist and archaeologist. Okay, Alex, we can let you know that it will be 10 o'clock, between 10 and 11 tomorrow morning. That is when Wayne McEwen, the tournament referee, will place the seedings for the 128 players that will take to the court on each side of the draw, and it will be drawn out. So, John, you and I are involved in that as well, early doors too. So,
depending on which side of Russia that Alex resides in, it could be a very late night or a very
it could be. Yeah, well, having travelled the expanses of Russia on the Trans-Siberian Railway, it takes a whole week to get across to China. Vast is Russia. So depending as to where you are, but local time here right now is 7:25. So we are looking at something that's going to happen in 15 hours time.
Yep.
So 15 hours time, Alex, from wherever you are, that's when the draw will be released.
That's a really good way to put it.
So we're looking at 10:30 local time. So Alex will be able to either tuck on in and go to sleep, or he'll have to stay up for the whole day.
Well, it's been a good couple of days for the Americans. We've touched on it a few times, and Schiavone Victory, the next in line to try and fly the flag for the Stars and Stripes. The 15th seed to open the serving after Nate the Baines won the toss and elected to receive at the Margaret Court Arena end.
First set, Victory to serve. Play.
Nice way to do it, just gliding a backhand for an early winner.
I do appreciate the colour coordination these girls have put on today.
Gone to great lengths. Too long from Baines there. They've actually got different sponsors as well. So while the colour is very similar, it won't be exact. Different apparel sponsorships. Victory took the pace right off that serve, 108 the second serve. And you would think Nate the Baines might wake up to that and maybe move her way in at some stage, try and take it a little earlier.
A simple service game for the American, untroubled. Of course, early stages, yet Nate the Baines, for a woman of her size, has remarkable hitting power. We've seen some of the damage she's inflicted on opponents in the wildcard playoff. She is one dynamo.
Certainly is, just at the age of 18, and does have some fairly awesome ground strokes, very mobile. This is
very
Victory
composed on court as well.
Looking at here. So hashtag Oz Open. If you've got a question for us, you'd like to contribute, you might want to stake your claim as to an early winner in this one, or offer your support to someone who's still playing or maybe playing tomorrow, because we'll be back on air from 10 a.m. local tomorrow with more matches, continuation of the men's second round and also the second round in the women's. And the seedings released earlier today with Serena Williams, #1 seed, Simona Halep, #2, Muguruza is at number 3, Radvanska at number 4, Sharapova number 5, and for Australian local interest, Sam Stosur at 25, and on the men's side, Novak Djokovic, followed by Murray, Federer, Wawrinka.
Well orchestrated there from Baines, worked her way to the net and then put away the overhead smash. We are seeing a little light drizzle of rain fall over show court 3 here at Melbourne Park. Not enough to trouble the players or concern the chair umpire at this. Keep an eye on the situation. Certainly affecting our visibility in the commentary. Nice winner down the line from Victory. And suddenly has a couple of break points.
Yeah, she really waited on that one, knew exactly where she was going to place it. A couple of break points against the Australian.
Well, a dose of her own medicine there. Baines striking back with a very similar shot to Victory's.
When you listen to Victory's hit, the strings on her racket must be very, very tight. It's a much higher pitch when you hear her racket. Each player, of course, wants to have a different weight on their strings as the chair umpires come down from the chair. And it looks like that Dimitar Trivanovsky has said that the rain is coming down. Ladies, have yourself a bit of a break. We'll wait and see. The sun/rain shades go up over the two combatants. And we will wait and see what is going to unfold here. So let's head to court 7, and currently on court 7 we'll see the action if it's continuing there. Golubic against Kudryavtseva.
Kudryavtseva at base of screen serving, down a break of serve, but holds in her second service game. So it'll be Victoria Golubic of Switzerland. Let's head back to show court 3 now. Still under a rain delay. Old mate Dimitar Trivanovsky not satisfied that this rain is going to stop. And it looks to have just picked up in heaviness, Koza.
Yeah, it has.
Let's just check the radar here.
The wind starting to play a factor here as well. And as an indication, quite a few of the crowd have decided that enough's enough.
It's not a rain band so much, but just a few scattered heavier patches of rain coming from the southeast, where it tends to come from the Geelong region up towards Melbourne. So it'll remain light, but it may be around for the next 10 or 15 minutes. Gives us a chance to check in Twitter.
Now, if you are watching on your screen too, and you want to see what John Hoovenars looks like, that is him waving to you right now from up in the commentary box. So the fan mail can start arriving. Hashtag @AusOpen.
Vatsal Tolasaria has tweeted in saying Nathan Baines to win.
Okay.
Going for the Aussie there. Alex has written back. Our, well, so we thought Russian friend, but he actually says, thanks for the answer, I'm Lithuanian.
It's always a dangerous game to play, that one.
Ask Ricardus Barankis about the country.
Okay, might do that.
And he's also written another question. By the way, will the main championship be also live at the YouTube channel?
The host broadcast, I think, will be live throughout the YouTube channel. Qualifying certainly is.
So Dimitar Trivanovsky is putting on his headset to get in touch with the tournament referee. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of earlier today. we saw the match between the Italian 6th seed and former French Open champion Francesca Schiavone taking on Belgium's Anne-Sophie Mestach. That was the second match on court. And Koza, you called part of that match. Schiavone, the well-regarded champion of yesteryear, has had a lot of experience under her belt.
Yeah, certainly has. She was the young Italian at that stage who took Sam Stosur out from possibly winning her first at that stage Grand Slam. Stosur, of course, did go on to win, but not at the French in 2010. And so plenty of experience with Schiavone. You can see her in the more magenta colours, and in the black was Mestach, the Belgian. And Schiavone just very busy around the court, very athletic. She's very intense as a tennis player. And this is the way it unfolded. She really attacked the net a lot more than her Belgian opponent, but Mestach got the wheels going. And a couple of clear winners as well.
Big slingshot action from the Belgian.
First set, Schiavone. Game, Schiavone.
You would have thought Schiavone might have had enough guile to be shutting it down earlier. And in the end, I suppose, in that third set, that's the way it really panned out. Where she just had too much experience. Yeah, lovely in behind her opponent there. Trying the drop shots from the back of the court. All the party tricks were out. Strong backhander.
Well, our chair umpire, Dimitar Trifanovsky, is satisfied that the rain has lessened to an acceptable standard. So we have break point for Nate the Baines. Or just catching the corner. I think Vickery was going to leave it thinking it was long, but Baines gets away with it.
Now it's going to be interesting. It's better from this rain delay because there's no doubt Vickery had Nate the Baines in a tenuous position. But now they're back to deuce. And Baines goes wide with that one. Practices a shot again. Pressure of playing an opponent completely different to training. Training, she probably gets that 100 times out of 100. Someone else at the other net. Drive volley goes long as well.
Vickery leads 2 games to love.
So Baines yet to get on the board, dropping serve. Vickery 2-love up.
Let for serve.
Foot fault called. The linesman at the baseline end. First of the day, I think.
First for this match. There has been others.
Love 15.
Nice from Baines there. And prepared to follow it in as well.
4th winner for Baines. She has made 6 unforced errors, though, to Vickery's 0.
Love 30.
Well, there is the first commentator's curse.
Correct. As soon as you say it, nothing surer. Baines has really tried to reach for that one. She hadn't got across anywhere near enough to the ball, and you heard her racket collide with the ground as well. Baines goes wide, so she's allowed Victory back into this game. And a level of frustration there from the 18-year-old Australian.
Winning just 29% of first serves. And receiving points just 2 of 8.
Long again from Baines. 3 points in a row for the American. A chance to go 3-love up in the opening set. Not to be, deuce it will be. So the crowd, some hardy souls have stayed around. The rain was just temporary. Some scattered for the hills. And again, our chair umpire is out. And he's just feeling the court, the soles of his shoes.
It's like being told to go to bed by your parents when you thought you could stay up a little longer. It's just deflating.
Just been cheated a little bit there. So again, a break in play. Poised at deuce. And Baines and Victory will again take the time to sit down. Let the precipitation hopefully clear again. It is grey clouds at the moment.
Well, it gives us a chance to catch up on some of the other results from today. We saw the American #2 seed Nicole Gibbs in action first up here on the feature court. She defeated Olivia Chandramulia 6-2, 6-2. Here's some highlights of how she did that. Gibbs at top of screen in the, I think you said tangerine, Koza? Tangerine and cream against Chandramulia wearing the charcoal and fuchsia.
30 Is that right? As distinct from black and pink. Okay.
Always got to have a little fun. We saw the more experienced Gibbs take on the youthful exuberance of Chandramulia. She was erratic at times.
Well, Chandramulia certainly came out and got an early ascendancy. It was a couple of games up in the first set. Gibbs then settled and started to play some of her shots, and in the end just had just a little bit more guile, maybe a bit more experience. Chandramulia faltered at times that she'll learn from. She'll learn from those pressure moments. She'll take something away from this as a teenager and say, okay, that's what I have to do to be better. That's going to make me more consistent. That's something I can think about. Looks like Sasha Vickery's having a think about a few of those things right now. The 15th seed from the US.
Yep.
Sometimes tennis can be a lonely sport when you're sitting there waiting and trying to see how things unfold. This was also on show court 3.
So this was the last match we just watched. It was a ridiculously long one, 2 hours 41 between Elena Vesnina, the Russian 11th seed, and Zhu Lin of China. And early doors, we saw Zhu come out firing, and Vesnina was just really struggling, hitting all sorts of unforced errors, double faults. And although she found her groove midway through the first set, it was all Zhu who took it 6-3, I believe, from memory.
It was over an hour at the final set in this one. You can see the frustrations for Vesnina creeping in there as well. And for Vesnina, the first time we understand in a decade that she's missed the main draw.
Of any Grand Slam.
Of any Grand Slam. So she's packing the bags a little earlier than expected. You can still see some of the shots she's got in the repertoire though. And again, it's a matter of making them consistent, holding it all together. And that's really what the champions do, don't they? They just make the most of every opportunity. They're consistent. They don't give away easy points. And you only need to be off by 5%, 4%, maybe it's 10%, but all you need to be off by, and your opponent will pick you apart.
Well, no doubt today was one of the biggest moments of Julin's career as she tries to advance to a main draw spot in the Australian Open. You can see Nate the Baines rugged up there, and there's either a dressing gown or a very large towel.
I think she might have two. It's got two towels, one over the top, one over the legs, and likewise Victory certainly got one around the shoulders as well. It hasn't reached any pivotal heights today. 19 degrees the expected top, very different to the furnace-like conditions yesterday of 41, 42 degrees. So it will be a bit chilly out there.
We are expecting better conditions tomorrow, though. I believe mostly sunny for tomorrow and a top of around 25 degrees. And that's for day 3 of qualifying. And it's a mixture of men and women, a bit more balanced than the previous days as we get into continue the second round action. It all kicks off here on show court 3 with a match between Denis Molchanov of Ukraine and Ryan Harrison, the American 19th seed. It's followed by Francesca Schiavone again in action, taking on Virginie Rosano of France.
That will be a good game. That's like a main draw game.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yep.
It's the sort of fix you would see in any Grand Slam main draw. Wu Di of China to tackle Thomas Fabiano of Italy, the 26th seed in men's action. And then another women's game. It's the Chinese 8th seed, Duan Yingying, against Arina Rodionova of Australia.
We thank Stella Coe for getting in touch with it. Thanks for the Australian Open. Here in the USA, keeping my insomniac ass entertained. So Stella, love having you on board for that. Scott Williams has also given us a tweet. He's not happy with the player names being abbreviated on the score sheet. Well, we can't fit them all on all the time, Scott, so hopefully the 3 letters that are there give you an indication of who's playing, and the commentary does that as well.
That's a bit of trolling there from Scott Williams.
Well, everyone's entitled to their opinion. Some people like it, some people don't. I would have thought that's not a major issue, but if you're not happy with it, we have passed it on now.
Would you also like ANZ to put the full pros of their company?
Australia-New Zealand Bank. But keep the tweets coming. Hashtag #OzOpen. That's what you need. And tomorrow, of course, throughout the social media as well, we'll be bringing you the draw. We've already had a look at some of the matches tomorrow as well. And you'll be able to catch them through the channels you're currently watching. There it is. Hashtag #OzOpen Twitter. Now, I bet you these kids don't even clean their room at home. And here they are out in the middle of show court number 3, mopping it to within an inch of its life. They probably do. They're probably good kids. But this is really important to be able to take the moisture off, in particular the white lines. They do become very, very slippery with the coated paint. And so that's where you'll see. Here's some hardy souls. They've stayed for the duration. They've got a bit wet weather gear on. A few towels over the top. You can see there the ball boys and girls working the white lines. And you can also see the reflection of some of the raindrops still on the blue surface, the plexicushion surface.
Well, here are some vision of some of the big names in preparation for the Australian Open main draw. Although, in fact, we're seeing vision here of a lot of the qualifiers who've been in action practicing for their second round matches.
Well, for a lot of these people, they travel the circuit trying to get enough wins to be able to achieve direct entry into the main draw. That's not possible, and through the qualifiers they go. It's a hard-worn path, but it's a path that many of the champions have also come through as well. Nate the Baines actually looks quite cold there, hunched over a little bit. Sasha Victory standing up and ready to go. You can see her just behind the central umpire's chair. And it looks like we mightn't be far away from getting a restart here.
These ball kids continuing to put in the hard yards. They do a great job, but the rewards are there. They get to be surrounded by a great sport, a great competition, and some big names in the world of tennis, including one of the biggest in Andy Murray. Here are the 2016 Australian Open ball kids. meeting one of the heroes.
You know, and chasing after the ball and having to stay focused for that long is extremely difficult, and you do a great job. You know, the players aren't always the easiest to deal with in these conditions either. Can be quite, you know, demanding and get frustrated about things on the court, but the ball kids are always absolutely fantastic here, so we do really appreciate everything that you do for the tournament. Trust me, playing for 4 or 5 hours in this heat without ball kids wouldn't be a whole lot of fun, so we really appreciate your help.
Back live now, the players back on court. Show court 3, and Craig Tiley, the boss of the tournament, CEO of Tennis Australia. He said he was a ball kid back in the day. So a lot of tennis people have come through those ranks. Juice between these ladies.
What about you, Koza? Did you ever have any aspirations of rolling the yellow fairy ball?
No, I must say, as a ball kid, I don't think those, well, I don't think the opportunities weren't as plentiful as what they are now. It was a slightly different setup when I was young enough to actually be a ball kid. I had to get a horse and cart into Kooyong to, you know, watch the Australian Open and do that, paid in pounds. But no, not quite. But no, look, fantastic game, and we do appreciate, obviously, all the work that the ball kids do in keeping the tournament moving along.
Baines gets the vital break just like that. Suddenly we're back on serve in this first set. And I dare say that Sasha Vickery might just think, I wonder what would have happened if it didn't rain. Let's head out to court 6 though. We're continuing to follow the action between Ben Mitchell and Renzo Olivo of Argentina. It's men's second round qualifying action. We are into the deep, deep stages of this first set. Set point here to Mitchell. And unfortunately, on this occasion, can't get the job done, but will still have an opportunity to serve for the set. So the Argentine Olivo at top of screen in the blue. Makes the most of his second service. So it'll be Mitchell with a chance to serve for the first set. As I mentioned, he gave up a potential spot in the main draw by virtue of the fact that he forfeited from his final in the wildcard playoff 3 weeks ago to attend the birth of his first child. A lot of people thought he should have been given a discretionary wildcard into the competition. Nevertheless, here he is playing qualifying second round action and second serve to seal the set. Well, not a great moment to double fault. Opens up the opportunity now for Olivo. Let's head back to court 3. Our feature court, Nathan Baines, has just broken back against Sasha Vickery and is serving in the fourth game.
Love 15. So Baines and Vickery both back on after a couple of sit-downs due to rain. Temporary, just little delays. Not going off court, but just seated on the benches underneath the canopies. Vickery into the net there. She seems to be taking a bit of pace off the ball, Vickery, at the moment. She's not flogging it straight back at Baines. Certainly on the serve, she's fairly laconic about the way she delivers the ball back over the net. It's not a hard hit to begin with. She gets herself into the point. It's working okay.
Let for serve. $15-30.
Not that one, not that time. Baines.
It's caught the line.
Oh, gust of wind maybe at the right time for her there. It looked long off the racket.
Baines certainly wasn't chasing it.
Let's just have a look here and see. High lob. First serve's a fault. So a couple of break points again to the American. Baines charges, and after going down the middle,
30-40.
Sends it to the forehand side of the American. Cannot retrieve it. Still one break point.
Okay, Victory.
And the one break point is all she needs. So Victory again with the early lead in this first set after nearly half an hour. Bearing in mind they've probably only been playing about 12 to 14 minutes.
Because of that tiebreaker over on court 6 between Mitchell and Olivo, still going at 9-8 on serve. Low slices at the moment. Victory with just a touch more control. Not that time though.
15-all.
Didn't really step into that. Didn't really approach it the same way. Didn't get down low on it. And the result was into the net. Foot fault call. A couple of times for Victory. Yeah, good depth on the forehand from Baines. Really put Victory in a difficult position. She was just squeezed for space, no room to manoeuvre, and subsequently hit the ball long. So a couple of break-back points for Baines. One of them saved by the American. Ben Mitchell with a set point over on court 6. We'll bring you the result shortly. Two saved from the American. So it's been a seesawing opening. James breaks of serve, breaks back. Now back to deuce. The high looping, bouncing ball just offered an opportunity for the American to climb into it. And she sent it down the line. Interestingly, the preferred surface for both of these girls is grass. The games aren't particularly quick though. Oh, blistering forehand winner down the line from Baines. Didn't she take that well? Absolutely, she did. Very much a premeditated move. Read it like a fairy tale. Far out, Victory says. Not sure in reference to what, but
perhaps the
scream from Baines. Well, in the end, Baines might be vocal here too, because after having a couple of break points, Victory wins through, and 4-1 the lead in this opening set.
Most intriguing first set tiebreaker unfolding out on court 6 between Ben Mitchell at the bottom of the screen and Renzo Olivo serving. 11-all. There's a cut. Both players have had set points on their serve and both squandered. Didn't pay off.
12-11, Mitchell.
I always love it when players get deep into a tiebreak or deep into an advantage set. So many other things come into play. There's fatigue, trying to impose your will. There is set point number 7, you're right. So there's been plenty of set points. And trying to be mentally stronger than your opponent. We'll bring you that update when it comes to hand.
Speaking of mental toughness, much is required of Nathan Baines from this position.
The double-handed backhand, too much angle on it, outside the line. You wonder whether Baines needs to actually just change something up a bit. Maybe follow a shot or two in, but maybe give the Americans something to think about.
I can report that Ben Mitchell made the most of that 7th set point and won the tiebreaker 13-11 to seal the first set against Renzo Olivo of Argentina.
They can be taxing. It'll be interesting to see how the first couple of games of the second set now unfold. Baines continues to stay along the baseline. Not a lot of her, is there? But there's a whole lot of power in underneath.
Oh, yeah.
Opted for the drop shot there, Baines, but it wasn't enough, or wasn't well executed well enough, and just popped up enough for the American to be able to get in and get a piece of it. 30-all. Not only plenty of power, but plenty of willpower as well, too. Again, Nathan Baines not being able to control that double-handed backhand, just pushing it wide. One of the longer rallies of the match so far, but another break point for the American. think the only game Baines has won was actually a break against the American.
That's true.
Well, Baines continues to be frustrated on her service games, and the American Schiavone Victory will come out to serve for this opening set. 5-1, a commanding position after 38 minutes.
There's been another upset in the women's as well, which we'll report at the next sit down.
15. Baines goes long. Drive backhand was exceptional. Great stroke play there from the American. Have a look at this. Took it nice and early, and that set up the opportunity with Baines unable to retrieve the ball safely inside the lines. Now it comes off the front. Not going right for the young Australian. 3 set points now for Victory. Well, everything's coming up roses for the American. Schiavone Victory to take that point, but the end result after 40 minutes is that she's taken the opening set 6-1 over Nadal Baines of Australia.
Well, another American advanced earlier in on court 14, Jessica Pegula of the USA, eliminating from the competition Vikhlyantseva of Bulgaria, the 4th seed, 6-2, 6-love, sends her packing, Cecil Vikhlyantseva. Let's have a look at the highlights of that first set. On court 3, Victory out of the blocks early, got the opening break and consolidated. Then Nadal Baines did manage to immediately break back, but that was the only look-in she had for the set as Victory kept winning points with net approaches, blistering winners from the baseline. Baines had a couple of moments there where she returned serve, but all in all, it was dominated by Victory.
Yeah, let's have a look at it on the score sheet. Here's the first set summary. And first serves percentages, not much to split there. The aces haven't been around. They're not power servers, these two. Neither the double faults either, so they've done quite well there. Unforced errors, Baines, 3 times as many. And you can see Victory's also won break points and been better at converting the net points won as well. So Victory playing over the top of Baines at the moment, but the Australian will come out resolute. She's just taken a bathroom break at the moment. We'll take a break as well. More in a moment. AOTV. This is day 2 of the qualifiers from Melbourne Park.
With the following phase, please report to the practice.
The moment. Big foot backhand again.
Absolute roller coaster kind of match.
Show court 3 at the moment. Vacant as the players sit down after the first set. Nadal Baines has taken a toilet break. The one game that she won was a service break against Schiavone Victory, but Victory was certainly dominant in this opening set. Strides out with purpose, and I think she might be putting a little pressure on the chair umpire to say, where's Nadal Baines? And now she turns and gives a little shrug of the shoulders. A little bit of mind play from the chair umpire as well. He's not going to look directly at Schiavone Victory. Instead, he's looking towards the tunnel where Nadal Baines should be making a reappearance anytime soon. Maui engages with conversation with Victory, who is at the northern end, waiting for her opponent to reappear. Tomorrow, day 3, again a mixture of men's and women's. Timotar Trivanovsky from New Zealand is our chair umpire. Nadal Baines is back on the surface. It might have just taken a bit of time to just put all the pieces back together after being dismantled in the opening set 6-1 by the American Sasha Victory. So Nadal Baines at the age of 18. Sasha Victory not a lot older, at 20.
New balls.
Just 162 metres, 5'4". Here's Sasha Victory receiving at the northern end. Show court 3.
15 love.
Baines getting her opponent running early. Right in the line there. Came in, waited. So maybe that change in approach that we spoke about midway through that opening set might be coming into play for Baines. About it and decided that a change-up was in order. Some power hitting though from Baines from the back of the court. 30 love. Baines of Indian heritage originally for Victory. Her mum's actually from Guyana. The busyness that we saw with Francesca Schiavone, not evident in either of these two competitors, John. Just more laconic in the way they stroll around the court. Baines stepping inside the baseline now to take this second ball. Scores level up.
Don't forget you can join the conversation on Twitter with the hashtag OzOpen. We'd love to hear from you wherever you're watching right around the world. Morning, afternoon, evening.
This time Baines charges in. The results are there. I'd like to see it continue doing that. Takes a couple of steps and then decides, yes, I'm in for the journey. I'm going to deliver like this. Beautiful twilight time here in Melbourne. So Victory's happy to stay back and play back and let Baines make a lot of the running on this. And at the moment, Baines, the unforced error, continues to climb. Deuce.
Yeah, 10-3. 10 unforced errors to Baines, to Victory's 3. And her winners have barely risen. was the forehand down the line that set up that winner for Victory. Looked as if she'd bailed on the point halfway through, thinking she'd hit the ball long, but managed to stay alive, and that's an easy put away.
And Victory actually retreated there for an opportunity where she could have come into the net, so she's determined to stay on the baseline and keep the ball in motion.
You're right, it was her first net approach.
Yep. So, and really she was only forced to because of the drop of the ball. It wasn't on her own intuition. She either had to run and get it or miss out. Second serve, break point. This time Baines charges in. And again, the results are there. If she just amps up the pressure a little bit on the American, she puts the American in two minds then. Do I go for the pass or am I trying to get cross court? What am I doing? And Victory hasn't always come up with the right solution. Back to Deuce. That was probably a very good question, actually, because Nakeford could have let it bounce or gone harder at it earlier, but she was really caught in no woman's land there and had to reach for it at ankle level, and it didn't even get halfway up the net.
Nice to know you got PC, Koza.
Oh, well, no spot for a man out there. It was two women doing battle.
Oh, that's unlucky for Baines. On break point as well. Victory gets away with one.
First game, second set.
Did she acknowledge the fortuitousness of the situation?
Oh, I don't think so. I think Baines actually turned her back and went to get the towel. Victory had the hand up ready to acknowledge, and maybe she will cross over, or maybe that moment has been gone. But Nakeford Baines, I think, is probably more grumpy with herself than anything, and has conceded after 10 minutes the first game of the second set.
Scores from around the courts following Ben Mitchell and also Renzo Olivo. It was Mitchell who sealed the first set in a tiebreaker, and he did take the early break of serve, but that has been rectified to games on serve now, with Olivo serving at 1-all in the second. Vikhlyantseva has taken the first set 6-4 over Golubic on court 7. Midway through the first set, games on serve between Daniel Evans and Weintraub in men's second round as well. More scores to come.
Well, Victory is remaining steadfast in her efforts to stay on the baseline. There was plenty of opportunities where she could have come in there, and I suppose at the moment this tactic is paying dividends. She's just keeping it at Baines, and eventually Baines hitting an errant shot. Again, Baines going chasing. 30 love to Victory. And while that tactic, John, might work at qualifying, I would think in the main draw she's going to want to have a few more weapons other than just keeping the ball in play, with you serving it sort of between 130 and 150. That first serve there. And let. Foot fault. And didn't breach the net either. Keep the tweets coming. Hashtag @AusOpen, AUS Open. It's a hashtag you need. You might be just waking up, popping the computer on, or maybe lying in bed and watching the TV. Double fault from Victory. Haven't seen a lot of those. It might be her second. No more than that, I wouldn't think. Baines went after that. Ran around to take it on the forehand side.
Just the first double fault before for Victory.
She hasn't done it a lot. And Victory takes that service game as well and leads it 2-love. And Natha Baines has to change something here. She's got to change the momentum of the game because Victory's happy to be anchored to the baseline. She's running Natha Baines around. Baines has to now try and just change it up. If that's charging the net on every single point for the next 3 or 4, so be it. If it's really going for cross courts and lines, she's got to do something here because she's unable to get any sort of grip on the game. She's unable to get a foothold. So I'd like to see her change an element of the game. She came in there, but it was a fairly half-hearted shot on the backhand.
Well, this is as much a mental test as anything else for Natha Baines. Down a break of serve and down a set late on a Thursday afternoon. Pretty dreary conditions here in Melbourne. Not much of a crowd behind her. She's actually one of the players who copes pretty well in the heat.
Natha?
Yeah.
Sadly for her, she wasn't playing yesterday. She's playing on a cool Thursday afternoon.
Time to steady. Relies on an unforced error to draw level at 30 all. You still get the feeling though Victory is definitely the enforcer. Even from the return of serve there, she was controlling the point. Bit of rain starting to fall once again. Quite keen to push through.
Some support for Baines there too. Just a little audible.
It was a great serve down the tee from Baines, and Victory was just kind of lunging at the ball, lost her footing, and easy winner in the end for Baines. So, a little settler perhaps.
Deuce. Victory's trying desperately not to let the young Australian settle. 18-year-old from Queensland. Natha Baines. Moment with the towel. Here's a 20-year-old from Florida, Hollywood in Florida. Baines long there. Very whipping return on that backhand. Short. Sent it quickly back over the net. So Baines again, break point. Real level of frustration on her face, just anguish. Not being able to find a solution, not being able to find a way to claw back some territory in this match.
Victory.
And conceding another one. So Baines is still yet to hold serve in this match. And the American 3-love up in the second set after just 18 minutes.
Head across to court 6, men's second round action. Ben Mitchell and Renzo Olivo. It's second set. Game's on serve, 2-1. Mitchell serving at top of screen. He snaffled the first set in a massive tiebreaker. 13-11 it went to. Took him 7 set points to do it. Deuce number 5 here in the fourth game. Sets up the 193 clicks on the clock too.
Very evenly matched. If you're going to that and that level at the tiebreak, their games must be quite similar. Mitchell, the Australian, serving. White shirt.
Double fault there. A couple of times he's done that at big moments. Back here on show court 3, Schiavone Victory very quick to get back out on court after the sit down. Make the Baines making her wait the full length. She has a set to love and 3 love.
Love 15.
A rare unforced error from the American.
Just willing herself to come forward to the ball.
Gusty conditions. Look at it whipping around the attire of the players. Service ace down the tee, 151. That's one of her strongest serves. And I think might be the first ace for this match.
Spot on Koza. Serving at 67% first serve and winning 63% of those.
Much slower with the second ball. Baines again making the play, or at least trying something, sending the American wide and then following up. And a handy little backhand drop. Nice. Picked it up right off the surface. Controlled it beautifully.
30.
This time going for too much. She had the American out of court on the forehand side. Didn't need to cook it that hard. 30 all.
Yes, sir.
Got a little glimmer though. Little glimmer for the Australian.
Just ticked over the 1 hour mark here on show court 3. Chilly summer evening here in Melbourne. Almost 8:30. Oh, well, it was unfortunate. Baines slipped over. It was the right idea coming to the net. She'd forced Victory wide and deep side. Seized the opportunity, but somehow came unstuck. Yeah, her right shoe slipping out underneath her. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way, Koza.
No, she has not had the rub of the green at all tonight. Net cords, high lobs, gusts of wind hasn't gone the way of Nate Baines. And to be fair to the American, Schiavone Victory, she has been strong and consistent. Game plan of shuffling along the baseline and taking a bit of pace out of the ball. Was that a foot fault?
Another foot
call?
She wasn't happy.
Victory peels. Call stands. This time it's a fault going wide.
For someone who's up a set to love and 3 love in the second, the body language is...
Yeah, you got to just forget about that. Get on with the next one. And we're back to square one again. So wouldn't be letting it upset yourself at the moment. Schiavone Victory seems to be Unhappy about a few different things at the moment.
I'll have to get inside that mind of hers.
Well, Nake Baines approaching. At least she's changing it up. At least she's trying something different. She has to continue to do that. Victory's second serve there, trundling through at 109 kilometres an hour. She will at some stage have to invest in a bit more pepper on that. Into the net, back to Juice. Well, 109 k's an hour is not going to get it done. Nake Baines obviously at the moment is a bit out of sorts, but against any of the top flight players, it's not going to pass muster.
Less than 50% winning points on her second serve. Every serve she misses, that look of exasperation increases.
Well, that one was 155. I'm tipping 112 for this one. 116.
Nicely constructed from Baines. She's been doing that a little more regularly. That's her second converted net approach. Would have had a third one had she not slipped before. But now the advantage is with the receiver and a chance to break back. One of the two. Just overcooking it, a little too zealous.
Long service game here for Victory.
Swings and roundabouts, and suddenly Victory has a chance to make it 4-love once again. She's only hit 4 winners, remarkably.
Went out, that's going to be back to Juice. Went wide. Just the 4 winners, so Baines' unforced error count very high.
Yeah, up to replay of this point from the chair umpire. Oh, that must have just caught the line. To the chair umpire, I think out of desperation more than anything.
See, this is where Sasha Victory has to be a little cleverer. I know it's a long service game. I know she's exasperated, but the reality is the scoreboard reads 6-1 and 3-love. Don't be halting the momentum if you're in that position.
And to your opponent, that every time you get frustrated, that's gold for Nake Baines.
Well, Baines is trying it, just not being able to execute those volleys. That's a couple of times now she's not had the penetration and it's ended up in the net.
So that would have been a prime opportunity for her to really inflict a blow on Victory.
That's right, already upset the American. And had she seen that one whistle by. This time Baines runs around again, that premeditated getting on the forehand side. And that's one of the better shots we've seen from her in probably the last 20 minutes.
6th deuce of the game. Again, hands Baines a breakpoint opportunity. If you took the scoreboard off the screen and just showed the body language of Victory, you would not pick that the match was going the way it is.
Well, you wouldn't pick that Baines has only won one game out of 10 that have been played.
Oh, well, she picked the wrong way, unfortunately, Baines. She did well to stay alive in that point. And Victory once again gets it back to deuce for the 7th time. Winners count there, starting to even up.
It was very wristy on that replay, wasn't it? She looked like she was going down the line, snapped the wrist around at the last moment, cross court.
Advantage, Victory.
Finally gets the job done. Sasha Victory was a long time coming, a frustrating game for her, but eventually held on to make it 4-love. And Nadal Baines has got a lot of ground to make up if she's to advance to the next round of qualifying.
So 16 get through. You don't have
actually
to,
12, I think, for the women.
You don't have to win qualifying. No, 16 on the men's side, 12 on the women's side. So you don't have to win qualifying, but you've got to get far enough through into that. And so first and second rounds must progress. Baines had let it go. The gusty wind that is coming from that side of the court almost kept that ball in play. Not quite. Victory's having a chat about it.
50.
Yeah, lovely from Baines. She waited for it. High ball was there. Have a look at the way she takes this. Nice and early, straight down. And away it went away. Good winner. Again, rinse and repeat from Nadal Baines. The best service game yet. Her best service game yet. They were the words I uttered, and then a double fault ensues. Still got a couple of points up her sleeve. Baines again coming up short, going into the net. So the tactic from Victory is to keep the ball over the net, keep it in play, let Nadal Baines have to think about it, make a decision. And it is paying off at the moment for the American.
Use.
So from being 40-love up, she's allowed Victory back into the contest, and we're now at deuce. The mathematics out of this one, if Nadal Baines concedes, then Victory will come out and serve for not only the set, but the match. goes wide. Nice work on the net. Naked Baines claims her first service win. And it took a while. We had 7 games in the first set. We've had 5 in the second set. And finally, the 12th game, she wins her first service game, Naked Baines. And at the break, we might be able to scoot around Melbourne Park.
Let's head out to court 6. Ben Mitchell taking on Renzo Olivo to the second set. Game still on serve at 3-all. Olivo at the top of screen serving. Just overcooking the lob. So Mitchell forcing it back to deuce for the second time. Neither player, actually both players have broken serve once in this second set in their opening service.
Now that point I think is being replayed. I think the shriek from the lineswoman was out, but chair overruling. Back to show court 3. Sasha Victory is the lady you're looking at there. Travelled an hour and a quarter in this match. Victory has been dominant throughout. Baines picked the right way, but couldn't get enough of the racket on it. So Victory serving to increase her lead. Net points 1. Oh, Victory's hardly got there, but when she has, she's won all of them. Generally a misdirected ball from Baines. She's had to charge in and finish it off. 30 love to Victory. The Baines holding up an acknowledgement that that wasn't the shot she was after, but the use of the frame paid for the whole racket. That's what I always say, John. When it comes off the frame and manages to lob within the lines, oh well, paid for the whole thing. Might as well use it. Baines is not going to win a slugfest from the baseline. Victory's too measured and has been too controlling from there. 40-15 to Victory. That return goes wide. So Sasha Victory within 1 game of victory.
Koza can report from the Australian Open that Lu Yen-sun has withdrawn from the men's singles main draw. He will be replaced by the highest drawn lucky loser from the men's qualies. So unfortunate for the man from Chinese Taipei, but good news for anyone who is looking for a spot in the main draw. You can see on screen there the unforced errors count, 37-14. That is way too high for this point in the match.
Well, when you consider we have only played, what are we at, 12, 13 games.
Yep.
So 37 unforced errors and a dominance. big count. So Baines and her crew will look back on this video, just dissect it and try and work out how they can improve. Barring a minor miracle and a genuine swing of the tide, there's going to be Schiavone Victory that manages to go through. That was delightful from Baines. Off the laces, just picked it up beautifully. Watch this one here, real measure of control, and other side of the net. So another match still to come for you on show court 3. That time the frame was no help to Victory. Looping the ball high and ugly and wide.
Yeah, one match to go, as you mentioned, Koza. John Patrick Smith, the Australian 16th seed, taking on Vincent Millot of France.
Too long from Baines. They have played each other once before at qualifying for the US Open, and the Australian was triumphant. And as I said earlier, JP's had a bit of a break. He's come back from a year of mixed fortunes, of being really close, but niggling injuries.
So Baines holds on for just the second time in the match on her service. But Victory will have the chance to serve it out in straight sets. Let's head back over to court 6 for the continuation of second set action between Ben Mitchell and Renzo Olivo. Mitchell with a 1-set-to-love lead. He's at the top of screen wearing the white, just approaching the baseline. And game still on serve at 3-4.
This is the advantage of coming to qualies. If you're around Melbourne at all and you've got an opportunity to get here tomorrow, come down. You see some great tennis, some evenly matched tennis, some rising stars, some prominent names as well. And you can do it all for free. Nix, nada, zilch, zero. That's what you pay to get in. Just wide from Olivo. And back to show court 3. Victory with the taped calf. The right calf doesn't appear to have troubled her at all. Ball long from Baines. 15 love. This time into the net from Baines. And the end is nigh, you would suggest.
Oh, marvellous tennis. She saved one of the best rallies, probably the best rally of the match, till just about the end. Certainly the longest rally, and it had everything going for it. Some lobs, some high shots.
What a chase by Victory, though. Extraordinary.
She brings up 3 match points. A dispirited Nathan Baines watches on at the receiver's end. And that's all she wrote. Victory seals it with a nice drive volley to bring up a straight sets win and book her spot in the second round of women's qualifying for the Australian Open 2016 it just wasn't the usual spirited performance that we expect from Nate the Baines, Koza.
Well, you described her as watching on, and I think that's pretty much what she's been, a bit of a spectator for this particular match. And take nothing away, though, from Victory. So Victory victorious. Congratulations to the 15th seed, Schiavone Victory of the USA, getting over the top of Nate the Baines from Australia, 6-1 and 6-2. But Nate the Baines just couldn't establish any sort of beachhead. There was no foothold to be had. She was in a position early where she was chasing her opponent and trying to chase the scoreboard as well, and it just didn't amount to anything. Sometimes you have those days. As a young tennis player, they're probably going to happen more often than not. And as I said, her crew will go and review the video. They'll have a look at it. They'll work out a way going forward. And for Nate the Baines, she takes another opportunity at the Australian Open at the age of 18. It's not something that you would think is going to be too bad for the rest of her year, but obviously not the way she would have liked to have bowed out.
So another American advances to the second round. Geez, they've had some success this week in both sides, men's and women's. A little bit of chatter between the two players on the way through.
So here's some of the first set highlights, and really the only highlights for Baines was when she came into the net and attacked it hard, because from the baseline, Victory was dominant. There's a rare shot of Victory coming in at the net. And again, most of the time she even trundled off the baseline was the fact that Baines had hit something in the air that she could come in and kill.
She broke every one of Nate the Baines' service games in the opening set. Baines breaking back once to get it to 6-1, but it was a dominant performance from the 15th seed, and it only took a very short period indeed. Into the second set in the second hour, and it was a similar story, but we did start to see a more vulnerable, emotional side of Schiavone Victory, getting very frustrated in a number of calls, particularly to do with the linesman at the baseline calling her for foot faults. Well, there are the stats. Koza, talk us through.
Well, don't worry about the first couple, really. You just go straight down to unforced errors, 40 to 16. Now, if you do the math straight up and down, 40 unforced errors is 10 games.
Yeah, you look at, yeah.
That's right.
If you think about it like that.
So when you have a look at it in those sort of terms, break points 1, just 1 out of 6, 5 and 9 for the American. Points at the net 1. At least she did try and change it up. She did come in. She missed some volley opportunities, 11 out of 21, though. As I said, don't worry about the top stuff. It's really down there at the unforced errors, 40 to 16, and Schiavone Victory dominant.
Well, that match about half the length of the previous one that we saw on court 3 between Vesnina and Zhu. But we do have one more match to follow here.
And the good thing is that the commentary team that will be bringing you that match, they've gone away, they've had a massage, they've put the feet up, they've had a little bit of dinner, and they've come back with that much zip and zest. Wherever you're watching around the planet, they're going to take you through it.
Well, that's us done for the day, Koza. Thanks for your company throughout the coverage.
We've got the draw tomorrow. You and I are working on that. So from today in, what is it now? Nearly 9 o'clock local time. So in just over 12 and a half hours, we will have the draw for the Australian Open.
Coming up next, Adrian Franklin and Kate Kearns to bring you live and exclusive coverage of John Patrick Smith against Vincent Millot of France. That's coming up next on Australian Open Qualifying 2016.
With the following players, please report to the practice.
Soak up the moment. Big foot backhand again.
An absolute roller coaster kind of match.
So welcome back. Live pictures here. Ben Mitchell from Australia took the first set. And we're currently in a lengthy rally on serve in this second set. Both players putting in a lot into this rally. So as we've mentioned earlier, Ben Mitchell has played a lot of his tennis here in Melbourne on these hard courts at Melbourne Park. trained a lot here, worked with Tennis Australia over the years. Adrian Franklin back with you in commentary. Good to be back. Hope you're enjoying the coverage all around the world, wherever you might be. And joined again by Kate Kearns in commentary. Welcome back, Kate.
Hey, Adrian.
We're looking forward to this match coming up. I know we're still outside watching Ben Mitchell at the moment, but looking forward to the matchup on show court number 3. But this match on screen, a long, long tussle.
Well, we were watching that first set play out. I think the tiebreak was something like 13-11.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, something. Did it get to?
Yeah, no, it did. You're right. Yep,
Yep.
13-11. Ben Mitchell got that one. So out on court 6 at the moment. And players on show court 3 have just arrived. They're just going to toss the coin, but we'll stay with this for the moment. Pretty deep into this second set. Ben Mitchell, bottom of screen, serving 30-15. Just a little bit overzealous there.
Yeah, it's a bad miss by Mitchell. Sliding into that ball.
So again, Mitchell just overplaying that stroke, and now we're looking at set point. So out on court number 6, this is the final match. Renzo Olivo of Argentina picks up 1 set point here. Mitchell serving. Oh, but he does that well. That's clutch play. Moved to the net nicely and a nice strong backhand volley. Mitchell, I imagine, would have some good support out there. His family usually travel down. I think he's originally from Queensland. They usually travel around, or they watch the live stream, actually. His brother is always sort of commenting on some of the social media platforms, supporting his brother. Very supportive family. And as we spoke about earlier, Kate, he's recently become a father, just 23 years of age.
And I was actually interested to read too that Ben's partner's father is Steve Ovett, the famous Olympic runner from Britain.
Right, okay. So it's in the blood.
Oh, yeah.
In the direct family and now the extended family as well.
So does the child play tennis or get into athletics?
They will be athletic in some way, there's no doubt about that.
Yes.
Mitchell, particularly strong and athletic. He's worked on his body a lot over the years, so he's never really had a problem with that sort of. Will be interesting to watch him over the next couple of years, though. He's been around for a few years now, still quite young, but it's at that age where it's which direction do we head in? You can just hear the footwork of both players in the effects mics. It's a match that's predominantly being played from the back of the court. I think Olivo is from Argentina, probably a clay court specialist, and moved to the net once that I've seen so far. Mitchell might like to consider, you know, just being a little creative out there at the moment. Again, break point, which is set point.
Yeah, that's the correct overrule there too, that ball down the tee, hitting the line.
Mitchell knew it too, just a couple of no. That was definitely in. The Argentine is just questioning that. So what are we now? Juice number 3. This is turning into a very important game. Show court 3. Players out on court, just serving now, so we're not too far away from action. It's John Patrick Smith, but affectionately known as JP Smith. He'd always term himself JP. 16th seed from Australia, taking on Vincent Millot from France. And another break point here, another set point.
Scream was from Mitchell.
Was that Ale from Mitchell? It sounded like it was an Ale, which is, I mean, he's from Australia, so he wouldn't usually go with that celebration.
Not normally.
Wonder if that's a little bit of a comment down the other end, perhaps. Just an interesting thing. I don't think I've ever heard Ben Mitchell celebrate in that fashion. Just wide, so Mitchell fighting really hard here. This is turning into a very significant game. Obviously, man from Argentina, if he could break here, he'd take the set. That could really hurt Mitchell, but if Mitchell on the other side of things can hold, just mentally it can really hurt the other player when those opportunities are missed. So serving now, game point to take to 5-all. And he holds, so that was a big effort there from Ben Mitchell, and we'll certainly keep you updated with that match. We'll stay with it just for the moment. No, we won't. We'll head over to show court 3. So players just sitting down, but we are in readiness for this one. And Kate, we're looking forward to it. JP Smith, I know you enjoy watching him play. Both probably seen quite a bit of him over the years against Vincent Millot. What do you enjoy about JP's game?
Oh, he's a big serve, JP, and I think if he can get that working for him tonight, that we might be in for an early evening.
There have been some very long matches here in Melbourne, but it's great to finish on this note. JP is a really interesting player to watch, likes to serve and volley, really creative.
A lot of energy about him on court too.
Absolutely. So
and we heard just before that they have played once before, and it was at the US Open qualifiers, and JP did win that match.
Better. Yep.
So that will provide him with some confidence going into this game tonight. Vincent Millot, we just see him on screen. They're both left-handed, so usually the lefty serve causes players trouble, but tonight that's cancelled out.
So JP Smith serving first, bottom of your screen.
Players have to adjust to this end in terms of some of the ground strokes. I noticed before, wind's quite strong and lifts up. Oh, that's lovely play from JP, coming into the net, closing quickly.
Yeah, he's a no-fuss sort of player. There'll be no mucking around between points. Grab the balls up. All right, let's go, next point. Just likes to sort of move through quite quickly.
Both these players competing mainly on the ATP Challenger Tour. So a lot of our viewers watching tonight probably haven't seen a great deal of either Millot or JP Smith. Of course, any of our viewers from the University of Tennessee would know JP very well.
So JP just taking a little bit of time to settle in. I mean, I imagine for both players it would be difficult. They've been waiting around for most of the day. they certainly wouldn't have expected to be on it. Just a tick over 9 p.m. local time. Under the lights here, show court 3. And he's taken a little bit, and there is the opening break. So Millot, the Frenchman,
off to a good start.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's off to a good start, but it's probably more that JP handed that one to him with a couple of unforced errors. So the chair umpire just heading across. I think someone was just maybe taking a couple of photos off to the side, but they sorted that out, so we're good to go. So JP Smith, 26 years of age, career high ranking of 108. So he's been knocking on the door of the top 100.
He has. He's sitting at 129 at the moment.
Which is pretty.
Vincent Millot to serve.
And Vince Millot, his ranking is at 184. They both won challenger titles in 2015. Actually quite similar results, to be honest. And I mean, in terms of prize money, sitting at both around $500,000.
15 love.
Yeah, I think they're both pretty consistent players on the challengers. Number of quarterfinals, semis and finals, and as you mentioned, they've both won at that level as well. The challengers, of course, just a level below ATP tournaments, and then the futures below the challengers. I think they're both qualified for Grand Slams last year. JP qualified for Wimbledon. He lost to Kenny DeShepper, actually, who was playing earlier today. That was in 5 sets
and
in that match.
No, it wouldn't have been to 5, Adrian.
Oh, at Wimbledon.
Oh, at
Wimbledon. When he qualified. But yeah,
but
today
he was still playing when we went past before, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. I'll check on that result. Vincent Millot, he lost the 3rd round of the qualies here at the Australian Open last year to Jimmy Wang, in fact. A number of you will know Jimmy Wang. We followed him last year.
Very popular.
He is. Millot qualified for Wimbledon as well. He lost in the 1st round. So they're on the cusp, you know, players just knocking on the door of the top 100.
It's really difficult to make that leap, though, into the top 100.
Yeah, well, that's the goal of all of those players that are ranked, you know, from 100 to 200, 300 and beyond. It's just knocking on the door of the top, because once you're in, that's a huge move. It's a significant achievement in your career.
Well, and it's a guarantee entry to the 4 majors.
40-30.
It just makes life so much easier, doesn't it?
Unbelievable. And then the confidence, I think, also that comes with that. Tennis, certainly a confidence game.
Game Millot. Millot leads 2 games.
Well, John Patrick Smith just struggling to find his range early on in this match. Down a break early. Millot be happy with his start.
Yeah, I think JP likes to rush the play, sometimes surprise his opponents pretty early on in matches, which can work well, but it can also work against you, and it has done so here. He's just tried to rush a little bit, and he wants to find his rhythm, certainly in this game.
Yeah, he's not happy with that first serve. That's where he gets a lot of free points.
Second service.
Of course, JP defeated Linzer to come through to the match today, to round 2. 6-4, 6-love. That was yesterday. Seems like a long time ago.
It really does. It really does.
And Millot won his first round match against Guez. 6-3, 7-6.
Yeah, so that's the sort of rally that he needs to get into, JP. The points have been pretty quick so far. He's thrown in a couple of unforced errors, so he just needs to settle in. And this might be the game where he can just knuckle down.
That's a great forehand from Millot. Really whipped that across. Good angle.
Yeah, bro. Yep.
So just chipping that backhand there and rushing in behind it. You'll see that quite a lot throughout this match. I think JP will go, he'll use his two-handed backhand, but he'll also come under it a lot and then try and surprise his opponent.
Oh, that's a wonderful disguised lob then from Millot.
You know, JP was right on top of the net, wasn't he? He just
popped it up.
He just popped it up. That's all he needed to do. JP might have felt he was going to go for an angle shot. He wanted to try and chop that off, but
Not so disguised, actually.
All right, so he's on the board. JP Smith, still probably not in the rhythm that he would like to be, but he's on the board nonetheless. So there's the one break of serve. 2 games to 1. The Frenchman leads. So a number of results from earlier today. We saw a little bit of the Schiavone match. That feels like a long time ago as well, doesn't it?
It does. It was today.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah. So Francesca Schiavone went through against Mestach, of course. 6-love in that 3rd set. That was the long one, wasn't it? And then we saw Elena Vesnina in a match that I'm not going to try and describe right now, but Zhu went through, of course, 9-7 in the 3rd set. It was a match that Vesnina will probably rue as a missed opportunity.
Wake up screaming in the middle of the night.
Yep, that was a nightmare.
We're back here on court 3. And the Frenchman, Vincent Millot, has the early break. Yeah, chip and charge.
The forehand, Millot's got a lot of spin on that forehand, so if you can get it low, it's really difficult to get underneath
I
it.
think he's got an interesting grip too.
Yeah, oh, it's an extreme.
It's an extreme.
Yeah, absolutely.
Extreme grip.
So we'll see if JP looks to continue with that sort of trend.
Just couldn't control that ball, JP. Actually, that grip is driving me crazy.
The grip?
Yeah, he turns the ball inside out.
On the forehand or the backhand?
Both.
Both. The backhand's very unusual.
I'm mesmerised by it.
Might try and get a shot of that backhand at some point, but yeah, the backswing is very unusual, isn't it?
It's interesting, isn't it? I wonder in terms of as a junior, picked up the racket one day and he's stuck with that grip.
Yeah. Well, it's a coaching nightmare if you look at that. So, but I guess if it works, you stick with it. So Millot just forcing the play a little bit. He's done well so far. He's from the very first shot, keeping the ball in, putting the pressure on JP Smith, and he probably has a slightly bigger game. It's not a huge game by any means, Millot, but
no, well, he doesn't look like a very tall man either.
No, he's quite short. I think he's about 5'8" or 9. That's going to be the play for JP Smith. So I think it'll be a tussle between Millot from the back of the court, trying to move the ball around, and JP biding his time and then trying to attack at the net, which makes for an interesting contest, I think. Sometimes if players are just back of the court.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's not what we're going to see tonight.
No.
Oh, just teeing off on that backhand, JP. And Millot doing enough in terms of that return game where... I'm just having a look at JP's backhand. Yeah, really sitting up on that instead of getting over the ball, keeping down low. I'm not sure about the leg kicking up either.
Yeah, it's not his strength, I don't think, the two-handed backhand. We will probably see a few errors coming from that. It's the slice backhand that's far more consistent, and his forehand a little bit stronger as well. So unforced errors at the moment, only early stages, but 7 to the Australian and just the 4 to Millot. So he's just wanting to reduce that slightly here. Net points 1, that'll be 6 from 9 from JP.
Unforced errors.
Yep.
Smith 7, Millot 4. JP making the ball kids work hard. Yeah, that's a nice change of direction by Smith. Moving that ball down the line on the backhand side. Just notice, you can see on his legs, on Smith's legs, he's got what seems to be some bruising from cupping. Just helps with recovery. the blood flow going through some very tired muscles.
Have you experienced some of that yourself?
I have, and I don't enjoy it. I prefer needles.
Oh, right.
Oh boy! Oh, that came back really quickly from Millot, and a dipping ball. JP was up to it, but just could not get down far enough to control it. That's a lovely forehand. Whip that across his body, finds the line.
Yeah, set up by the return there from Millot. Probably just settled in a little better. I think these conditions tricky again. We've spoken about the breeze, and there we go. Even though we're...
You know what we're missing, Adrian? Just realised.
What's that?
Flags.
Yes, around the court. The national flag.
Well, any flag will do
flag.
at this stage, so we can see which direction the wind's blowing.
True. I think it would be going in all sorts of directions all throughout the day, but you're right.
JP coming up with a big serve just when he needed it.
Yeah, it happens occasionally on that backhand of JP. Just gets underneath the ball a little bit. Doesn't hit with much topspin on the backhand. Of course, topspin, you just want that to...
Yeah, there's no margin in his game.
No, there's not at all, is there? The forehand a little bit more.
Oh, I think there was the slight hesitation about coming in off that serve. Just did not get there fast enough.
So now, another break point. So he's been broken once, JP Smith, and faces another break point here. Oh, what a return, but what a volley from Smith. Millot just counting himself a little unlucky there. Did everything with the return, but...
And it looks like JP's just said, right, that's it, I'm coming in off every ball.
He's not happy at the
No,
moment.
and we'll
JP.
check that first serve percentage too in a moment.
That's big from the Frenchman. And he's just on top of the game at the moment. I think he knows it too. That's a confident shot.
Yeah, well, that dropped short, sat right up in his hitting zone, put that away.
So another break point opportunity here to take a real stranglehold in this first set. That's a bad miss. He wasn't happy with that. Unnecessary, unforced error there. Haven't seen too many.
Oh, passing shot again by the Frenchman. He's enjoying the target.
So a third break point here. JP just a little confused whether he should stay back or go forward. Not quite working at this stage.
Well, that's an overrule because the lines person indicated that that ball was on the line, was in.
He's unsettled at the moment. You can see it on his face. His body language hasn't been great. Tried to rush the first few points of the opening game, and since then, it's just all fallen apart a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I wish he'd just slow it down ever so slightly.
He needs to, but it's not his game, unfortunately.
No, that's right. It's exactly right. It's
but you're
how
right,
he
though.
plays, but sometimes I just think that things are moving just too quickly.
So that man on screen, just taking it all in, probably a bit surprised at how the opening 5 games have transpired. 4 games to 1.
He hasn't had to do too much, Millot, but he has taken the opportunities when they've arrived down his end, and he's come up with some impressive forehand winners. We're off to court 6 to find out how Mitchell from Australia is faring. Taken the first set, and it's a set apiece. The Argentine has...
And now he's up comfortably in the third
3
set.
love.
Olivo. So after, it was Mitchell that won the first, as we said,
in a tie-break.
13-11 in the tiebreak. Olivo bounced back and won 7-5 in the second, and now 3 love up. And we're at 30 all now in that one. So we'll head back to show court 3. Which is where we're at right now. So JP Smith, the Australian, probably for mine, he was the favourite coming into this. He does enjoy playing in Melbourne, but it's just not working out for him at this stage. Needs to make some changes pretty quickly.
And I think JP would actually enjoy the warmer conditions. You know, the game he plays, would prefer the ball to be going through the court a lot quicker than perhaps it is tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have been training recently in the hot conditions and getting ready for it. It's certainly not hot out there now. I think we're at about 14 degrees, 14 or 15 degrees. It's really cooled down. There you go. Just needs to release a little bit of frustration there. It's one of his better strokes. Probably needs to start doing that.
Your
as well.
forehand.
Yeah. Take the game on, particularly the fact that he's now down 2 breaks of serve. Doesn't have a huge amount to lose, so 5 winners there to 4.
Yeah, just overplaying the forehand, Millot. He was really in that point. I was surprised, actually, that JP didn't force the issue a little earlier on in that point. Getting a lot of short balls. He's got 2 break points. Oh, that is a wonderful backhand. At least a metre, maybe 2 metres behind the baseline, hitting that shot, just really sitting down on that ball.
It's a man in confidence as well, hitting double-handed backhand like that. He was unfazed that JP was moving to the net. He just saw the target and found the target. So saved 1 break point, 1 to come.
Oh, no way! Oh, I have to see that shot in the replay. Here we go. Yep, just lifts it up straight over JP's head. He's a tall man too, that's not easy to do.
Yeah, he was sort of caught in no man's land, wasn't sure whether to go up or just move back to
This
it.
Frenchman's got some tricks.
He does.
His tricks are not for kids.
Yeah, that forehand is working so well for the Frenchman right now. And he had JP moving left to right and just finished it off.
He's getting a lot of work on that ball too with that grip.
Yes, that is.
I know I keep going back to the grip.
No, but it's an intense grip. It's pretty rare to see extreme forehand grip, but he's working it now. So from 2 break points down, he's got a game point to go 5-1, first set.
Yeah, he's a long way behind the baseline trying to get that forehand back over. Was Millot. We're back at deuce. Oh, off the frame of JP Smith. And I think he's just having a word to the
serve,
chair.
I think
yeah,
he was
he
talking
thought
about.
it went wide. Could see him follow it through. Anyway, it's not going to change the scoreline. Millot with a chance to hold here. Take a 5-1 lead into this first set. And he does. Big serve. Out wide, 174 kilometres an hour. He's playing some kind of match.
He really is at the moment. Very impressive. We'll just touch on a match on one of the outside courts. I was having a look for Kenny de Schepper.
How is Kenny de
on
Schepper?
court 5. Well, I was looking through the completed matches on the website because I thought it would be done. And then I was like, why isn't it there? And it's because it's 11-10 in the third set. Kenny de Schepper out on court number 5 against Jürgen Zopp.
Well,
right now, de Schepper 11-10 leading and 15-30 on Zopp's serve. So that is a match for you. We'll let you know who wins, and Ben Mitchell, of course.
Well, if Millot continues down this road, we might actually just go across to that court and finish off that match.
Yes, maybe, maybe not. Ben Mitchell just struggling now, 5-1 or 1-5 down in that third set. It's good play. JP needs a few more of those, though, and very, very quickly as well. Running out of time, 2 breaks down in this first set.
Yeah, lovely serve out wide. It's a big lefty serve that gets a lot of free points on the advantage court.
All right, so he stays strong, holds serve for the second time in this set. Problem is he's been broken twice, so we'll come back to show court 3, but for now, let's go to court number 6. It's live action, Ben Mitchell. It's been a big effort from him, but right now he is staring down the barrel. Ben Mitchell won the first set 7-6, lost the next 5-7, and right now he is down against Renzo Olivo of Argentina.
Boy, the body language doesn't look good.
No, not at all.
Is he injured?
Yeah, that looks like something's happened there. He has had some injuries in the past. And now faces a match point. So this is round 2 action of qualifying. Of course, both yesterday winning through. But yeah, Mitchell, I think you're right. not seen him walk so gingerly on a tennis court. That doesn't look good, but he's not the sort of guy that would pull out too easily, so he's staying out there for now. It does well there. Oh, something is seriously wrong.
Yeah, fights back, match point, but we're back here on show court 3, live action. The second round men's singles qualifier for the Australian Open 2016. JP whipping that forehand cross court. Yep, well left. 14-15. Can't put a foot wrong, Millot.
JP, I think, just on the effects mic, said, I'm embarrassing myself. I don't think he's embarrassing himself necessarily. Millot just, he really has not put a foot wrong. And here we go, 2 set points. And that goes long and wide, so it was pretty quick in the end. Vincent Millot takes it 6-2, 33 minutes, a couple of breaks of serve in there. And he just looks very, very comfortable right now. So we'll have a look at some highlights of that first set. And you'd have to think it would be all from that man there. He used his forehand a lot, ran around it. As we can see there, Kate.
That's right, Adrian. Just a very consistent first set from the Frenchman. And there were, though, moments of sheer brilliance on, you know, from lobbing to backhand winners, forehand winners. What he did best then was just kept getting that, really getting JP to come up with some big winners. And as you said, at times you just want JP to slow down a little. That's not the type of game he plays, but as you see, rushing to the net and being passed, and perhaps that happened on one too many occasions. Nice inside out forehand by JP.
Yeah, I think from the first game, JP just couldn't find the rhythm, but then didn't slow down at all. He almost quickened the pace, and it just started to unravel a little bit. I'm sure we'll see that illustrated on these stats here. Unforced errors, 14-8. Not a huge gap there. The net points won, 8 out of 17. So JP Smith is strong at the net, as we know, but 4 from 4 on the other side to Millot.
Millot didn't, and probably didn't need to come in too often. He's doing most of the damage from the back of the court, but when he does, he's been very efficient, and perhaps that's something that he might try doing a little more in this second. No need to at this stage, though. He continues on his merry way. He will be going through to the third round. At first serve percentage at 67%, that's he's doing well. It's not a massive big serve, but it's accurate.
Yeah, and he gets some angle.
And it's consistent
on the ball as well, that left hand of his. So JP Smith to come out and serve first in the second set. Big first game for him. Wants to start with some authority. A few big first serves would help.
No range. The radar is down for JP Smith tonight.
Yeah, good serve, but even Millot on that one, he's just guessing right, having a big swing at it. Hasn't shown any sign of weakness at all in that first set. So we'll see if his level drops at all. If it doesn't, it's going to be really difficult for the Aussie to get back into this one.
Yeah. 15-30.
Yeah, that backhand of JP just causing some issues. Out on court 6, Ben Mitchell still fighting, so we just had a quick glimpse of that one before, and it looked like he was really struggling physically, but still in it. So 2-5 down in the third set, but he's serving 30 all at the moment, so keep you up to date with that one. It did look like he was suffering some sort of leg injury.
I think he was just down.
Yeah.
Yeah, great depth from Millot. Surprised actually he didn't come in off that second serve. Just had nothing on it from JP. It was short in the service box. He's got a break point against him. JP in trouble early on in this second set.
Oh. Well, he was broken early in the first set, and he has given the game up again to Millot. So JP Smith broken first game of the second set. As we see the replay there, oh, the high part of the net, just had to clear it.
Things just aren't working out for him tonight.
They really are not. And as we've mentioned a couple of times already, he doesn't necessarily have that plan B. Unforced errors 17-8.
Actually, that's a really good point. I don't think he does have.
He doesn't at all.
Another plan out there. If this doesn't come good, then it's all or nothing.
Yeah.
Boom or bust. Well, what do our viewers think of what JP Smith can do to get back into this match? If you send us a tweet, hashtag AusOpen. Love to hear from you. Of course, with Adrian, he needs to know where you are in the world. It's very important.
It is important. I love to know where people are tuning in from. So this is the final match, of course, on Show Court 3. So get those tweets in. We'll read them out. Let us know where you're from. And, yeah, how can JP Smith get back into this one? What would you like to see him change? Wow. I don't think he did a huge amount wrong there. But Millot, he's waving that left-handed forehand like a magic wand at the moment. Look at that follow-through over his head.
Yeah, but it's hard to read too, because JP's not really sure which way he's going. He's a sitting duck at the net. Yeah, that second serve, that had something on it. Second serve points won. Millot 73% winning on second serves. He doesn't have to worry about his first. Novak Djokovic to be happy with those sorts of stats.
Just an update out on court 6. Renzo Olivo has just taken that one out, 6-2 in the third set against Ben Mitchell. So the Aussie won't be going any further. The man from Argentina moves through to the third and final round of qualifying as the Frenchman on show court. Number 3 just keeps rolling through. Where we're at 8-2 right now. JP Smith, I just don't know. I'd love to be able to stop now and just ask him, what's he thinking next? What's the strategy around?
What's the game
the
plan?
next movement?
Well, he'll continue to try to get these first serves in and come in off those big, yep, as I was calling it, coming off the big serve.
Wow, Millot though, I mean, that return at his feet, and the forehand is working so nicely, just ripping it. He can get the angle, he can go high, and he can flatten it.
And he's not at all concerned with Smith rushing the net either, is he? He's just playing his own game.
He's in the zone right now, the Frenchman.
Yeah, and he also knows that he's got an opponent who is just not quite on his game this evening. Not take anything away from the Frenchman, though. That is a wonderful backhand out the front to hit that ball. Good depth.
Surely not.
Of course he did. Of course that went in.
He cannot do a thing wrong right now. Playing out of his skin. Well
that is
inside
perfection.
the baseline. 3 break points to go up 3-love.
Oh, Millot not happy. He missed a ball. Can't believe it.
I think he just wants to continue this run right now. He knows he's hot.
And Millot breaks for the second time in the second set. We're only 10 minutes in, and he's taken a 3-love lead, having won the first set 6-2.
So we'll be back on Show Court 3 in just a moment, but Millot is hot here in Melbourne, but another player who absolutely loves playing in Melbourne is Serena Williams, of course, a 6-time champion down here on Rod Laver Arena, and she is in town preparing for day one. That is Margaret Court Arena, of course, the roof. We now have 3 indoor roofed venues here: Hisense Arena, Rod Laver Arena, and Margaret Court Arena. And the #1 player in the world is back in action, ready to win yet another Grand Slam title. Of course, she'd have to be the favourite. Had a couple of injury concerns in the Hopman Cup.
Yeah, that knee.
Needing to pull out. I was there in Perth, and she was practicing each day. So I don't know, it wasn't a super serious injury, and of course she's practicing here in Melbourne now, but if there's a minor sort of concern, you'd be pretty concerned.
Well, it's an ongoing issue for her, and she has no cartilage left in that knee, and every now and then has to get a lovely big injection to, I think, put some fluid into it. Take some fluid out, one or the other.
One of the better rallies for the match. Millot choosing to attack the backhand of JP Smith. He's enjoyed that side of things today. JP's made a number of errors on the backhand, but just that closed grip, we spoke about his extreme forehand grip. If the ball moves away from your body, it is quite hard to get that up and over the net. It needs to be in a little bit closer, but he can afford a couple of errors at the moment. couple of breaks of serve already in this second set after winning the first.
Well, for the first time, the Frenchman in a little bit of trouble on serve.
It is the first time, isn't it?
Down love 30.
No, he makes it. So a bit of taste of his own medicine there. We saw in the previous game, Millot using the lob.
Yeah, but he didn't do enough of that first volley.
No, well, he doesn't like being at the net, I don't think, at all. Is that,
yes, in
although he was 4
unusual
from 4,
territory.
but it's not his place on the court. So what will this be? This is
3 break points.
Could be the first break of serve against Millot.
He's missed a few of those volleys, the pickups, hasn't he, on his way in, Smith? Okay, he has 1 left.
Well, let's hand it over. So there were 2 breaks of serve against JP Smith, but he's brought it back now just to the 1. So the Frenchman's still leading 3 games to 1. So you never know. Stranger things have happened. But Millot would really have to drop his level for a long period of time for JP to get back in this one. And it's more that Smith has struggled himself.
No.
Yeah, that was wide, JP.
Wide or long? Yeah, beauty or wide or long? It was definitely not long.
He has had a number of those close line calls tonight, which doesn't help when you're not playing well.
And he's almost expecting a bad call now down that line.
Oh, no, he definitely is. Which is not good for your thought process when you're trying to be positive and everything else is not working out. There we go. He's happy with that one.
Yeah, went through at 202 kilometres an hour.
So if you can just find a way to hold here, still a breakdown, but it'll bring it back to 3-2 on the scoreline, which looks a whole lot better than 3-love.
Starting to get some cheap points too.
Yeah,
I think you're right, Adrian. Millot's form is just dropping ever so slightly.
Well, he couldn't play at that level for the whole match.
Surely not.
He was playing some of the best tennis he's ever played. He was not missing a ball.
And if he can, then he should be ranked inside the top 100,
Oh, if you play
not
like
at 184. He just finds pace, doesn't he, off forehand side. Whips that ball around. I think you're in a very comfortable rally and then bang.
So this is a game that he just cannot drop right now. It was 2 breaks down and he found a way to get back.
Yes.
Hanging in there. What a shot there from Millot. So he might have dropped his level for a few points, but it hasn't lasted all that long. And his backhand's been good to him so far.
And threads the needle yet again.
So another break point. This will be a third break of serve for JP in this set. He's got to look at his second serve.
Yes.
JP can get that approach shot long, give himself a lot more opportunity at the net.
That is a huge miss. It just smacks of a man that is not in form on court tonight at all.
Well, Millot took all the pace off that. Gave JP nothing to hit with. Mistimed it.
Yeah, does well there.
Yes.
Yes, off the big serve, got his man well out wide. Lovely control to get that backhand cross court. Lots of margin in that shot. Now that's better from JP. Good hands at the net. That ball came like a bullet at him. And in the end, Smith manages to hold serve, takes it to 2-3. Obviously still with the break here in the second set, to games to 2.
So the big stars have been hitting Melbourne Park and Rod Laver Arena over the past few days, just getting ready for next week. And, well, this man is the biggest of them all right now. Novak Djokovic, the #1 player in the world. He's had the most Grand Slam success here in Melbourne. 5-time winner, 2008, 2011, 2012, 2013, and of course last year, the defending champion. And I mean, you cannot really describe him anymore at the moment. He's basically unstoppable. And we haven't really said that for a while. Of course, Rafa, Nadal and Federer owned the game for a number of years. Andy Murray then came in, but it's now all Novak Djokovic. There's no one on his level.
I got a feeling we're going to get a new champion this year.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't have that feeling at all. Something would have to, there'd have to be an injury for me, or a 45-degree day for Novak Djokovic to not win it, I reckon. So things have tightened up just slightly here, particularly on the scoreboard. There is a break of serve in it, but 3-2. We'll keep an eye on the scoreboard. He knows he's in this one now.
Yeah, it was good play by JP because he had Millot well behind the baseline.